Excuse me. Alright, I'm here. And guess what? I didn't have to pause the video to have the music going. That's right, I finally remembered to get the YouTube extension that lets me control the volume without having to do anything to it itself. Yay! Excuse me. Anyway, sorry for the long wait. I had to go to the bathroom, and I also was reading stuff up on Twitter, because I was like, oh, and obviously I gotta, do all that. But anyway, hi everybody, hello. First things first, you might notice I'm talking a little bit differently, a little bit softer, a little bit quieter. I don't know how to explain it, but ever since yesterday I've been dealing with something in my throat. I don't know how else to put it, but yesterday, it just felt like my throat was a little, like, scratchy, and I was like, okay, I'll go to bed tonight, or this in the morning, and I'll see how it feels, today. I woke up, it's worse. I mean, thankfully, it's not like it's sore. It just feels like it's been really scratched up, it's really irritated. Like, it doesn't hurt to talk or eat or anything, it just, whenever I cough or sneeze, God forbid, that's when it gets aggravated. So I'm hoping that maybe talking a little bit softer is going to, at least not irritate it as much. Because I'm not sick. Like, I feel physically fine. I mean, outside of the throat and the mild congestion that usually happens during winter time. But I'm physically fine, like, I'm not sick or anything. I feel fine, so, I don't know, maybe this is just, like, something going on with the weather. I mean, it has been really cold lately. I mean, I think, like, this is the first time it's been, like, somewhat warm in a few weeks. But I guess that's what happens when, it starts getting colder out. But, how's everybody been? I know, it has been a crazy month for me, honestly. Both in terms of just, real life and, of course, just online, I guess is a good way to put it. I mean, obviously, I know there's some, like, if you've heard me talk about certain things over the past year, I don't want to mention it because I feel like it's been talked enough about, and it's really kind of it kind of feels so unserious when I say it's a downer, but if you know, and I'm not going to talk about it because, I don't think the situation needs my opinion on top of everything. But, other than that, yeah, I've been well. Hope everyone's Christmases have been good. Mine was, same old, I guess. To be fair, I didn't really, do anything for Christmas. I mean, it's been like that for the last few years. I don't do anything for Christmas. But I did buy myself, a few books. 4 books, to be precise. I got the last one arriving tomorrow. But, I've been reading. I haven't read in the last couple days because my throat's just been bleh, but that's a book right there that I'm just about halfway through now. Got it 2 weeks ago, I think? I don't remember. Excuse me. And for those wondering, I do have water, so hopefully, my throat also doesn't die by the end of tonight. Especially with the amount of voice act I'm going to be doing tonight. But, yes, obviously you've read the title. Date with Death Beyond the Bet DLC is out. Has been out since December 8th. And yeah, I did, and as I said in the description, I did buy it, I bought it the day of. Like, a couple hours after it dropped on Steam, and I obviously played it. Like, it took me a couple days or so to play through all of it. And all that. But I did get through. I think I basically saw everything the DLC had to offer. I saw all the endings, and oh, oh man, we're gonna talk about those endings. I feel like, but I think we'll save that towards the end of the stream because obviously, part of the reason I postponed because I would have streamed this earlier, but I didn't want to stream it on the 22nd because everybody was going to be gone for the holidays, presumably. And obviously the 15th is like, well, that's way too early. Excuse me. But yeah, I was like, you know what? Let's just have it at the end of December. Last stream of 2024, right? But I did want to give people who've been waiting for this DLC for months to like have their own playthroughs and such. I mean, and honestly, that was another reason why I played the thing first time when it first dropped, because I didn't want to get spoiled, and thank God I didn't, because so I guess before we get into that, there are 5 new days worth of content. You know, you get a brand new day 6 and 7, and then you get days 8, 9, and 10. Day 10 is actually the one that changes the most depending on what ending you get. And obviously there are 4 endings in total, so that means 4 day 10s to get. And as I said, I played through all 4 endings. Oh my god. You want to know what's funny? I got the bad ending the first time around, and that shit fucking destroyed me. Like, oh my god. Catch me crying my eyes out at 3 in the morning. I won't discuss any of the endings until we're finished. So so when we get to the post-stream screen, you'll know. But, as for how this stream is gonna go, I'm gonna play up until, like, we're gonna do all of the DLC in this one stream. Like, we did the base game all in one stream, it just took a while. But, yeah, we're gonna do that, honestly. We're gonna do that. Excuse me. But, in terms of what endings I'm gonna go for the ones I like the most. Because, how do I put this? The best way I could describe it is that, if anybody remembers my Without a Voice playthrough, some years back, turns out Beyond the Bet has something similar to that, where it's like, it has 2 endings in which I'm, like, really fond of for different reasons that I will explain when we get to it. But, yeah. Oh, man. I'm just remembering my first playthrough and the amount of times I had, and the amount of times that, like, I just fucking, I got so flustered. Because, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, for those who haven't played it yet, man, they really upped the ante in terms of, like, the romance. They really upped the ante when it comes to the romance, because the amount of times that I did the typical shoujo thing of, like, just hiding my face because I'm blushing so much. Because it's like, oh no, why can't you be real? Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I promise though, I'm gonna try my best to not, be weird about it. It's like, Airi, you already played through this once, you don't need to do it again. But, I will say that, since that in the time before I played the DLC, but after I played the base game, obviously, I put it out before that, like, the game has occasionally been getting updates. I think I found out at least some of why those updates were happening, which I will show you when we get to the game. But, yeah. And as for other stuff that's been going on, I'll probably explain that during the break, because we are gonna have one. Yeah, and it's gonna be after day 8, specifically because, like, day 8 is probably my favorite has one of my favorite scenes out of the whole DLC, and you'll know why when we get to it. And I'm probably gonna need to take a breather after day 8. But, I don't think there's anything else to, like, really talk about, so I think it's time we get the game started. I'm just gonna check Twitter real quick. Okay. Nothing. Alrighty. Let's say goodbye to Firefox, because we'll be seeing it again next time. Next time during the break, so... Oh, wait. Doop. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, shit. It just occurred to me. I forgot to write in the chat that, because we're playing A Date with Death, I'm not gonna have the chat up. Because you know, Date with Death is such a it's heavy on my computer when I'm streaming that I can't have chat up. Okay, Chotomate. I'm just pulling up Firefox real quick just so I can write that message in the chat. I forgot to do that. Listen, y'all, it's been a while, alright? It has been a while since I've had to do this. Like, when was the last time I played a no chat run? Was it during Heaven Will Be Mine? I think it was. You know, speaking of which, when I was setting up the waiting room last night, I did, how do I put this? I did notice, because the thing is, I usually like to check, okay, let me write this message out first of all. Well, actually... Fuck. God, I can never spell this word right. There we go. I almost gave myself an emoji. What the hell? Alright, pin. There we go. Okay, now we can get the game started. Sorry about that. But anyway, as I was saying, oh god, I think I lost my train of thought. But, wow, I legitimately cannot remember what I was talking about earlier. That's not good. I know we were talking about the chat thing, and I didn't remember that, but, oh, now I remember. But yeah, I was checking, I usually check my YouTube analytics just to see, like, I check my YouTube analytics just to see, what, I mean, because I'm always curious to see, like, you know, oh, what views did I get, how many, you know, and man, someone was checking me out last week. That sounds really bad out of context. But for real though, like, someone was going through my letter playthrough from a few years ago, and I was like, ooh, I hope you enjoyed it. Okay. You know what sucks? I didn't get the game set up last night because I was like, I did this once before. I could probably do it again. So you're probably gonna be hearing the Date with Death soundtrack. Oh, speaking of which, because I didn't get the game set up last night, here's the thing. When I was playing through the DLC, remember how I said I wanted to replay it again just to hear the copyrighted music? I did that. Turns out there's not really much of a difference. Turns out there's really not much of a difference. Okay, I gotta make this a little shorter. Whoops. Sorry, I'm currently trying to resize the window here. Alrighty, so I need to turn on the stream safe music. Cause, yeah, because I don't want this VOD to get copywritten. Actually, oh, I think I know the reason why it was that big. It's because, okay, the game froze. Oh, why did it do it like this? What the fuck? Why is the game this small? I guess I shouldn't be mad. Okay. Title. Okay, I can play it on this small thing. Again, I already played through this game. I don't need to, like... Let's see, can I get it a little bit lower? Okay. Game window might be a little weird. Alright. Game window might be a little weird. But, hopefully it's not too different. Alright, so obviously it doesn't look like anything's really changed yet. But, if you go into the settings here, so you can see there's already a difference. We have the Beyond the Bed DLC on, but look at this. The voice language and the text language. Coming soon. So, and you even have this here, the VA. Now, I will say this. There is no voice acting yet, at least as far as I'm aware. I didn't... But yeah, so I think this goes to show that, like, I think they are planning to implement voice acting in the future. I think they are planning to implement voice acting in the future. And all that, but, but as of now, we still haven't gotten it yet. But yeah, that does mean I'm gonna have to play through A Date with Death again. I'm gonna have to play through this game again just to experience the voice acting when it comes out. Because it would seem... I don't know, I say when it comes out. I mean, I keep getting information about the DLC wrong, all this... It's like, every time I say something about it, I find out information that turns out to contradict me, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I gotta correct myself. But yeah... So yeah, who knows if there will really be, like, voice acting, but I hope so. I mean, it would seem weird that they would like put these in and not have it, you know? Anyway, I actually gotta hide the screen because here's the thing, right? This is my first, I will say, when this DLC dropped, this was my first time playing a game with DLC after the fact. And so, I wasn't sure how they were gonna do it, because if they were gonna give us, like, you know, a new day 6, I was like, well, how are we gonna do the lead up to everything else then? And it turns out that when you click on, let me go back to the title real quick, that when you click start, it actually gives you an option to, go straight to the end of day 5, which is where the new choices come in. And I'll explain when we get there. when we get to it, but I didn't do that. I instead just played straight through to day 5 naturally, and then I got to the new choices. And I did 2 separate saves. One which was going to be for my personal playthrough, and then the second was going to be for when we did this stream. However, I can't show you that save file because obviously that save file is with a bunch of others that are from the personal playthrough that are pretty spoilery that I don't want to, spoil you guys on. So unfortunately, I am going to have to cut the game visuals just for a moment. Just for a moment. While I load the stream playthrough up. So, trottomate. Actually, I need to do something real quick. I forgot. Because I don't have chat up, I need to get, Because I don't have chat up on desktop, I need to get to it on mobile as soon as my app would like to load. Okay. Actually, I could do this. I forgot I keep forgetting I could, oh yeah, by the way, you could just do that, bitch. Alrighty, gotta mute the mic real quick. Alright, I'm back. I just had to load my mobile chat up, and I had to mute the mic, so obviously you guys didn't hear me. Alrighty, so... this one. 2:06 in the morning. I was gonna say in the morning. Alrighty, so let me get the game up. There we go. And there's Casper's beautiful face. So, this was where... so, it would drop you... so... I'm assuming that choice I said in the beginning, that where it would drop you off at the end of day 5, this would probably be it. And you can see here that the way you can tell when a new choice has been added is with the flower icon here. Alright, it's only been a couple weeks since I had to do Casper and Blythe for me, honestly. But obviously with my throat and nose the way it is, who knows if I'm gonna sound right, you know? So yeah, as I said before, if the voice acting sounds a little bit off tonight, blame my throat. I'm fanning myself because I can already feel the heat rushing to my cheeks. Alrighty. Excuse me. Hey Casper. I wish we had a few more days together. Alrighty. End of day 5. Alrighty. So, now we're on to new content. You'd already planned to take the day off work today, which was lucky, really. Because you woke up this morning with something terrible. Actually, maybe I could do a softer voice for Blythe. Because, I mean, yeah, the story calls for it. A cold. Honestly, I wonder if that's what's going on with me. Your head hurt, your nose was stuffed, and your throat felt like you'd been swallowing gravel. Which you hadn't, of course. That would be stupid. You'd never eat gravel. You decide to stay in bed for the day and rest up. And it's midday when you wake up again feeling bored and lonely. And what better to do when you're bored and lonely than chat with a guy who wants you dead, and who brought you flowers? Obviously, we gotta wait for the game to freeze during the transition. And it froze. Alright, I will say this, though. Because this save file is going off of a, because this save file is going off of a, different... Because here's the thing. I didn't remember exactly what Blythe looked like from my base game playthrough. So I just didn't bother going back to look. So Blythe is gonna look a little bit different than the base game, but I assure you it's the same Blythe, so. Anyway, already you can tell that things are different because we got this ad here. And this is actually, this is actually, well, that was starring one of 2.5 Studios' previous games called Amelie. And the only reason I know that is because I saw Fulgur play it. Because obviously. And you can see here that the people that you can supposedly DM with are also different too. And I'm like, now granted, I don't know who these other people are. I'm going to assume that they're maybe Kickstarter backers that were lucky enough to get their name included. And believe me when I say, like, we're gonna see all the Kickstarter backers when we get to the credits, because they have a thank you section for them, and there's a lot. There is a lot. But yeah, look at this. Grim, the flowers suit you. Alrighty. Okay. Casper? I just wanted to say thanks. Yeah, actually, I think this voice could work. I mean, listen, Blythe is literally sick. Why can't I voice it? It's kind of embarrassing just to type this out, but... honestly, with my throat being the way it is, it fits. I really am grateful for the flowers. I felt a little stunned yesterday, so... just wanted to make sure you knew. Casper's gonna fucking gonna like hear our voice and he's like, what the hell is wrong with you? And I'm like, excuse me. God, I can't be laughing like that because it's gonna aggravate my throat. Alright, I haven't done Casper in a while. Unlike Blythe, I can't afford to mess this up. Alright. It was quite obvious. I saw your face when I handed them to you. Perhaps you've already forgotten. My memory isn't that bad. And I remember your cute face, too. Were you feeling shy? Your ears were red. I remember that from the CG. I actually remember that from the, base game. Why do you remember my ears of all things? I have a perfectly good face you can admire instead. Is the rest of you not worth admiring? It is. Right. Of course it is. Ha! Excuse me. Ha! Mortal, you fall into my trap once again. I am that alluring, To be honest, I can't keep my eyes off you. Perhaps the flowers were a bad idea. Well, I love them. You do? I told you that already, silly man. Silly man? I do not particularly like this nickname. Then you should listen properly, mister. I love these flowers. I'm thinking of pressing them in a few days. God, my voice is not wanting to cooperate. Pressing them into what? Into what? Like, drawing them flat in a book or something. Then maybe I can use the petals for a bookmark or something. Don't you think that would be nice? Then they'll be with me forever. Might I remind you that your forever extends to today and tomorrow? Right. Of course I didn't forget. Soul taking and all that. You could sound a little more frightened. You're too sweet to be afraid of. Many have feared me. Mr. Big Bad Scary Grim Reaper. Exactly, you were beginning to understand. God, I hate that I'm congested because Grim sounds deeper than he should. I'm starting to think you have a kink for bullying people, you know. I have a kink for blushing Grim Reapers. Huh? Oh, all capitals. Things are getting serious. How many Grim Reapers do you know? Just the one, actually. Then how could it possibly be a kink? It's a new discovery of mine. You should be proud, Grimmy. You've inspired this in me. Hey, at least I could still do the giggle. I don't believe I blush as much as you insist. Probably more. And yes, he does. Luckily, I think it's adorable. Adorable. You make me sound like a domesticated pet. Hey, if that's what you want, I could treat you like my little puppy. Oh my god. I'll let you come sit on my lap. Come here, boy. I know this game too. One of my friends on Twitter follows the creator of this game. Go on, roll over. There's a good boy. Who wants a treat? This is what I mean when I say, man, they up the romance and the sexual tension. Me. You can come over and sleep on my lap then. Excuse me for a moment. Sorry about that. I had to clear my throat. You should not offer such a thing so freely, Blythe. Oh, wait a minute. Someone could easily misunderstand your intentions. I think I'm being pretty transparent about my intentions, Grimmy. I like doing things that make you blush. And more. Well, perhaps for a change, I would like to make you blush. Give it a go, then. You are very... No, that's not right. Sunshine, I think you are the one who would look good lying in my lap. I can imagine the sunlight drifting in lazily from the window in the mid-afternoon. And you there, in those rays, looking at home. If that were the case, then I believe life would be perfect. Not gonna lie, that was really romantic. I need to put lip balm on, my lips are dry. Oh, no, don't lose the lid. Is that true? Oh, whoops. You know I cannot lie. Even if I could, I would not lie about this.
Well, maybe I think that sounds perfect too.
Did you blush?
Quite a bit, yes.
Listen, I'm sick as fuck. Good. Do try to remember it then.
Not to backtrack, but... What did you say? I have a kink for bullying people? Honestly, Grimmy, you just make it too easy. It's fun. I like teasing you. You're filling a hunger I didn't even know I had. And I've been absolutely starved, apparently. You're so satiating.
Well, fortunately, you are a capable mortal who can feed yourself.
Aww. That's no fun, Grim. Come feed me. I'm sick as fuck.
Feed you? What, like a child?
That is really childish. I'm waiting for the airplane.
You will be waiting for some time.
I'll get down on my knees and beg. Pretty please. See? I told you! You make it too easy.
It is not my intention. You just overwhelm me sometimes. It is a strange, foreign feeling. No one else has ever pulled at my heartstrings so.
You should be careful there, Grimmy. A person can misunderstand what you mean. You're just trying to trick me for my soul again, aren't you?
Right. Yes, I am of course being a crafty Grim Reaper. Because I want your soul. Because that is my job. Of course.
Feeling conflicted, Casper?
Confliction is beneath me. I am always sure of myself.
Even when it comes to me? Do I make you feel things you didn't know possible, Grim?
I have plenty of abilities, Blythe. Amazing abilities. To lie is not one of them. Yes. You make me conflicted, confused, angry, happy, sad, all at once. But that is my own problem. Perhaps there was a fault in my creation.
I think you're perfect.
Any other time I would agree with you. I have always known I am perfect. And yet today I am not certain of that fact. Ugh. I will deal with it myself. Don't you have something better to do on your days off, mortal? You have so few days left, and you use them to torment me. It seems a waste.
Well, actually... I'm in bed still.
In bed? Sunshine, it's nearly evening. You should be having dinner, not lounging.
Give a person a break, Grimmy boy. I'm feeling off today. I think I've caught a cold. I figured I'd just stay in bed with I figured I'd just stay in bed with Sushi and chat with you.
How have you let a common cold take you, mortal?
Did you go to sleep with wet hair? No? I mean, I don't think so, at least. Also, that's really bad for your hair if you do that. Did you leave your window open all night? Nope. Why would I do that? I live on the 5th story of an apartment building. I probably have a fire escape. I close it every night before I go to bed. And I close it after you told me to do it. Oh wait, that's from a different timeline. Whoops! And if it's cold, I don't even open it to begin with. Well, that is very sensible of you, at least. That's why they call me Sensible Blythe. No one calls you that. How would you know? Maybe everyone calls me that. Tell me who exactly calls you that. Listen. My next door neighbors. Who are named? That's classified. Gonna play your trick right back on you, Casper. No, it is not. Highly classified on all levels. Their files have big red warning labels on them and all. Wait a minute. Their files have big red warning labels on them and all. You don't know their names, do you? Of course I do. Well? Nuh-uh, mister. Access denied. Fine, I will have to find it out myself. These neighbors must be suspicious people. I will return to that on a later date. For now, your illness. Did you forget to wear a coat when you left your apartment? It's just a cold, Grim. Nothing to worry about. It happens to everyone. It's super common. It does not happen to everyone. It is an illness purely for mortals. Sure, but it's not a big deal. It's just a bit inconvenient. But hey, it means I can talk to you some more. How so? I don't see what stops you from talking to me when you're well, too. Well, I'd usually be at work. I speak to you on work hours every day. Okay, well, if I do that, I'll probably get fired. Why? As long as you get your required work done, why should whatever else you do matter? To be honest, that's how I feel too. Alas, my boss wouldn't agree. Well, I think you should let this boss of yours know that you may speak to whoever you wish. I love how Casper's immediately like, you should shirk off your work hours to continue talking to me. I'll be right on that. Excuse me, sir. The Grim Reaper wants to chat. Bye! Do you see how ridiculous that sounds? You're rehearsing it. Good. Perhaps say that if he gets in the way, he may find his life cut short. Damn, you're needy. You wouldn't do that. He does not know that. I don't think he'd believe me even then. But what does that matter? I'm meant to die today or tomorrow. Why does it matter? If this illness does not take you first. It's a cold! Sweetheart, it is just a cold! An unexplained illness. You must have some idea. Why are you sick? How have you allowed this? He's just... I'm sorry, it's just really funny, because it's like, how could you allow yourself to get sick? It's like, I don't know! I don't know if there's any specific reason. It's just going around again, I guess. I mean, you've heard of COVID, right? That is not sufficient for me. I love Casper. How dare something like a cold take root in you? I appreciate the sentiment, but it's really no biggie. Stop worrying, Casper. Speaking of which, I don't know if I mentioned this. This is Cage of Roses. I have the game on wishlist. It's gonna come out sometime next year because I'm gay as fuck and I love power fantasies like this. You are accepting this illness too easily. You must be prepared to fight back against that which wrongs you. Is it your head? Your stomach? I'd say both, honestly. It's like my period all the same. I feel so tired for a person that's done nothing but sleep all day. Well, not that I slept very well, but I've just been lounging around all day. You did not look unwell when I visited you last night. No? How did I look? Pretty. Flustered. As well as absolutely captivated by my good self, of course. But how could you not? Me? Pretty and flustered? Are you sure you're not thinking of yourself? Huh. I would take that as a compliment, but your words are dripping with sarcasm once again. I would never be sarcastic to you, Grim. Ah, I was not aware you were a comedian. I have been practicing my jokes. You know, in bed while fighting for my life. Knock knock. I do not like these jokes. Knock knock, bitch! Answer the fucking question! Who is at my door? Who is at my door? Not who's there. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper who? Okay, I actually hadn't thought the joke this far through. Again, as I said, I have been in bed fighting for my life today. I guess we'll never know. That is immensely unsatisfying. You finished the joke then. Let me know when you work it out. You are the comedian here. You finish the joke yourself. I'll be waiting. Okay, I thought that was thunder. It's just a car. Glad to know that sickness does not dampen your personality. You love my personality. Yes, of course. Almost as much as I love Azriel. Answer this. Sorry, Casper, I had to take a swig of water. There's our baby girl. Speaking of Azriel, where is he? He is resting.
His role is tiresome, so he spends much time recuperating.
Can you bring him over? I want to see his cute little face. Pretty please.
I told you he is resting.
Can he not rest in your arms? I think he'd enjoy that. Well,
Yeah. I love how we just immediately assign personhood to Azrael, even though it's a plushie. It's cute.
And we both know you snuggle him at night. I like that you have a soft side. You act all tough and scary, but I know it's all front.
I am tough and scary. There's something wrong with your natural fight or flight instincts. I am death incarnate. That should be something that strikes fear into the heart of any and all mortals.
Whoops. I'll try my hardest to act more scared. Let's practice.
Okay. Fear me, for I am the Grim Reaper, mortal.
Ah.
Well, we can work on it. You are so much trouble, mortal. At least you look cute snuggled up like that.
Oh, what's that? Speak up, Grim. I can't hear you when you're mumbling.
I said you look cute snuggled up like that. And then chat box, I am going to melt into my chair and disappear.
And then I say, a cute little Casper puddle.
back to face call.
Oh. Do I?
Yes. Chat box, a scary Casper puddle. Not cute.
There's no... It's so funny. It's like, bruh, you cannot be scary. Especially when you look like a pretty boy.
It is beyond annoying. Back to the call.
How so?
I should not find a mortal cute. I am a being created to hunt, to take, to destroy, and to rebuild. Not to be doing whatever it is I'm doing.
Gonna check chat real quick because it's been an hour.
I don't know what the fuck's going on with my chat right now.
Well, I don't mind. It's nice when you call me cute.
Most mortals, I imagine, would find it terrifying. You are unique, Sunshine. To say the least. But this is all far, far beside the point. How could you be sick?
Sorry, it is just so funny because it's like, he makes it as if like it's our fault. It's like, I don't know what I did different. I didn't have much choice in the matter. It's not like I saw an ad for sick people near you and rushed on over. It just happened. Why are you making such a big deal about it though? Everyone gets sick.
I do not get sick.
Like, ever?
Yes, like ever. Reapers do not get mortal sicknesses.
What about Reaper sicknesses?
They do not exist. Well, except for soul sicknesses, of course.
Chat box?
I cannot accept the sickness of yours. Nothing should be able to touch you except me.
Maybe if you say please. Back to the video. That seems kind of worse than a cold.
At least its cause can be pinpointed. You, however, am much weaker than me in that regard.
Hey!
Are you or are you not sick for no reason?
I'm sure there is a reason, I just don't know it.
Which proves my point. It is nothing to be upset about. You and I are simply different. The body of a mortal is much more fragile. You should take more care of yourself. How am I supposed to take your soul if you're unwell?
Wait, doesn't that just make it simpler for you?
I suppose I should be agreeing, but taking your soul like this simply just does not work for me. I do not accept it.
Well, not much you can do about it, buddy. Why not take a walk along our soul bridge and chase it away from me?
That is not possible.
Are you sure?
It is absolutely not.
Have you tried?
No.
Then you can't be 100% certain, can you? Nothing in life is certain, Casper.
Our souls are linked. That is different to being able to take a stroll down your immune system sightseeing. Which is impossible.
Just shoo the ickies off.
I cannot.
Ugh. What can you do then?
Plenty. Being a doctor is not one of those things.
Fine. Then forget me being sick for a second, okay? I have a question.
Go ahead.
I really like your name.
I understand it may be difficult for you to recognize, mortal, but that was not a question.
You...
Chat box. The definition of a question is a sentence worded or expressed so as to elicit information. What you said was a statement. I know this is a difficult concept. And then I reply with,
shut up, Pipsqueak.
man, you're talking to a fucking writer, baby.
Shush. I'm getting to it. How did you get your name?
How do you think?
Do you have Reaper parents who gave it to you?
No, I have no parents. I have no family at all, technically. Though, many think of their fellow Reapers as their siblings, I suppose. A sentiment I do not share, unfortunately.
Wait, you don't have parents? What, did you just spring into existence one day?
That is likely the simplest explanation.
Huh?
No one is sure exactly how we are created. But I've always looked as I have now. There was no childhood, or parents, or growing up. I have always been the Reaper you see now.
Then chat box,
yes, I've always been this handsome.
I reply with, I didn't ask. But you had to be created somehow.
Likely, yes. But I do not remember it.
So, how'd you get your name?
Excuse me. What if I told you that was classified? What if I told you that was classified too? Chat box? Well, now you know.
You motherfucker.
Back to the video.
Casper. You already broke rules telling me your name, didn't you?
I chose it for myself. I do not know why or where it came from. It just felt right.
I like it.
That is appreciated. I also enjoy your name.
Do you enjoy when I say your name? I think that blush says everything. Casper. Oh, he does. That's so cute. Casper. Steve?
My name is not Steve. Apologies to every Steve out there, but that is not as good of a name as Casper.
Yeah, you're definitely a Casper.
Sunshine, you don't know what you're doing to me here.
Making you fall hopelessly and completely in love with me? That's one way to get out of our bed, hey?
Chat box? Dear gods, you should watch what you say. You might give me a heart attack otherwise.
And I reply with, are you saying it's true?
Back to the video call. There is no out. I must get your soul. If I do not, then someone else will.
Can't you just sly and say you took it?
Gods, what have I gotten myself into? What you ask of me is my death.
To be fair, you're also asking me to die.
Yes, I suppose I am. What a position we found ourselves in.
It seems a little unfair. I like talking to you, Casper. It's not fair that has to be over so quickly. And I know, life is unfair, yada yada. But this sucks.
I know, Sunshine. That is the nature of what you are and what I am. There are still too many things I am unsure about for this to be over tomorrow. Chatbox, you and I are different. I know this, and yet I can't help how you... Back to the video. I am still looking into your peculiar soul. Time is unforgiving. I have little choice in the matter, just so you know. I exist for this job. I am this job. I am a tool for those more important than myself. I do not decide who should die. I am just the one who makes sure it happens.
I understand. I actually feel sorry for you.
For what reason? You should feel more sorry for yourself.
You're stuck where you are. Sure, us mortals live and die and all that. But we're capable of change. We're capable of making decisions that affect our lives. It feels like you can't do anything but keep existing, doing the same thing day in and out.
Perhaps that is why I've enjoyed this. Enjoyed you. You were a little bit of change. Sunshine, stay right there. I won't be long.
Huh? Sorry, I'm giggling because I know what's happening. Casper? Where'd you go? Hello? There's no response. Confused and slightly annoyed, you shut your laptop for now. You feel a little lonely all of a sudden. It's a bit of a strange feeling to you. You never thought of your apartment as lonely. You've enjoyed living alone, decorating your rooms to your liking. But right now, it feels a little empty. You get out of bed, legs wobbly, and put your laptop back on your desk. Just in time to make eye contact with someone outside of your window, eyes wide. You hurriedly open the window, and a little shyly, he steps inside.
Sorry. Casper?
Sunshine. I told you I'd have no problem coming in.
Yeah, so this is one of the new features. He actually comes into our room.
The Grim Reaper's in my apartment. Wait, are you here for my soul? I can hardly take it with you looking as you do. Wow, I look that bad? I didn't mean it like that. You look much more ill in person. Come on, let me help you to bed. He takes your hand, his gloved fingers gentle, and leads you to your bed. He tucks you in carefully, and that feeling of loneliness is instantly replaced with a strange warmness.
You can probably hear my smile through my voice.
Being looked after by the Grim Reaper wasn't on your bingo card, but it's not so bad. You shouldn't be walking around. Where's your water? I wasn't really feeling like... Incorrect. Wait here. Casper disappears from view, walking away from your bed and into your kitchen. You're thankful you actually washed your dishes last night. Oh god, that would be embarrassing! He returns, a glass of water in his hand. Drink. You are unwell.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Casper.
You are unwell. You must keep yourself hydrated. I'll be fine. Of course you will, because I am here.
He's such a smug prick.
So drink that. Are you hungry? Yeah, I haven't eaten yet. I will prepare you a mortal meal.
I can't stop smiling. Like, I think it's obvious you can hear me smiling.
I don't like how you call it a mortal meal. It is food for a mortal, is it not? Is that any different to what you eat? That is beside the point. I will not be long, so stay in bed, okay? Alright. And then he's gone again, figure disappearing back into the kitchen. Butterflies rise up in your stomach. That's a strange feeling, too. Like you're a kid in the schoolyard. You're thinking on this when it starts. Banging. Clattering. Something falling? Then silence.
You just hear, like, pandemonium in the next room over, and you're like, what the fuck is going on?
You stare towards the kitchen. More banging, more clattering. And all of a sudden you hear a cat, you're just like, Row! You know. You want to jump out of bed and go see what exactly is going on, but you do feel a little faint. You instead decide to trust in Casper, for better or for worse, and await whatever he considers a mortal meal. It's around 25 minutes later when he reappears.
Man, it doesn't take that long to cook some chicken noodle soup.
I'm a bit scared to ask. But what was all of that? All of what? Sorry. The banging and clattering and stuff. Your kitchen is a tough beast. It required some reining in. It fought admirably.
I can't stop my laughing.
It's a room, not a beast. Is there any kitchen left? I believe I only started one fire, but I handled the issue myself.
It's fine, I only started the one fire. What do you mean the one fire?
Right. Just one. Fortunately, I was well equipped to deal with the raging inferno. It chose the wrong opponent.
I can't. He's
cute! He's so cute, but a bastard! Oh shit, I accidentally clicked on OBS. I'm sure it was terrified. Casper makes his way to your side, the smell of food reaching your nose. It doesn't smell terrible, but it does smell burnt. Whatever it is. But looking up at him like this, that doesn't matter much. Over video calls, and even when he was at your window, it was hard to tell how, well, handsome he really is. Well-toned arms, a good-looking face, perfect hair. It hits you then how wild this situation is. He looks between you and the bed, cheeks slightly flushed, before he sits down and carefully on the edge of it. Oh, and before he sits down carefully on the edge of it, sorry.
Here. This is the first time I'm cooking for someone else, so...
He hands you the plate. On it is... You're not totally sure at first.
It is mortal food, correct?
Looking closer, it almost looks like pancakes? Maybe? Have you ever made this before, Casper?
Of course not. I have no time for fancy cooking.
Pancakes is considered fancy?
Fortunately, I am good at nearly everything I try my hand at. I simply searched on the internet, and I created them perfectly.
If only it was that easy! They're perfect.
Yes, I know. Eat up, Sunshine. You need to conserve your strength.
Thank you, Grimmy.
It is the least I could do.
The least? The least you could do was not come over, tuck me into bed, and feed me dinner.
You're sick. What kind of person would I be if I just left you alone? Go on, eat.
It is like the concerned boyfriend. The concerned boyfriend who checks up on you when you're in bed with probably a tummy ache. You look down at the food. You look back at Casper. You look at the food again. And you decide that, for him, you'd eat it. Fortunately, it's not burnt all the way through. The middle is raw somehow. Oh, the raw dough. It's not even cookie dough. Lovely. Still, it's not terrible, and you managed to get it down.
So, how was it?
It was interesting. You've outdone yourself.
Huh, I knew you'd say that. I could do anything I put my mind to.
Somehow, I'm not surprised.
You seem to have brightened up a little, but you must be running a fever.
Casper takes the plate from you and sets it aside, before coming back to sit on the edge of your bed. He looks down at his gloves, conflicted, before he pulls them off. His fingers are long and thin, and his hands are without a single blemish. I remember when I first got to this scene, I was like, motherfucker, why does every man specifically have better looking hands than I do? Like, I'm not gonna lie. Why does, like, it feels like every time a man posts pictures of his hands online, they almost always look better than mine. And I'm like, I thought women's hands are supposed to be long and pretty, not men. Excuse me. Of course, knowing Casper, that was a given. Your heart skips a beat as he raises his hand to your forehead. His fingers are cool and refreshing. You feel yourself almost lean into his touch. You look up and into his eyes, which look back down towards you. You see yourself reflected in those red eyes. He opens his mouth, as if to say something, then closes it again. He does this a few times, and you wonder to yourself what exactly he wants to say to you. But he never gets the chance. Oh, there's a zap, as if an electric current had just passed between the two of you. Casper pulls his hand back in a flash.
What the?
What was that? He stares down towards his hand incredulously. Unsure, he reaches back out towards you, his hand finding your cheek. It's not as abrupt this time, but you feel it, like an electric buzz where your skin meets.
It must be because of our connection. Our bodies react to our touch. How strange. I've never read of anything like it.
You lean into his touch again. It feels nice. There's silence between the two of you. A silence that seems to stretch out for far longer than it's really been. It's filled with a common understanding. Tomorrow, you must die. If you don't, then you win the bet, and his soul is yours for the taking. You are two people connected by misfortune, both trying desperately to avoid the inevitable.
Sunshine,
Yes, Casper?
I should go.
Reach out and take his hand. Will you stay instead?
What?
You know, I'm so sick. Who knows what'll happen if you leave me? Please?
Okay.
The room is even darker now. The sun set some time ago, but you barely even noticed it. You were too concerned with the man in front of you. The man you've come to be quite fond of. I only have one bed, though.
I hardly need to sleep anyway.
Would you do it with me anyway?
Sleep? With you?
Yeah. Wait a second. I mean, literally sleep. Snooze. Catch some Z's.
Of course. I knew that. Obviously.
Sure you did.
You are inviting death into bed with you, Sunshine. It never ends well. Not for anyone.
It's a risk I'm willing to take.
You have no sense of danger.
I'm serious, though. You said it yourself. I was meant to die a long time ago, right? I think I lived all this extra time to meet you. You take his hand and pull him down beside you, moving over to give him room. No one else has ever laid beside you in this bed like this. He puts his head down on the pillow, staring at you through the darkness. Do you ever wish things were different?
I wish so many things were different.
Like what?
Sometimes I wish I was a human. Wish I was capable of change, as you put it. I've always been proud of my work. I still am. But that doesn't mean I don't wish for more. For something different.
Why not do it?
Excuse me for a moment.
Sorry about that. He smiles now, just slightly. There's sadness behind it.
I'm not like you.
What would you do if you were human?
I would do what I wish to do now more than anything. Something completely foolish.
It's good to be foolish sometimes.
Get some sleep, Sunshine. You feeling better is more important than anything else. Your eyelids feel heavy now. Your heart races. And yet you feel calm. Laying beside this man, you think you've never felt so safe in your life. Ironic, really, when he happens to be the Grim Reaper. You slip away, drifting into a peaceful sleep as you feel his hand still in yours.
Yay! Day 6 is done! Excuse me for a moment. But yeah! Woohoo! Yep, we're dealing with a lot of shit! When I say shit, it's more so just like, So yeah, this DLC is a lot more of a plot thing than character. Like, I'll explain in a minute. Alrighty. Day 7. You woke up this morning to find Casper gone. At first, you stressed out, thinking that something happened to him. Or worse, you imagined him all along. But, as it turns out, Casper's just in a career that doesn't wait for anybody. You found a note on your side table that said he left food in the fridge. You shiver a little, scared. But it's the thought that counts, right? After getting up, stretching, and spending some time with Sushi, you notice a flyer under your door. There's a big festival on tomorrow night. Fireworks, stalls, and a fun time await. You sigh, just a little. That would be nice, but technically, today is the day you're supposed to die. Alrighty. Alright, game's gonna probably freeze a little bit. Cause, oh, told you the game would freeze. Can't handle my fucking thing. Can't handle my thing. What does that mean, Airi? Let's see. This is honestly a really nice outfit, so... Oh. There we go. It's a little cold. Alrighty. So, you do have moments like these, where it's like you could check out your bedroom again. So, obviously, your bed. Day 7 already. The bed's come and gone faster than you ever would have expected. What started as a joke has now become something far more. Sushi isn't on your bed for the moment, so you lay like a starfish, stare at your ceiling, and think about your stupid Grim Reaper. You're so down bad you can barely believe it. What a bother. Gotta water your plant. The buds on your little plant seem to be doing well. You can't believe how healthy it is. Though after what Casper told you, you're starting to understand why. Check on the door. You put your ear to the door, ready to eavesdrop on your neighbors once again. But instead of whispers or phone calls or proclamations of love, you hear the sound of moving. You poke your head out, curious, to see people from a moving company carrying boxes from the apartment next door. It seems your neighbor is very suddenly moving. Feeling a little disappointed, but also incredibly curious, you go back into your apartment and think for a while on your next door neighbor. You never met them, never even got their name. Life is pretty fleeting, huh? So yeah, the neighbors... Oh. You hear the hustle and bustle of feet squeaking against the floor and heavy boxes being lugged downstairs. But you don't hear your neighbors. Alright, I'm gonna check it just in case, again. So yeah, the neighbors that we were spying on last in the base game back in June, they're gone suddenly! Guess that's a bummer! Alrighty. Bookshelf. Alright, you wanna know what's funny about this? So yeah, you actually get, new books in here as well. But they're actually from, I think, Kickstarter backers as well. So, we have a poem here, Blossoms. Expressed in bouquets and tied neatly with a bow, our words of flower can speak, with no mouth or voice. Secret messages between two people, meaning hidden in plain sight, but hardly plain in sight. The warmth of a heart reflected, deep red and overwhelming, easy to speak of, difficult to understand. The ache of wanting, just out of reach, affection flush with absence, a faraway love. The blazing heat of the sun, bright and unconstrained light, as fierce as a lion, yet stalwart as any hound. Invisible yet unmistakable, a message of sentiments, whispered in blossoms, and promised in soul. Mika Akatsuka. Funnily enough, this is a VTuber, and the only reason I know that is because his tweets show up on my TL very often because I follow I think a couple of his friends on Twitter just by sheer accident. I actually watched one of his I think I watched like a couple or so of his streams, and they're not my vibe, unfortunately, but he's all right. He's cool. He's good. I think he does have a YouTube channel, and I'm pretty sure the name is basically just Mika Akatsuka or Katsuka Mika. So yeah, cool dude. You should go watch him if you want. Alright, is that it? I mean, Sushi's not here. I wonder... I'm gonna cut the game capture real quick. Because you do get new things with the gallery as well, but I just want to make sure, like, I'm not gonna accidentally, spoil y'all. Oh, I don't know if I could show this. So yeah, oh, can I show this? I mean, maybe? I don't know. Okay, so, when you complete day 6 of, Beyond the Bet, you basically, you get a new picture. But it's basically an NSFW picture. Thankfully, it doesn't show much, but I'm still not gonna trust it. But it's available. But the picture is available on Patreon in full, so if you want to go check it out, you should follow 2.5 Studios on their Patreon. Probably the same name. So, all right. Apparently, I found out you can actually get an achievement if you stay on this page for a minute, so let's just try and do that, I guess. Click here to take an achievement. Achievement? Hello? I think the game hates me. I didn't get an oh, there's my achievement! Yay! Patience! Yay! Also, I love how it says it's November 11th, but it's like, bruh, it's fucking warm out there. Look at that, 66 degrees in November? We're in Aussie, babes! You know, admittedly, to be fair, considering what happens in the next day, it's like, I like to believe that, like, yeah, this is taking place in winter, or it's taking, I say winter, it's in the southern hemisphere. We're in Australia. Because this is such warm weather for, like, that's such warm weather for, like, November. But yeah. But yeah, look at that. 10:15 in the morning. Jeez. Alrighty. Gotta get the transition. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Oh shit. Grim, is this the end? Blythe, are you awake yet? I hope you are feeling better this morning. I know I left a note, but I still feel it is proper to also apologize for leaving so abruptly here, too. That's so sweet, though. Work calls. Excuse me, my voice cracked. Work calls, as it does, and you... well, you were sleeping very soundly. I could not bring myself to wake you. Aw, did you miss me? Thanks for making me breakfast. There is no need to thank me. It was not difficult. I still want to thank you. I haven't had someone cook for me in years. That makes no sense. In what way? You are the kind of person anyone and everyone should want to cook for. I do not
Excuse me.
I do not understand why you're not being treated as you deserve. A couple of days ago, you thought I was an idiot. Did I ever say I changed my mind? Wow, okay. You're a bigger idiot. That is beside the point. You are an idiot who deserves breakfast in bed and flowers every evening. Oh. Oh, thanks, Casper.
This is what I mean when I say they really up the romance, because it's like, you cannot fucking tell me that's not sweet!
That's nice of you to say. I'd like to try cooking for you sometime. If we are given the chance, then that would be nice. I want to bake you something sweet. Cake or muffins or cookies, maybe? I don't believe I've ever had any of those. What? What the fuck do you mean? How? There's not an excess of bakeries in the underworld. I'm sure you could find some baked goods. Likely. But it is time I do not have, an effort that could be used elsewhere. What exactly do you eat? By the way, I think you can hear my voice cracking
With Casper.
Whatever I have around. Usually something instant or pre-packaged. Noodles are my go-to. How can the Grim Reaper be such a mess of a man? What's wrong with instant meals? It's not exactly a balanced diet, is it? My body hardly needs a balanced diet. Okay, I can't lie, you definitely have a good body. I mean, God knows I liked snuggling up to it last night. But you should still eat a vegetable or something every now and then. Albeit that is a little hypocritical because I do not eat vegetables as much as I should. There are vegetables within the cup noodles. That's not enough! You are a nag. I do not see the appeal of vegetables. I'm gonna make you eat vegetables one way or another. You're such a brat. You can try. By the way, are you feeling any better? Surprisingly, I feel as fit as a fiddle. Still got a little bit of congestion, but it's fine. How can a fiddle be fit or unfit? Great question.
It's a term of speech, honey. Oh, god damn it, I don't think that's the right phrase either.
I'm sure someone smarter than me knows the answer. But yeah, I feel good, actually. Good. Yes, that's good news. Very good. So I guess this is it then, right? Day 7. You coming to take my soul? Or will I get yours instead? There is a complication. Huh? Are you trying to weasel out of our bet? Hardly. I told you, I am honor-bound to accept the outcome of our bet. But I'm afraid that currently I am dying, and I believe it is your fault. What? Imagine him dropping that on you all of a sudden. It's like, what do you mean you're dying? Is it that soul sickness thing? Did you spend too much time here? Now I feel bad for asking you to stay. It is something far,
far worse.
What? What is it, baby? Tell me!
I have caught what you may refer to as the common cold.
Casper! You made me worry it was something serious!
It is serious.
It's a cold!
A Reaper does not catch colds. I told you, it is impossible for mortal viruses to take hold in my body. It has never happened before in all of history. I have taken the souls of hundreds, thousands infected with illnesses. They have never touched me. It's impossible. It should be impossible. But right now, I am sick. It is terrible.
How could you have caught it then? From sleeping next to me?
I do not know. Speaking of which, I just realized I have not fucking saved. Do not look at those. Those are spoilery. All I know is that I'm certain that I may perish by the end of the day.
Come here, I'll kiss it better.
What? I do not believe something like kissing cures an illness.
Have you ever tried it?
No, of course not.
Then it might work. Get your pretty ass over here, boy. Come on over. And I will kiss you all over.
If this sickness isn't the death of me, you will be. Perhaps you will win this bet of ours, mortal. We agreed the limit was a week. That is only a few more hours from now.
That means your soul is all mine.
Correct. It is what we agreed to, and it is perfectly fair. But let me tell you now, if this happens, it will not stop another Reaper from being assigned to your case. I loathe the idea more than anything. Someone else viewing you as I have. But I made the deal, and I will stick to it.
What do you mean? Won't you stick around if I win? Sad face.
Mortal, do you not understand our arrangement? One of us must die at the end of it.
Wait a second. That's not what I want. When I said I wanted your soul, I was mostly joking. I don't want you to die for me. Get laughs and foreshadowing.
You asked for my soul. There is little way to give a soul but dying. That was our agreement.
Well, I've decided I don't like our agreement anymore.
That matters little.
It matters a lot.
We agreed to it.
Come on, I'm giving us both an out. I don't want you to die, and I also don't want to die. Let's call it off.
It just wouldn't matter. If I don't take your soul, I'm as good as dead anyway. There is no happy ending for either of us in this.
But there could be. You don't know for certain.
Sorry, sunshine. I'll probably be dead from this god's forsaken cold before the day is out anyway. Before I die, there are some things I wanted to talk to you about, though.
Stop saying you're gonna die. I won't allow it. Like, seriously, I seriously won't let that happen.
If you're good at anything, it is not dying. That is actually what I wanted to talk about. I've always known there is something strange about you, mortal. I have watched you for some time.
You did say you picked my nickname a long time ago.
It's been a few years now. I was only ever supposed to take your soul. But I suppose even your radiance affects someone so shrouded in shadow, like me. It is somewhat amazing, the way you capture people so. I had never thought I would meet someone who could do it to me. I've done some research. I believe your soul is very unique, Blythe. Have you ever had a sick friend, or a family member, or a colleague, who then express that they feel better when they're around you?
Honestly, I think because I've never had that. Oh, there was one time in school, a friend of mine fell over and scuffed her knee, so I took her to the school nurse. I swear, there was so much blood, but by the time we got there, it was a scratch. My friend said it must just have been my healing aura. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright.
Perfect. I knew I was correct.
Correct about what? Excuse me. Okay, I might have to mute the mic for a moment.
Okay. My soul is... well, I must balance it, but it is inherently darkness. It is death. That is something every Reaper must deal with. But I read of something even more rare than a Reaper's soul. A soul that is lightness and life. One that directly opposes that which I possess. I think that is what you have.
What? I don't think I have anything amazing like that.
It is nearly impossible, I agree. But you have proven time and time again that the impossible is possible to you. You should not be alive. I do not like to admit that for some reason, but you should have died a long time ago. But here you are. No matter what I throw at you, you live. Life clings to you.
So, what does that all mean?
I think you have the ability to give away parts of your soul. Yours is the power of healing, but at the cost of yourself. It is a dangerous ability. Also, maybe you can't die. I'm unsure about that one.
Like, really?
Really.
Really?
Did I not already say as much? Yes, really.
Are you sure, though? Like, I don't know. I know I'm hard to kill, but maybe this whole healing thing's just luck. I mean, can't it be that?
There was a second reason I brought you those flowers. My soul had become unbalanced, and I had a small bout of soul sickness. And being near you took it away. Just like that.
Oh. Here, I thought you just liked me a lot.
I do. I wanted to test my theory, but I brought them to you because I thought you deserved them. I mean, you deserve much more, but it is all I could give for the moment. My brain is working incorrectly today. I cannot think straight. I don't know how you mortals handle all of these illnesses. They are beyond inconvenient. I cannot even go anywhere to buy medicine. That medicine does not exist here.
I can always give you some. I'll nurse you back to health.
That doesn't sound so bad. But I don't even know if your mortal medicines would make a difference to my body.
Are we that different deep down?
I cannot say I spend much time fiddling around inside people to know.
Oh, that's certainly one way of putting it. I mean, did you really have to say inside people? Seriously, you should work on your phrasing.
How so? It is the truth. I've spent very little time inside. Ah. I see where your mind has gone once again. Forget my phrasing. You ought to work on that imagination of yours.
We both know you like it. And believe me, it is a lot worse than you were thinking.
That is not true. You do not know that.
I really do. Wait, what if normal medicine made you, like, mortal?
What? What is the basis for that hypothesis?
It came to me in a dream. A vision, pretty much.
That is not basis for any kind of decent research.
It's so funny to see that, considering it's like, man, there's a lot of crazy shit out there that, like, if you pay the right people, it can most certainly be considered true.
Human medicine will not turn me human. Maybe it'll melt my organs or make me ill. What medicine are you thinking of with this, my guy? But more likely, it will do nothing.
But what if it did work, huh? No more Mr. Grim Reaper. You'd just be Casper.
Well, it does not sound so bad.
Would you even survive in the human world? Do you have any practical skills?
What's that supposed to mean?
You know. You're good at taking souls, like retail. Wait, are you even good at that? That's so mean. He took like 8,000 or something, right? Day 7 over here and I still have my soul.
Yes, I am very proficient in it.
Sure. Whatever you say, babe. What else are you good at? Hacking computers with virus-filled apps, I guess. I mean, I don't know how you can get these ads over here.
I am good at plenty.
I am an accomplished cook. Definitely, sure. I have a keen sense of style. Well, that's true. I mean, the black and red really does suit you. People tell me I am quite good looking. Who tells you that? You. Asriel. Okay, but that's not a skill. What would you even do as a job? Could you even get a job? There's no proof you even exist, right?
He's got no documentation, no birth certificate. It's like, I mean, imagine trying to tell your employer, like, I just came into existence one day, like 8,000 years ago.
Well, I was never born, so that is correct. I believe there are humans who can deal with these problems. Create false documents and such.
Yeah, the fucking black market!
That's mega illegal, but I respect it. I mean, take me down to the dark web, please. I want to buy some illegal shit. And then I would get a normal human job like a regular mortal. Like being CEO of some large business. Babe, no, you can't! Eventually, when the humans revolt, we're gonna be eating the rich! I don't want to eat my boyfriend! Or at the very least, I want to eat you when, like, you know... I want to eat you, like, if I have a psychotic break or something. But not because you're rich! And then I would be rich and famous. Casper. Casper, Casper, Casper. You'd start out flipping burgers somewhere greasy. You can't just walk in and get a job as a CEO. Why not? Plenty of mortals walk into establishments, hand over their human resume, and then be hired on the spot.
Oh, that's the biggest joke ever.
Maybe 50 years ago, back when boomers were a thing. I mean, I guess you could be a model or something. I mean, you are pretty good looking. Though I don't know how I would deal with a lot of men and women, you know, fawning over you. I mean, you are mine. A model. I suppose my good looks would be well suited to the industry. Do you not find it unfair? Find what unfair? If I were to become a model, every other model in your realm would likely be forced to give up.
Oh, honey. Oh, honey. That's not possible.
Out of a job, how will they survive? You're such a piece of work, you know that? I mean, yes, you're good looking, but you also need to have people skills, none of which you possess.
Thank you.
Hey, answer this, okay?
Oh, you gotta call the bae. Call Casper. Look at the boy! Oh, the baby boy. Alright, chotomate, just checking out stream. Making sure it's alright. Okay. Still nothing. Good to know. Y'all are behaving. Whoopsie. Did not mean to do that. Oh shit, hi Plush. I did not notice you were here. God damn it. I wish the chat would fucking, you know, tell me. Sorry, I can't reply to your messages right now. I don't have chat up. I gotta do mobile, but hello. Hope you had a good holidays. We're just playing Date with Death Beyond the Bed. We're currently on day 7. We're almost halfway through this. Alrighty.
Hi, babe. I didn't mean to hit accept.
Please, dear gods above, let this be a dream.
Aw, you dream about me? Alright, chat box. Are you in your pajamas?
I meant to say no.
Oh my god. You are so cute.
Chat box. I meant nightmare. Nightmare! Back to the video call. How embarrassing. I did not wish for you to see me in this state.
To be fair, you saw me sick. You should have stayed at my place.
I am fully capable of looking after myself, thank you very much.
You could still be capable and let people help you. If you want, you can depend on me a little, Casper.
I'll keep it in mind. But I'm hoping this is something I will only have to experience once. Once is plenty enough. Too much, even.
The pout is even cuter. Sucks, huh?
It is disgusting. It feels invasive. I do not know how you humans can just live with such a thing.
Well, not much choice.
You should all hurry up and eradicate your illnesses. I wish we could do that! Unfortunately, I feel like even if we could, the anti-vaxxers are gonna be like, well, no, we can't be putting strange chemicals in our body. They'll give us the autism.
Alright, I'm on it.
And in the meantime, I will overcome these foul germs. Soon they will know who is truly in charge.
Oh, they'll be bowing down to you any second now.
That much is obvious. Why'd you call me so suddenly anyway?
You call me suddenly all the time! Can I not just call you because I want to?
I was not prepared. I need to lock down that feature.
Babe. You spoil sport.
If I left it on, you'd call every 2 seconds. Chat box. In a way, I understand. I am just that fantastic to talk to.
And then I reply with, you are pretty great. Back to the video.
An abuse of power, some may say.
I have some self-restraint, Casper.
Oh, to be able to lie.
I would only call occasionally. Maybe every few hours?
A reasonable answer. I'm actually a little surprised.
Maybe I'm lying. You know me, such a troublemaker for my little Reaper.
You are the biggest troublemaker I've ever had the displeasure of meeting.
Also, by the way, hello, Asriel! Might I say you are looking rather handsome today?
He is always handsome. It is good you are finally showing him the respect he deserves.
You should cuddle him more often.
I do not wish to restrict him too often. He's simply offering me comfort in these dire times. Chat box. Asriel is his own man. He goes where he wants, does what he wishes, and deigns to spend his spare moments with me.
And then I reply with, he loves you.
Back to the video.
Dire? Grim, it seems pretty mild.
This is the most harrowing moment of my life.
He is so dramatic.
But through it all, Asriel has been by my side. Through all of my highs and lows.
How long have you had him?
A long time.
That is hardly an answer.
I can't remember exactly. It's difficult. Time seems to blend together until its meaning is lost, the more of it I have. Chat box. I never felt the passage of time as much as I do now. Time passes for you, but continues for I.
Then I reply with, Thanks for sharing it with me.
Back to the video. But many, many years.
He's still in such good condition.
Of course he is. I help him maintain his appearance.
Chat box?
It is my pleasure, truly. I'm honestly being selfish here.
You son of a bitch. You cute, adorable, fucking...
Back to the video.
Aw, you love him just as much as I love sushi. Cutie.
He is important to me.
It's nice to know the Grim Reaper can be sentimental. You're not that far from a human after all.
I suppose so.
Did you get him here? On the mortal plane?
Indeed, I did.
Where did you buy him from? Wait, do you even have mortal money?
I didn't buy him.
Did you steal him?
Excuse me. No, I am not some seasoned thief.
Okay, I'm confused then.
He was gifted to me, and I promised I would always care for him.
Gifted to you? From someone like me? Okay, I want to know more about that.
It was a mortal child.
A child just gave you their toy?
Yes, he did. The story is not a happy one. I don't mind sharing it with you if you understand that.
Of course I'll listen.
The child was... He was assigned to me. I've been assigned children many times before, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. He was quite young and was hospitalized when I went to ferry him over. It is my preference to take young mortals in their sleep, so they don't have to... It is my preference to take young mortals in their sleep, so they don't have to feel scared by my presence. If they go in peace, then the journey is easier on their soul. But he was awake. I was cloaked in glamour, so it shouldn't have mattered, but he saw right through it, and he just smiled really softly and told me he had been waiting. He was not scared. His soul was incredibly strong, and he was incredibly brave, but his body was weak. It could not hold such a soul. He handed me Azrael and made me promise to look after him.
Oh, Casper.
It was my honor. Part of my duty is to show mortals to their best afterlife. And if that was the final tie keeping him bound to your plane, well... I was happy enough to ease that from his worries, and ensure the safest possible passage for him.
And did he get safe passage?
I took him to a bright and colorful afterlife. He went peacefully, and even thanked me before I led him on his way. It was a long time ago now, but he has stuck with me. It must be this illness. It's making me sentimental.
It's good to remember things like that. He left you a kind gift.
Azrael? Yes, I do treasure him.
No, I mean... He left you a piece of humanity. It was very kind of you to do that.
Thanks, Sunshine.
Did you name him Azrael?
He was already named by his previous owner. A fine name for a fine reaper of souls.
It's nice you kept it.
I wouldn't dare to rename him. I stitched it.
Hmm? You did what?
I hand-stitched his name on him, okay? So I would never forget. My life is a long one. Forgetting is too easy.
That's adorable. You're going to kill me from sweetness, Casper.
Not possible.
Doesn't matter anyway. You and I both know I'm much too stubborn to actually die that easily.
If anything in life is true, it is that.
Can you show me your beautiful stitching work?
No. Azrael is resting, just as I am. If you must know, I stitched it in red.
Cute. Who would have thought that the Grim Reaper takes up knitting in his spare time?
It is not knitting, mortal. Sewing, and it was only one word.
Well, do you like knitting?
I have never tried, nor am I particularly interested in the idea of it.
Guess I'll have to do the knitting. It's never too late to learn, I suppose. Hey, Grim.
Yes,
God, I wish my voice did not crack!
Yes, sunshine.
I can't keep it to myself anymore, or I think I'll explode. Are you wearing hair clips?
Grim, chat box. Remove this from your memory or perish, mortal.
Never! One of them is a sunflower! Why'd you pick that one, huh? Did it remind you of little old me? You're forever sunshine.
Shut up. Ugh, shut up. Gods, you're the worst. They're just hair clips. I was hot and wanted the hair off of my face.
Oh my god, Casper, I fucking get it. Sometimes the autism just makes me want to tear my hair out from the root. But it's hair clips on you! I literally never thought I'd see this. I can die happy now.
You would allow death to claim you over hair clips. Everything I've tried you found lacking, but hair clips.
How often do you wear them? I feel like I've been missing out. Wait, do you ever put your hair in a ponytail? I want to see that too. You know, since you get hot.
From time to time.
To the hair clips or the ponytail?
God, you are insistent.
Grim.
I had no energy to begin with, and now I feel like you have sucked out any that is remaining. Fine. Yes, I clip it back when I wash my face and do my skincare. Is that not a normal use of clips?
Funnily enough, I don't ever use clips when I have to wash my face. I just pull it. I have like a headband that I just like throw my hair out, that I just like, you know, keep my hair out of my face, and I tie it back so that it doesn't fall down because it's so long at this point. How adorable. Is that a common style in the underworld then?
Common? No. I once knew a fellow Reaper who was quite into all of this stuff. Perhaps it rubbed off on me.
All this stuff?
Skincare, hair accessories, those kinds of things. In regards to whether I tie my hair up, yes, every now and then. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but I have an abundance of hair.
Well, so do I, babe! One day you'll let me run my fingers through it.
Ah, who says I would agree?
I think you'd get addicted to it. It's a nice feeling. Even better, coming from me. Go on, say pretty please.
If anyone will be begging, it won't be me.
I'll go easy on you, sunshine. Are we still talking about hair? What else would we be talking about? All this talk of begging. But really, I think you'd enjoy it. Me running my hands through your hair. Has anyone ever done that for you? No, I have not had anyone like that. It's nice. You're looking a little flushed. Not as flushed as you! I can't help my sickness. Just as you cannot help but be drawn to me. Shut up already! Make me. Ugh! Hide your face with whatever is nearby. What are you doing now? Hiding behind a magazine? Sunshine, that doesn't make me disappear. La la la, if I can't see you, you don't exist. That is completely false. You should not spread lies so easily. Who said that? Casper? Never heard of him. More falsehoods. Oh. Ah! Sunshine? Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just a paper cut. You should be more careful. Paper cuts are... Ah! Casper? Sunshine, which finger did you cut? Where do I usually get paper cuts? I normally don't get them very often. My ring finger. My ring finger. Finger. To think a tiny incision could cause that amount of pain. What are you saying? There's a cut on my finger. Suddenly, abruptly, without warning. This is something I have experienced occasionally, but not spontaneously. Chatbox. This is not good. Not good at all. This face. Back to the video. In the same place? The exact same place. How could that happen? Wait, I think... Wait here for a second. Casper? Where'd you go? I know it's here somewhere. What are you looking for? I'm trying to find a particular tome. I'm having little success. I'll message you when I find it, okay? You're sick, Casper. Rest up. I'm fine, sunshine. Wait for me, okay? Always. Ooh! Well, need to take another drink because your girl's throat is dying. This person. The name looks familiar. I don't know where, though. It looks familiar, though. I said I'd wait, but I don't actually have much to do. I started doodling something just now. It's a picture of the most handsome man I know. No one you would know, obviously. Asriel. Honestly. Whoa, hello? When did this fall down? Hello? What the fuck? Chottomate. When did that fall down my back? Okay, that's weird. I'm usually used to that falling on the ground, not in my chair. He's all muscly, though. Like most axolotls. Muscly Azrael. Alright, that's done. Now what? Where is my adorable Reaper? You know... Today is day 7. But I've still got my soul. I think we've kind of danced around the issue all day. But... there was this flyer put under my door about some outdoor Twilight Festival that's being held tomorrow. Not Twilight like vampires. Twilight like, the time of day. You know what my first thought was? Wouldn't it be fun to go with Casper? And then I remembered that one of the two of us would likely be dead by tomorrow, so... it made me kind of sad. Not the thought of being dead. I mean, that sucks. But the thought that we'd already run out of time. Even going to watch some fireworks together wouldn't be possible. I really like you, Casper. You are so dumb. And for some reason, I'm into that. You're also really sweet, too. Very sweet. Very caring.
Are you just talking to yourself?
Well, Grim Reaper! Forget everything I said.
I'm not... Wait. I am a Grim Reaper. What the hell am I saying? I thought you were going to say something absurd and, frankly, incorrect. Sunshine, I found it.
What is it?
The Beginner's Guide to Soul Bridges.
That is not a real book. That sounds way too much like The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
It's real. I have not read this for many years. There was no need. Let's see. Yes. Uh-huh. The effects of linking two souls together can be stronger if the souls are inherently compatible. Or two parts of one whole.
Wait, that's why you're sick? And the cut?
I believe it to be so. Linking souls usually only has minor effects. I could travel our bridge to inspect your soul. We can hear each other's voices in our heads. But it's temporary. It's supposed to be, at least. It should have worn off by now. I only left the tiniest bit of my soul with you, after all.
We complete each other?
Let's not jump to conclusions here. What would cause our connection to suddenly deepen like this?
Oh! last night.
Why would that make
We touched. You took off your gloves and touched my forehead. And we had that huge electric spark. Remember that weird zap?
This will not do. Gods, this is the worst thing to ever happen to me. A soul of shadow and a soul of sunshine. Gods, why did I do this to myself?
Hey, you could be a little less upset here. I'm not that bad. I mean, listen, I know my congestion is kicking my ass right now, but still. It's not like I stink. I mean, I did just take a shower yesterday. I put on deodorant. Wait. I don't stink, do I? Oh no, that's a bad thing considering you slept over last night.
Stop rambling. No, you do not smell. You smell very nice, in fact. I found that out last night.
Oh, okay.
Ahem. If either of us are hurt, the other will feel it. I am overcome with the soul sickness. You, a human, will be touched by it. I've never heard of a human being affected by it. I do not know if you would survive it. You get sick, I get it too. I take your soul. Likely my soul will go too. You win the bet and now you take my soul. You die too. Ah.
That could be a problem. Considering everything.
It is a problem. A huge one. One I do not know how to fix.
So, we just cancel the bet. Excuse me.
I cannot. I must take your soul or die trying. If I do not move you on soon, someone else will just step in to take my place.
Then how about extending it? I am not reading that fucking ad right there. Just for a few days. You've been after me for years. Surely a few more days is fine.
Well, just while I try to reverse our connection. If my head will just stop hurting.
It'll be alright. I'm here for you.
Your presence is making it worse.
Oh. Well, that's not romantic at all. Well, that sucks. You're still stuck with me. Whether you like it or not.
It seems we have a few more days together. Excuse me. No more than 3, okay? It'll be too dangerous otherwise.
That's why we go up to day 10. So, if we get to day 10 and don't have a plan...
We're both dead.
We're like a pair of tragic lovers.
A modern-day Romeo and Juliet.
Except we don't kill ourselves. Practically. Forbidden love and all that. I don't know about you, but I'm basically written by Shakespeare.
That is so untrue it almost hurts. You are an absolute moron.
Hey, I went to college, I studied literature. That makes the two of us.
There's a festival tomorrow?
Some kind of one. I've never been before.
Very well. I shall keep it in mind. For now, I am going to collapse on my bed, scream a little in frustration, roll around in anger, then hug Azrael. Good day. We love it here. Quick save. I don't want to do a quick save. I want to save. Okay. Alright, I'm checking chat real quick. Man, we've been going for like 2.5 hours. We're almost approaching our break. We're almost approaching our break, by the way. I blend into the background. Listen, alright? I'll be getting back to reading chat properly once we get to the end of the next day, I promise. Whoopsie, I can't do that. What the fuck? Alrighty. The dawn of a new day. An 8th day to your bed that should never have existed. You roll out of bed, put on your favorite uniform, put on your favorite outfit, and can't help but grin when you see the sun shining in your window. Was it always so warm, so bright? Likely, but it still feels especially nice today. You are alive. Well, because we're going to be going to a festival later, obviously we got to update our appearance as long as the game doesn't freeze. Let's see. Let's go with this. It's nice. Alrighty. The bed. Sitting on the edge of your bed, you find yourself glad to be feeling better. You lean over and smell the flowers that Casper gave you. They're already drying out a little, but that's okay. You plan to press some of them into a bookmark. Then you'll get to keep them forever. For now, you enjoy the beautiful bouquet, the image of Casper outside your window burnt into your mind. Hi, my kitty. Talk to the kitty. You sit down beside Sushi and start prattling on about your day, your thoughts, your feelings, anything that comes to mind. The best thing about a pet is that they have to sit there and listen to it. But you think Sushi doesn't really mind. You know, speaking of Sushi, she was, just before the stream started, she was meowing up a storm. I'm like, what is it? Because it's like, her litter box was recently cleaned. She got her dinner. So I have no idea what she was meowing. And I think and it's like, oh, do you want attention? And I picked her up and I pet her and she was like, okay. She stopped meowing. And I'm like, okay, you just wanted attention. Good to know. Hang out with Sushi. You lay down in your bed beside Sushi, kicking your legs behind you. It's still early, and Sushi is dozing. You smile, then run a finger down her head. You're struck with a sudden happiness. A cozy one. It's a warmth that spreads through your chest. You feel very lucky to have gotten to know Sushi. You're Sushi's entire life, and you're honored to be by her side.
Hee. Oh, whoops. Gotta water my plant, obviously. Your little sprout has grown up happily and healthily, all because of you. And today, it rewards you with 4 beautiful flowers. You water your plant and feel a sense of accomplishment. Alright, what about my neighbors? You can't help but put your ear to the door when you hear someone coming down the staircase. You hear a voice, though muffled. A different voice to any of your previous eavesdropping sessions. A different neighbor? Mom, I promise, it'll be fine. Yeah, I know it's far away. You can only hear half of the conversation. A phone call? It's only for a few months, then I'll be coming back. You're acting like I'm moving to another country or something. It's only a state away. What do you mean, why are you going? Because I was asked to. And to be totally honest, I'm a little tired of all the traffic, and the rent in the city is insane. I promise, it'll just be a few months. Help run the antique store until Auntie gets back, get some fresh air, then come home. No, I've never run a store before, but her letter said she has some staff who can help me. Plus, it's just an antique store in a tiny town in the middle of nowhere. It's not exactly rocket science. The voice lets out a soft sigh. Alright, Mom. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, you too. Love you too, sorry. And with that, the person finishes their call. God, she worries too much. What's the worst that can happen? The footsteps continue, descending the staircase until they reach the bottom, and a door creaks open, then shuts. Then, silence. It's quiet outside your door. No one else is walking by for now. Oh. Okay, good to know. Okay, let's see what's on the bookshelf. The Alchemist. Oh, this is a new thing. I've never read this. Okay. The Alchemist burst through his laboratory door, ponytail swishing against his shoulders, and long coat billowing behind him. As the door fell closed with a thud, he pulled off the coat, throwing it up to hang on the back of the door. He crossed the room, rolling up his sleeves as he did, the dark swirled patterns on his arms glowing a soft blue color. The tall man crouched in front of the heart. Heart? Or hearth? Pulling a hanging cauldron forward and lighting a fire underneath it. It had been days, maybe even weeks since he'd been in here, uninspired, unmotivated. Yet one conversation with him and he was devising new theories on what he'd been doing wrong before. He fetched a jug of water, pouring it into the bone-dry cauldron. It was a starting point. The man then proceeded to move back and forth, pulling various jars from shelves and gathering them on the nearby table. Picking up his knife and twirling it between his fingers, he looked over his collective of ingredients, debating if this was everything he needed. The man tapped the top of a few jars with the tip of his knife before starting to chop up the loose ingredients, throwing them into the top of the cauldron. He nudged his glasses back up his nose with his knuckle between ingredients. He stopped to stir the water, pulling a large ladle down from the mantelpiece and dipping it in the now murky liquid. Suddenly, all motion in the room stopped, one of the alchemist's hands hovering over the gently bubbling liquid, the long fingers of his other hand still wrapped around the ladle's handle. Mismatched eyes had fallen closed, and his breathing was deep and even. As suddenly as he stopped, he started again, letting the ladle fall against the side of the cauldron with a light thunk and moving back to his table. He chopped up a few more things before starting with the jars. He uncorked a few, pulling pieces out. With others, he opened them and poured their entire contents into the mix. The mixture's color was still murky, but was something more like a deep green than a muddy gray now. With a few more ingredients and a little more stirring, the liquid was iridescent, bubbling away on the heat. Slender fingers waved over the top of the cauldron, the dark swirls on his arms now glowing a bright blue, almost white. The alchemist slowly dipped one set of fingertips into the water, hissing at the scalding heat. Black iridescent scales began creeping up his fingers, fully covering his hand by the time they were rolling up his forearm to his elbow and beyond. He could feel his blood starting to run cold, his heart rate slowing to a crawl. He'd done it. It was working. He could finally look like the monster everyone presumed him to be. Morgan K. Stark.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's cool. I'm gonna turn myself, like, if they believe me, like, what is that, what is a media like that, where it's like, if they see me as a monster, then I shall give them one, or something like that. Or something like that. Cool story, bro. Nice, you know, nice, what's the word? Fuck, I can't think. What's the word? Nice short story, bruh. I love Kickstarter backers. Alrighty. Is that it in terms of our stuff here? I think it is. I think we checked everybody. Alrighty. Alright, obviously gotta cut the game capture real quick, see what I can show off. Because obviously we can't be, you know, can't be spoiling. Oh, that's right! This thingy! Okay. Yeah, so this is one of the new pictures you can get for day... This is the picture you can get for day 7. It's a Your Character Here thing with Casper for Valentine's Day of this year. Alrighty. By the way, this is the only thing I can show you for the last picture. This was the NSFW stuff that I can't show. It is nice, though. Not gonna lie. Anyway, what's on the internet today? Look at the axolotl cupcake, coffee mug. And it's Asriel, too! Gotta stir, gotta stir. 11:20 a.m. It is so late. Also, look at this. November 12th, 75 degrees. There is no fucking way that there is no fucking way it is almost winter. And it's 75 degrees. This is what I mean when I say, like, this game takes place in Australia or something like that. There's no fucking way. Alrighty. Let's begin the chat. And as I said, this will be the last day we do before we go on we do an intermission. So,
the sun is shining, the sky is blue. My little reaper, how are you? Not bad, eh? Just imagine I'm singing it. I could even do a little dance at the same time. Can you dance? Illness be gone! Sheesh, I just looked at that. Even if you can't, I bet you'd say you could. You'd be all, I could do anything I want to do. I'm glad to hear you know me so well. Indeed, I indeed could if I wanted to. But what good would dancing do me? None likely. So I will refrain. As for your little song, the sky is black as it always is. The sky is black as it always is. Wait, really? That's a little sad. You can jump over here and check out the blue skies then. I know they say the grass is always greener on the other side. But it literally is in this case. Oh my god, is my congestion finally going away? As for your question, did you spend your entire night worrying about me? Do I consume that much of your thoughts? Honestly, yeah. I was worried about you. Like you said, you've never been sick. Being sick alone sucks. Oh, whoops. I did not click on that. Being sick alone after never being sick before? That sounds shitty. Oh. Well, Thank you for thinking of me then. I am feeling much better. I hadn't known how unlike yourself you feel when sick. Like my hands were not my own. My body was someone else's.
But now I feel much more like myself, thank the lords.
Not keen on getting sick again anytime soon?
Absolutely not. But there were a few good things to come from us both being sick.
We got to comfort each other.
I would not say that is exactly true.
I would! You made me dinner. I let you sleep beside me in bed. I'd say that's both of us comforted.
Did you enjoy it? Having me in your space?
I loved it. It felt nice. You know, to have someone there when I'm sick. I only wish I could have done the same for you.
Oh, my back. There is no need to feel like that. Having you speak to me yesterday while I was ill, well, it was worth more than you know. Sunshine, what do you know about birthdays?
Birthdays? They're a time to celebrate. You lived another whole year. The best way to celebrate, of course, is to stuff your face with cake. Until you're so sick you can't walk.
What kind of things do people do on the days of their birth? Live sacrifices? Feasts?
Honey. Maybe not the live sacrifices thing. At least, the last party I went to at McDougal's didn't have any. Copyright for McDonald's, which we can't go to because, that's a little bad. I'm starting to feel like I'm missing out. I mean, on the live sacrifices bit. I don't know about McDonald's.
Perhaps there is an opportunity. Perhaps that is an opportunity. A gap in the market, so to speak.
You think I should start offering children's birthday party live sacrifices? Yeah, that'll get the kids coming in.
I'm not saying you shouldn't.
Noted. I'll start considering it. When we eventually have kids. If you want them, that's fine. I don't know about me. Feasts, though. Yeah, in a way, those are pretty common. Except we kind of go out to eat. Like going out to a restaurant on your birthday.
Why do that over eating what you enjoy at home?
The atmosphere of restaurants makes it enjoyable. Not to mention if you were like me, where you didn't get to go out very often. Birthdays were kind of those special occasions that make you go out. The lights, the company, sometimes there's live music. It's a different experience than sitting at home to eat.
And you do this often?
Rarely, unfortunately. I don't go out to eat nearly as much as I'd like to. I mean, too much money.
Would you like that to change?
Well, it depends who's asking.
What if it was I?
If you say pretty please.
Pretty please.
Pretty please.
What? Pretty please.
With sugar on top.
Why would you put sugar on top of a please? How do you put sugar on top of a please?
Like this. Pretty please with sugar on top.
Pretty please with sugar on top.
I gotta hear you say that later.
No one in any of the realms has the ability to make a Grim Reaper beg as you do, you know.
I will use my power wisely. I won't. Only for you, though. Then yes, I would like to go to dinner with you sometime, Casper. And he asked me out! Ah! It's a date. Cute!
Wait a second. I didn't say we should actually... I will keep the date in mind for later. Wait for me. Let us put aside other people's birthday activities. What is your birthday activity of choice?
If I had to pick anything... It doesn't matter as long as I spend it with someone I love. We could be doing anything and I'll be having a great time.
Whoa, my hand just shook. Did you have someone in mind already?
There's a certain Grim Reaper. He's a bit of an edgelord, but he's kinda cute too.
I do not know who you mean.
Handsome face, terrible attitude.
Who?
Long white hair, red eyes, incredibly sweet, but also dumb as fuck sometimes too.
Of course you mean me. Who else would catch your eye like I could?
What if I told you I was talking about my new neighbor?
I would say you are doing as all mortals do. Lie, constantly. Go on, shower me with praise. Tell me how much you adore me.
You're the cutest, Grimmy. You are the baby girl. My baby girl. And my favorite one, too.
Now you are being too honest. Go back to lying, please. It is much easier to deal with.
No! No. But why all this talk of birthdays?
That is... I was walking amongst the halls of my workplace last night.
While you were sick? Babe.
There's not enough time to worry about that. I had to find out more about our strange connection. The link beyond the one I created between us. It was late. I happened to overhear some superiors talking quietly. For context, I am of the 13th station, Grim Reaper number 8394. They said that those numbered 8100 to 8400 of the 13th station were created on this day, many decades ago.
Wait a second. Today is your birthday?
It is a stretch of the word, perhaps, but it is something like that. An anniversary day for my creation.
Happy birthday, Casper! Man, thank God I got all dressed up for it. You never knew before?
Thank you. And no, I did not. Things like birthdays, names, these do not matter to a Grim Reaper.
Not including you, right?
I am becoming more different from my brethren each day. It is worrisome.
You're more and more human every day.
I worry that what I was content with previously will no longer fulfill me. I will say this, when I was first playing through this, the moment this line came up, this was when I started thinking, like, do we have an ending where Casper becomes human? And, well, we'll find out. We'll find out. And that changes everything I am, everything I live for. It is concerning, disconcerting.
Well, I'm sorry you feel like that. I, for one, am enjoying this Grim Reaper with unexpected emotions and attachments. Hey, Casper. Forget other people. What would you do for your birthday, if you could?
I am unsure of what to pick.
It seems there are many options. It doesn't need to be that deep. It could be anything. Well, I would enjoy seeing a sight I have never seen before. Like? You are awfully pressing. Something very human. Something fleeting. Firefly? Fireflies! Fireflies? Have you ever heard of synchronous fireflies? I cannot say I have. They're a kind of firefly that, for a couple of months of a year, all blink at the same time. That is fascinating. I've never seen it, but it sounds beautiful. Why do they do that? It's a mating thing, actually. Ah. Your knowledge of wow. Your knowledge of mating rituals is vast, mortal. Maybe we can learn more together. About fireflies mating? Not that. I was thinking humans. You know, in bed. Many positions. Or reapers? Or both together, I don't mind. Only thing though, I'm not sharing. That can come later. For celebrating the day of my creation, I'm still not sure what I would do. I mean, I won't be doing anything. No hell-themed birthday party? Oh, baby. No. How about putting on a party hat? No, that would look stupid. Pin the tail on the imp? What? That's preposterous. Imps would not appreciate that in the slightest. It's not a real imp, dummy. It is a fake imp. Why would you want to stick a tail on a fake imp? Mortals' games are inferior beyond words. Alright, what would you underworld dwellers do at a kid's birthday party? There are no kids to have a birthday party for. Not even any, like, I don't know, child demons or something? Like, you can't tell me you don't have kids. No. You guys have to do something for fun. I mean, for God's sakes, I'll take jerking off even. Some of the Reapers celebrate things with bets. Ah, that makes sense. Is that why you were so into our bet? Yes, bets are an honored, sacred tradition. What did they bet over? When a mortal will die, or how quickly they can take a soul. Morbid. Nice. What fantastic timing. Oh, Jesus. That scared me. I was like, what the fuck? Alright, sorry, Cass. You're gonna have to wait a little bit. I gotta check on my chat. Come on. Be the monster they think you are. Yeah, honestly. Okay. Sorry, babe. I was checking chat real quick. Wow, way to call out of the blue. I grow sick of typing, and I long to see your face. Chat box. Did you miss me? I did, actually, I reply.
Back to video. Oh. I didn't expect you to just say it.
I am always honest. Chat box? Oh, I didn't really think you'd... Right. Well, that's nice. Very good. I may have missed you too. There's a chance. Perhaps.
Wow.
No, you're always truthful. Definitely not always honest. They're different things. You know me so well, sunshine. Somehow.
It really does feel like we've known each other forever.
Strangely, I feel the same way. Perhaps an after effect of our souls being linked.
Hey, Casper? Have you ever seen fireworks?
Fireworks? I cannot say I have. They're usually used in celebrations. Not a lot of overlap with my line of work. Why?
I was just thinking that it'd be perfect for your birthday. It's fleeting, it's beautiful, it's human.
Huh. Then I would like to see these fireworks sometime.
Together, then!
Perhaps.
Not very committed, but I'll take it. Anyway, Casper, can I ask you something?
I believe even if I wanted to stop you, I could not.
I really want to know more about Reapers.
You know more than enough. Too much, some would say. Chatbox? Other Reapers are boring anyway. You have me, the most interesting one around.
And then I reply with, more like the smelliest. Hey. Motherfucker probably smells really good. He's probably got nice cologne. Back to the video. It's nowhere near more than enough. I know you guys have a whole ass city, state, country down there.
Correct. It is a vast city, bigger than many of your countries.
I know you guys live forever.
Most of the time, yes.
Most of the time.
We cannot die through aging, and most of the time cannot be injured. But the soul sickness can take us. It takes many.
Alright. What else do I even know? You eat cup noodles, so you have grocery stores.
Correct. Having to travel all the way to the mortal plane for food would be tedious. Chatbox. Though I am a fan of your fast food. Now I'm hungry.
Then I reply with, Graham plus nuggets equals happy. I gotta take you to Wendy's. Or Mindy's. The copyright. Back to the video. Is there an underworld music industry? I wonder if it's all rock or metal or something.
I believe many listen to your mortal music, but there are bands here, yes.
Are your posters from underworld bands?
They are indeed, though I cannot say I know much about them. I was given them.
Grimmy, what kind of music do you like?
I've never particularly thought on the matter. Whatever sounds good, I suppose. I don't listen to much music.
Grimmy, bro, bestie, you are missing out.
Bro, bestie.
Reminds me of in the base game when Casper is like giving out all the lingo he knows, which was like cringe and pog. And I was like in Riz, and I was like, no, baby, no.
You cannot be talking about me. I am neither your brother nor your best friend.
I'm gonna introduce you to so much music.
Can I be truthful with you? Aren't you always? A fair comment. When you're that excited about something, it makes me nervous. For a mortal, you are truly frightening. Thank you. That's a big compliment coming from Mr. Big Bad Grim Reaper himself. You know, you really aren't scary for a personification of death.
Many others have feared me, you know.
You? Sweet innocent baby Casper? Who could ever?
I've given up trying to be frightening to you. At this point, I just have to accept whatever you say.
You're the best, Caspy Waspy. But back to Reapers in the underworld and all that. What is it actually like?
It is warm, I suppose. In a literal sense. There is no fire or lava, but the climate leans towards warm.
I really was picturing rivers of lava.
You have many nonsensical thoughts in that head of yours.
Chat?
So many nonsensical thoughts. Sometimes I worry about you.
Then I reply with, it's the brain rot, Grimmy. It is called being neurodivergent, and it's great sometimes. Back to the video. Yeah, I do. Thanks for noticing.
There is no sun, so our days are filled with near-pitch darkness. But we do have a moon. No stars, though.
Chat?
Brain rot. An apt description for you, I would think. That would explain why you keep calling me baby girl and Pookie.
Hey, I've never called you Pookie, alright? I've never called you Pookie. I know of a VTuber that gets called Pookie a lot. And I don't even think he likes it. At least back when he first debuted, he was called Pookie a lot. I don't know if he still is now.
Back to the video.
Wait. It's dark during the day and lighter at night?
I suppose so. Is that so strange?
It sounds cold.
I said it was warm in climate, but I would say the atmosphere leans towards cold. The people who live here are many things, but most keep to themselves.
Maybe that's just what you think, seeing as you're not much of a people person.
Maybe if the people who lived here were more likable, then I would give them a chance.
You know what? That's fair. That is fair.
A big maybe. A very unlikely one.
Maybe someone just needs to give people a chance.
I would rather gouge out my eyes and then eat them.
Ew, kind of weird, Casper.
I have one important person anyway. That's plenty for me.
What was that?
Nothing.
Chat.
I said something along the lines of, I hate nearly everyone, obviously. I hate nearly everyone, obviously.
Then I reply with, nearly everyone. Not me, though. Video. I think you said something. Aw, am I your one and only?
One is terrible. Imperfect. Mostly terrible.
But, if you had more friends, we could throw a big birthday party for you.
I do not want a big birthday party.
Wait. I bet you'd be really into stupid party games.
Yeah, that's the Gap Moe I signed up for. I don't know what that is, but I'm scared.
A grumpy Grim Reaper who's secretly into party games.
Once again, no. Party games are made for children. Perhaps you are easily confused, as I am far from a child. I am
a poor boy deprived of party games. But with just the two of us, what party games can we play? Pass the parcel would be kinda lame. So would What's the Time, Mr. Wolf?
What a stupid name for a game. Wolves would not tell humans the time.
Speaking of which, I don't know what the fuck these games are. Yeah, well, kids like it.
Yes, well, I do not.
You know what?
No, please enlighten me. This should be entertaining.
I bet you'd enjoy a piñata. Oh, you could use your scythe on it. Maybe it could be therapeutic for you.
How would that be therapeutic?
Like a rage room, but in piñata form. I don't know.
Well, I was always quite good at splitting a piñata in two, I'll give you that.
Oh, you were? You've had a piñata before then? That's surprising.
Wait a second. No. I have not. What? Why?
Casper?
I'm certain I've never... But for a moment there, a memory just appeared. That is not a memory I recognize, and yet it lingers in my subconscious. Why do I remember something I've never experienced?
Maybe you forgot?
But I've never had a birthday, nor celebrated someone else's. Of that I am certain. But I remember being good at it. Excellent, in fact. My aim was always true. They would praise me for it.
Casper, you've always been like you are now, right?
Exactly as you see me now, yes.
Are you sure?
I've lived many years and I've never changed.
And before that?
There was no before that. I was created to be a reaper. I've always been this.
What if you're wrong? You can't lie. But you say you remember this. That means it's true, right? And yet it's also not a memory you should have.
What are you getting at? Chat box? I could not even begin to hope to be something else. I've always been this. I've always loved this until...
And then I reply with, I like you for you, Casper. Back to the video. I'm not trying to cause any alarm here, but do you think they could have altered your memories?
That is a large accusation to just throw around, Sunshine.
It's just a guess. It's not like I have any evidence here.
And yet, it could be plausible. I have always wondered how we were given souls, being artificially created like we are. Gods.
Are you okay?
I'm just running some things through my head, I suppose. And I cannot deny the probability being 0. It is unlikely, but more unlikely things have been true. This organization has always been secretive, selective about what information is shared. Perhaps there is apt reason for their unwillingness to disclose information. If they caught wind of this conversation, though... This is something of a taboo subject. Reapers follow strict protocols and don't ask questions. We do not question authority. We simply obey.
You think you'd be in trouble for having this conversation?
There could be dire consequences. They could question my loyalty to the organization, and that could lead to my termination. But there is also you to consider. Ugh, what a mess. I am breaking so many rules here, Sunshine. I don't like the thought of anything happening to you. Bad things happen to me? Fine. To you? I could not accept it.
Maybe I should have kept my thoughts to myself.
No. I'm thankful, really. For you. For this. I've always been my job. But with you, I'm Casper. I've never felt such happiness, I suppose. What a foreign word.
Casper.
I feel I have many decisions to make. And you are beyond distracting. In the best ways, I promise. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
You're going already?
I won't be gone long. You know me. Try as I might, I cannot bring myself to stay away. You are an addicting ray of light.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm okay. Please, don't worry about me. Hey, don't give me that look. Stop pouting. Just wait for me, alright? I'll see you soon, sunshine. Now comes my favorite scene in this whole DLC. I mean, I say my favorite scene, but there's really only like one moment that I'm just like, bro, this is so... Ah! Sorry. Let me check chat real quick. I don't know if I want to jinx it. Like, it's hard to explain. I don't know if I want to jinx it. Like, I'm afraid, right? Like, whoops. Of, like, something happening. It's like, if it's gonna happen, I want it to be during the break. Please happen during the break. Don't happen during the game. Alright. I'm ready.
As the call comes to an end, you see your reflection on the black screen. That's always the worst part. At the end, you're back to just being by yourself. You look out the window. Already the sun is beginning to set. It's funny how fast time seems to pass when you talk to Casper. For a moment, you imagine drifting through time forever to be with him. A silly thought, really. The soft glow of moonlight slowly begins to drift across your desk as you watch time bleed across the sky. There's never enough time. You suppose that's why it's important to make the most of the time you have. A knock on your apartment door pulls you from your thoughts. Casper?
I told you, didn't I? You'd see me soon.
Why do you always turn up out of nowhere? Not that I mind. Hey, you know how to use a door! That's impressive!
Are you coming or not?
What do you mean? Where are we going?
You wanted to go to this festival, correct? I'm here to go with you to the festival.
Like a date?
Yes. You could call it that. This festival. You and me. A date. If you'd like. If you don't want to, then I might not care.
There's nothing I want more right now. Man, who would have thought? Little old me going on a date with an immortal man who lives in the underworld.
So, that's a yes.
Let's go then. A date. The two of you exit your apartment and Casper leads you to the staircase. Don't want to use the elevator?
Elevator? No, it's out of order still. You know, after I tried to kill you. Out of context! Out of context!
Right. Forgot about that, honestly.
Besides, I do not trust the things. They are evil contraptions.
Right. Big evil hunks of metal. Well, I need to get my steps up anyway. The two of you start the short walk towards the festival, catching some curious glances on the way. You aren't too surprised. Casper is somewhat unique in appearance. And also hot. You can't forget that. You don't miss the way he takes a step closer to walk beside you. The sky above is dark, but there is still a slight warmth to the air despite the departed sun. It's easy to find where the festival is taking place, as music and laughter carry on the breeze. The walk is short, and before long you arrive at a street filled with booths with little knickknacks, food, and carnival games. Lanterns hanging from strings above cast the area in a soft orange glow. It's bustling with activity. There are people dancing and singing, and the atmosphere is contagious. The moment the two of you enter, you can't help but grin.
That suits you.
What does?
A smile.
It'd suit you too, you know? How about giving it a try? You notice a small frown forming between Casper's eyes as his gaze darts around the crowd. Not your kind of place after all.
It's not that. I tend to avoid such gatherings of mortals. Their auras are a tad overwhelming, but beyond that, I feel as if I cannot ever truly fit in. Do not mistake it for me not enjoying myself, though. To be here by your side is... yes.
It's yes?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
Good. If this is supposed to be a date, then...
The already shrinking distance between the two of you shortens again when he takes your hand in his tentatively.
It's for the true festival experience.
Right, of course. You squeeze his hand. He squeezes it back. This is a perfect opportunity to introduce you to little mortal delights.
That doesn't sound family friendly.
Babe, when have you ever known me to be family friendly? Casper! You lead Casper towards a stall with balloons attached to the back wall. Ta-da! This is as close to a party game as we'll find here, I think. Let's try it! I bet it can pop more than you.
You just pop them?
With darts, yeah.
And if I win, what do you offer me?
Oh? You really do like bets.
You were the one saying you could beat me.
Well, how about we keep it simple this time? Considering our last bet has gone a little, you know.
Simple it is then. What would you ask of me?
Bragging rights. Whoever wins has a bragging rights. Whoever wins has a lifetime of bragging rights over it. Simple enough, eh?
And the bragging rights I shall win. I accept these terms. Prepare yourself, my little human.
You fucker. People are gonna look at you funny if you call me that stupid. Together with Casper, the two of you pay the person running the booth and receive
Whoa, okay, alrighty.
And receive 6 darts. Get that, viewer, 6 darts. Not whatever I was gonna say before. 6 darts. 3 each. You can't help but notice that as he explains the rules, that Casper has an extremely serious look on his face. Oh yeah, he's ready for this. Try to look tough. You hear a puff of air leave Casper's lips as he glances at your display. A laugh. It's like music to your ears. You both stare down the multicolored balloons.
You should know that I have an immaculate aim. Any other game, perhaps you would have had a chance at winning. What a shame for you.
You talk big, but we'll see. You watch the smirk come over Casper's face as he throws his first dart. A balloon dies for your amusement. It was just a lucky shot.
Lucky? Luck does not play into this, sunshine. That was skill.
You lift your arm and stare down one of the balloons. Target acquired. Your dart flies towards its target, and with a satisfying pop, finds purchase. Wink at Casper. Honestly, am I a god?
Ah, I have heard of this. They call it beginner's luck.
He's so cute, I'm sorry. The same could be said for you. Unless you have done this before.
I have not. I do not think I have anyway.
Casper raises both his hands, a dart in each. Oh, someone is picking up their game.
Shush. You truly never stop yapping.
The fucking... Sorry, that made me laugh because it's like, man, the way that word has been picked up lately.
Do not distract me.
I won't do it. I'm a good girlfriend. Both darts leave his hands, and 2 balloons go pop. What a show-off. I'm sure it's easy. You mimic his posture and raise 2 darts. You feel strong, powerful. This'll be easy. You let the darts fly. The moment would have been epic, a tale to pass down the ages, had any balloons popped. They did not.
Ha! Unsurprising, honestly. We'll need to work on honing these so-called skills of yours, Sunshine.
Hazukashi.
This game was made for me. There is no need to feel shame. You had already lost before you even attempted the shot. It is no matter. I have won this bet, Sunshine.
Don't get too used to the feeling, Little Reaper. Taking Casper's hand, the 2 of you continue to stroll around the festival. You take in the lights, the colors, the smells, and the sights. But more importantly, you take in Casper's reaction to everything. There is a wide-eyed look of awe on his face. It's as if he has seen a new world for the first time. It is decidedly human of him. Every now and then, he brags about winning your bet, but mostly he just lets you pull him from one booth to the next, enjoying the atmosphere. It's endearing. He is genuinely excited, having a good time. Together, with you. Your heart hammers away in your chest, and you try to think of the last time you had so much fun. How long has it been? Too long. Far too long. This frustratingly charming, yet surprisingly easily flustered, man is to blame. He has you grinning from ear to ear before you even realize it. Your train of thought is interrupted as a streak of light soars up into the night sky, then erupts into a colorful firework. Casper sucks in a breath, his eyes wide as he watches. Pretty, huh? What do you think? Here's my favorite moments of this DLC. This whole scene right here. I'm gonna make sure I voice act this properly. Alrighty, this is perfect.
They are so fleeting, so brief.
Yeah. All the good things are.
They're beautiful. They're one moment, then gone the next.
But we keep the memory of them forever.
Very human indeed. I could see why you humans like these festivals.
You've really never been to one?
They're different where I'm from. They're not a celebration of life, really. There are no fireworks or balloons or charming dates. Thank you for coming with me.
I should be thanking you, Casper. You're the reason we're here.
I wouldn't have thought to come if not for you. There's so much I wouldn't have done if not for you. You are...
amazing?
everything. You really embody the best parts of mortality, the best parts of life. I feel lucky to have met you, despite how much it pains me to admit that. You were supposed to be another job.
Sorry, I'm an overachiever.
Gods, you're an idiot.
You like it, though.
For some reason. No, it's beyond reason. You're an idiot, but I like it. How stupid. Shit.
Is something wrong?
I cannot help but have these thoughts, these unwanted feelings.
Thoughts of?
I enjoy spending time with you. Like this. Online too, of course, but here, together, in person, it is wonderful. This was not supposed to happen. It still should not happen. And yet I want to throw that to the wind, to just do what I wish to just do what I wish to, for once in my long life.
You mean... The fireworks continue to burst above you. The colors dance across Casper's face.
Sunshine, I like you. I really, really like you. I love you. I never meant to, but I do. Every day I wanted to wake up and hate you. But there has always been a part of me that is drawn to you, like moth to a flame. I thought if I could just win our bet, then I would rid myself of these feelings. But now I do not want to win. I wouldn't mind losing. Not to you. Because the thought of losing you for even a moment tears me apart.
His words hang in the warm air. The fireworks continue. He looks scared, fragile for only this moment, nervous. I love you too.
You, what?
I said I love you, and I do.
God, to hear those words, spoken from those lips, in your voice, it is enough to destroy a man.
Don't go getting destroyed on me now, Casper.
I have hoped. I have prayed, even if I know no one listens to me. That's what you have done to me.
Say it one more time, please.
Sunshine, I love you.
I can't tell you how much I've wanted to hear you say that. I was hoping too, without even realizing I was hoping. This feels like a dream.
Love is extremely dangerous, Sunshine.
It shouldn't be.
For us, it will be.
I don't mind. I'm sure between the two of our huge brains, we can work something out.
You seriously lack self-preservation skills.
Are you going to be in trouble? Are you breaking rules if we're together?
I don't plan on letting headquarters find out. If they remain unaware, then we'll have some time, I hope.
We can be careful.
Can you be careful, Sunshine? It's not really like you.
No, but I can try.
Please, if anyone is listening, allow me this one happiness.
You know, this is the best date I've ever been on. Truly.
Good. I'm glad. You deserve only the best.
I got to witness you experiencing so much for the first time. That's the best. And well, I'm just glad to be here with you for the time we have.
If I could have my way, I would be with you forever. But with the way I was made, well, I'll take whatever moments we are given.
Do you want to go back?
To your apartment?
Yeah. Unless you need to go.
I'll come back with you.
Stay the night with me, please?
You want me to stay?
I just want to be beside you for a little longer. Please?
Okay. I must admit, I do desire to be close to you.
Wow, how indecent, Casper. I bet you're thinking dirty thoughts right now.
Shut up.
You like me so much, don't you? Your chest feels warm, your heart full. He holds your hands so delicately, like it's only natural that the two of you are connected like this. A happy feeling blooms from inside of you as you break into a run, pulling Casper along through the streets. You laugh, he laughs. Life is fleeting, but good. You reach your apartment and pull Casper inside, closing the door behind you for the night.
It's time for our break. It is time for intermission, guys. I love this game. I'm sorry. That's what I mean, though. Like, man, when I was playing through this, I ended my session off with that night as the last thing, and God, it was so, man, first time I played that, I felt emotional. First time I read through that scene, I was emotional. I was so fucking emotional, like, because it really is like a beautiful scene, and I think if anything, it really does encapsulate what the story, the theme, I guess, of Beyond the Bed is, because, you know, they always say that that human life is sad, because, like, when you read stories about, like, mortals and immortals falling in love and all that, you know, there's always going to be a bit of angst to it because of the, you know, lifespan differences and how, you know, humans die so quickly and all that. And don't get me wrong, I love the angst, don't get me wrong, but I think, how do I put this? I think, like, but yeah, like, but but as I was saying, it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the angst and all that, but I think, but I think one of the things about those kinds of stories is the fact that, like, I personally feel like, honestly, I'm not saying it's the same everywhere, but I personally feel like stories don't really focus on, like, I mean, or at the very least they do, but it's always overlapped with the angst and all that. Of, like, oh, this was not... Okay. Chotomate. Getting the music ready. Alrighty. Alright, now we're on break. I'll continue talking for a little bit, though. But yeah, it's like... It really does feel like, stories that feature that don't really focus on, like, how there is beauty to be found in that kind of story, I mean, I think I remember hearing somewhere that, like, the reason why, like, the idea of humans dying so quickly in comparison to others, the reason why it's so beautiful is because it's transient, thus making the memory of what we have so much more beautiful. We cherish it, we treasure it. And I think that's the thing with Casper and Sunshine, because, yeah, Sunshine is basically what the fans of the game call your MC as Sunshine, which makes sense. And I will say this, when I was first playing through the DLC and I finished through that scene, I think that's when it kind of hit me that, like, because obviously, if you watched me play through the base game or you played through it yourself, you'll notice that there wasn't a lot of angst to be had. And sure, that's perfectly fine. I mean, everybody loved the base game for how fluffy it was. I don't know if I would say it's wholesome, but it was definitely, like, really fluffy. But obviously, it didn't really focus on the problems that would come from dating a Grim Reaper. And while I don't necessarily think anybody complained about that, I think there were some people that wanted something more out of it. And I think that's part of the reason why Beyond the Bet was created. It was to give those people who did want something more out of it what they wanted. And so we have what I would call a story DLC, where it does focus on the complications and issues that arise from a mortal dating a Grim Reaper, and how, it's like, how do you go about resolving that? And obviously, what you do depends on and what ending you get, how you resolve that depends on what you do. Although, it's only on day 9, that you get that. And speaking of which, we are on day 9. But honestly, Beyond the Bet really just, like, I think it really just, like, it really emphasizes, especially later, after day 8, like, the lesson of, like, making the most of the time you have. And I feel like while that is something that is a little saturated in media nowadays, I don't think it's ever not important, because, yeah, you never know when your life or someone else's life will end. It could be taken just like that. And so it's better to make the most of what time you have left on this earth. I mean, a lot of us don't get to choose how or when we die. but I would think that a lot of people would want to go out having lived a life that they can be proud of, a life that they can be happy to leave behind and move on to whatever their version of an afterlife is. But honestly, Beyond the Bed is something special to me. And I'm so, like, I will say this, like, I felt empty after playing through it the first time when I finally finished it. Because it was like, oh god. Oh god, it's really special to me, honestly. I don't know, I think it's just because it's like, it just hits upon the themes I love and I love reading about so much, I love consuming about. I mean, there's a reason Fatal Frame 3 is like one of my favorite games of all time, and it's because of themes similar to that. But, and if you're wondering, like, how much, I usually talk about, like, you know, if I would highly recommend this, obviously. Like, I already said that you could definitely play the base game, because, again, remember, that's free. I should express, the DLC is $10. It is $10. But, and honestly, I will admit, I was a little shocked at the price, too. But honestly, again, like, for 5 days worth of content and 4 endings, that's plenty. You're gonna get your money spent. Your money will be well spent, is what I'm trying to say. The funny thing is I say it's $10, but I don't know if the Steam winter sale is still going. So it might be on sale, I'm not sure, you'll have to look at Steam. But yeah, I would highly recommend, like, if you played A Date with Death, you will not regret buying the DLC. Beyond the Bed, at least. You can still buy the expansion DLC, by the way, they still have that available. And, you know, speaking of which, I did hear, I think it was last week, that, 2.5 Studios are working with a publisher and they're releasing a webcomic about Grimm's origins somewhere. I don't know which side it was. And I was like, ooh, that would be neat. However, I would recommend holding off on looking that up because it does actually feature a spoiler character right on the cover that you'll meet in this DLC, and I'm like, just hold off until, if you haven't played the DLC. But yeah, and I thought that was actually really cool because it's like, I can't really go into it now because, again, like, as I said, you do actually learn some stuff in the endings. It's just not all at once. Again, there's 4 endings, and you learn bits of information from each of them. But, yeah. I will say, too, I'm probably gonna need to look back, because, the funny thing is, when I got the bad... Because remember how I said before, I got the bad ending? Because, yeah, because I will say this, of the 4 endings, one of which is bad, the other 3 are good. But, yeah, I got the bad ending my first go. And the funny thing is, that was as I said, like, that shit destroyed me. And I'll go into it, and I'll go into why towards the end. But, the funny thing is, like, that ending left me with such a fucking gut punch that I went on Steam, looked up a guide to see how I could get the other endings, and I got my first good ending, which is one of my 2 favorite endings, and that's gonna be the ending you'll see last. Because, as I said, I'm playing through the 2 endings I loved, like, without a voice. And you're gonna see the one that, like, I saw second first. Whereas the first ending 6, is gonna be the last ending you see. But yeah, I do need to look at the guide to see if, like, what do I need to say to Casper in order to get those endings, particularly. But, yeah. Gosh. Anyway, we're on break. Sorry I took a little bit of time just talking about this DLC. It's so good. I am a fucking nerd. Anyway, go get something to eat, go get something to drink, go to the bathroom. Basically, do whatever it is you want to do, because we're going to be on a break for a little bit. Maybe. There's a lot I want to talk about during the break. Speaking of which, I do need to go to the bathroom at least. So, I shall be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I went to go to the bathroom and then I noticed my water was running low, so I had to go get some more. Honestly, I don't have anything to eat. I'm not gonna lie, I have not been feeling super hungry today. Like, it's weird. I usually wake up like starving, right? But I just, and that happened, but now it's like, I don't know, I just don't feel super hungry. I really hope I'm not getting sick. But anyway. Oh, man, y'all, it has been a while since, I last streamed. Honestly, I feel like it's been good for me overall. I mean, it's not that I don't enjoy streaming. Although, to be fair, I have been really thinking lately about, like, maybe I should start upgrading more often to streaming. But that's also a big decision that, like, I still need to think about. But, yeah, I've been, but yeah, overall, I will say, I think I've been doing better since, gosh, last time. I remember I left off at, like, November 24th, 25th, and, that was before Thanksgiving. Went out with my family to Cracker Barrel for dinner. It was actually really good, not gonna lie. I didn't get to have turkey, though, because they were out. And I was like, son of a bitch. And they didn't have any drinks that weren't soda that I wanted to try. Because I already tried coffee last year, and I hated how bitter it was. So it's just like, well, I guess I'll just have a Diet Coke. I will say, I did try out a different kind of pie I usually get, and I actually really like it. I've been eating that for the last few weeks. But, honestly, I think that trip was really good for me mentally, because, I mean, as I talked about last time, like, the election really did do a number on me, like, mental health-wise, in a way, to the point that I was, having less of an appetite and, was having a lot of trouble sleeping. I mean, but I will say that, like, it's gotten back to normal for the most part. I'm actually back to, how I was sleeping before, albeit I'm having to switch sides every so often because, of something or other, but yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I also, feels weird to say I did retail therapy. It's like, not really, but, I did buy a couple more games from the Steam Autumn sale, and you will be happy to know I finally bought Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Patchy, 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 patch. Which means, yes, I will be playing that sometime next year, hopefully in the summer. Hopefully, who knows. And I also bought, The Fruit of Grisaya, which I remember putting on my wish list a long time ago. Like, we're talking years ago. Probably close to 10 years, honestly. And I just never found the time to buy it. I say the time, it's more so like I didn't have the money to buy it for a lot of time. And during the times in which it would go on sale, it would just never go to a point where I was like, I would feel comfortable justifying the purchase to myself. But I finally did, and that was great. But obviously I'm not going to play Ghost Trick. I'm not going to do that yet. I haven't played The Fruit of Grisaya, though, because, I will say, I finished Chaos Head. Oh god, that's something I could talk about. Oh my god. Oh, Chaos Head. I don't remember where I was at before my last stream. But oh my god. Y'all, I don't think that was the lowest I had ever been. Like, at all in my life. Excuse me. Like, y'all. So, I had to replay the game, right? 8 times. And you're probably asking me, Airi, why did you play through that game 8 times? And here's the thing. If I want to get the true ending for Chaos Head, I have to play through not only the neutral ending and the bad ending, and you have, thankfully you get the neutral ending, during your first playthrough. You have to get the bad ending, though, by selecting a few choices. So not only did you have to get those 2 endings, you also had to get 6 more endings corresponding to each of the girls that you meet throughout the game. And there were 6. So 6 routes, 6 endings. My first route, of course, had to be the incest route. It had to be the incest route. And you might be asking yourself, Airi, why did you play through the incest route first? And it's like, well, I didn't have any particular order to play these in. However, her route was the earliest I could do, and I was like, okay, I'll get it out of the way. Now, admittedly, and this is going to sound really bad, but just hear me out. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't until the ending that I was like, okay, this is actually better than I thought it would be. And that's not to say that the ending, of course, was terrible. The most that happened was just, I don't even want to call it a cute kiss, but it was a kiss that was very chaste, at least from what I could tell, and just a proclamation of love and marriage. With some fridge horror thrown in, but admittedly, that route was pleasant. It was pleasant. Second route, I thought it was alright until the ending, and I actually thought the ending was actually kind of good. I won't spoil it, of course, but I thought the ending to the second route was cool, was nice. It was like, oh, was actually a really nice thing that Takumi did. Cool. Third route, I believe, yeah, and I think if I remember right, the third route was probably my second favorite of all of them, because except for one part in the beginning that I just thought was like, what the fuck is this? What the hell is this I'm looking at? But other than that, it's pretty nightmarish, all things considered. It's definitely not a route that is for the faint of heart. All I will say is that you don't see anything graphic-wise, but you do read descriptions of gore and SA, so, just be aware of that. But the ending I actually thought was really good. Wow, I was really surprised by how much I liked that ending. And it was because of that ending that that route was my second favorite. The next route, the next route, I don't know what to think of it, mainly because, here's the thing, I didn't have a bad time playing through it. I think, if anything, I had more time just laughing incredulously at just the sheer, escalation of everything, I guess is a good way to put it. It starts off so sweet, but then it just turns into a gore fest. And I should express, not necessarily, again, you don't see anything graphic-wise. At the very least, you, see a character coated in blood. But there's no viscera, no organs, nothing on her outside of blood. But it's a gore fest after that sweet moment. And it ends very tragically. Holy, that was a tragic ending. The funny part is, though, is that,
is that, like, the route ends, right, with, like, with probably, with what I would call one of the saddest CGs that you could get from that game. And then it goes forward, and then it transitions to the credits. And the credits song is such a tonal whiplash. Like, it's, like, it goes, like, because, again, the ending of the route is very tragic, very bitter, and you're just left with feeling empty and hollow. And then you transition to the credits, and the credits song is just, like, happy-go-lucky, like, music. And I remember I just laughed so hard at the whiplash of it. I was like, what is happening? But other than that, like, I will say though, like, that route is also not for the faint of heart, because again, like, it is a gore fest. And there's some, like, depictions of stuff. I mean, you don't, and I will say this, like, you don't hear about the incident itself, but there are characters that mention, like, essaying somebody. And that, again, there's obviously, like, depictions of gore, like, in the text. That's it. So yeah, also not a route for the faint of heart. But honestly, you know what sucks is that the next route, the 7th route, that turned out to be my least favorite. And that was the worst. Like, y'all, I had never had a more miserable time reading through that route, reading through a route in a visual novel, than I did those 2 nights. Or I should express, the 1 night. It took me 2 nights to go through that route. The first night was like, okay, it's getting a little ridiculous towards the winding down towards the end here, but I can take it. Oh my god, that second night though, the second half of that route. Oh my god, I've never been more miserable playing a game in my life than that night. Like, you want to talk about how fed up I was? You want to talk about how angry, like, genuinely angry I was throughout that second half of the route? And of course, it had to feature one of the things I despise seeing. Because I'm not gonna lie, and nobody warned me about this. I did not get a damn warning about this, and I wish I did, because I was legitimately angry. Because remember how I've mentioned that I do like watching true crime. I do enjoy consuming content of it, but there's a part of it that I just don't like, reading or watching or whatnot, and it's the idea of kids getting harmed. Because it just, because kids don't deserve any of that. Like, adults obviously don't deserve to be murdered a lot of the times, but kids especially. You want to know what that route did? And this is a spoiler, but I need to tell y'all this because it caught me so off guard. At some point, a little further into that route, and I will say this is for Senna's route, which is really ironic because I thought that, like, her route would end up being the one I liked the most. It turned out to be the one I hated. A little far into her route, she and Takumi come across a baby in a coin locker. And the lead up to this moment was already pissing me off because the context is that Senna and Takumi are basically tricked, for lack of a better term, are tricked into trying to find a cheat code that would help them destroy, the weapon that is going to bring about the end of the world, right? And as I said, that was already pissing me off because of the fact that, like, here's the mainly because of Takumi. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? The people that brought up the existence of this cheat code, you don't know who they are. Or at the very least, you don't really know who they are. They introduce themselves, obviously, but you don't know who they are. The only thing you know about them is that, oh, they're a conspiracy. Like, basically, like, they're basically, you have your antagonists, but then you have the superiors for those antagonists that are considered bad guys. And here's the thing. They're like, we're gonna give you a cheat code. And they explicitly call it a cheat code. A cheat code that'll help you to destroy the weapon that we don't want to have existing. And initially, Senna is like, I don't know if I can believe you. Whereas bitch-ass Takumi is like, oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah, let me go get that cheat code! Believe me. He's immediately believing these people despite the fact he has nothing. And I'm like, and I'm not gonna lie to you, part of the reason why this route was so fucking awful was because of Takumi. Like, he is such an asshole in this route. He's so fucking stupid, too. Like, Jesus Christ, I've never met a more stupid protagonist than that route. Anyway. And the thing is, right, is that Senna is initially like, I don't believe you. Like, how do I know you're not tricking me? But these people are then able to manipulate Senna into going along with them by saying that, well, what if we said that this cheat code could help bring back your lost family? And unfortunately, that's how Senna gets into it. And the thing is, I don't blame Senna for what happened to her, you know? Because, again, I can at least acknowledge that, okay, they fed on her weakness. They took advantage of her grief, because she lost her family, like, pretty recently, by the time the game starts, right? You know, and to me, I'm not angry about that. It's like, okay. Anyway, so the thing is that they have to find this cheat code that is in this coin locker in the subway. And remember how I said before that they find a baby in a coin locker? Turns out the baby is the cheat code. And they have to destroy the cheat code baby if they want to have access to it. And as I said, the lead up to this moment is awful enough. Because you have Takumi blatantly insisting to Senna, we need to kill the baby. We have to destroy the baby if we want to get the cheat code. And he has no thoughts or qualms about killing this baby. And every time he brought up the cheat code, I, at that point, just started yelling at my PC for him to shut up. Like he was a real person. Like he was a real person. And I was yelling at my PC for him to just shut up. Meanwhile, Senna is holding this baby, and the baby is crying. You know, and the thing is that, like, babies are one of Senna's triggers. And she's obviously not fond of killing a baby because it reminds her of how her baby sister died. And then this moment happens that took me so off guard and genuinely pissed me off to the point that I almost wanted to quit the game right there, and I was not warned for it. And I'm just gonna say it. The baby gets shot. Presumably to death. And the text is reading out like how the blanket that the baby is like swaddled in is being covered in blood. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this game? Legitimately, that moment made me want to quit the game. Because, like, the only reason I didn't was because I wanted to get to the true ending and I wanted to be done with this game, right? And the only thing that kept me going throughout the rest of that route was me hoping that the baby wasn't real.
because the game has had a thing like that where it's like, yeah, things that the player sees may not be real. That's the only thing I was hoping for, was that baby was not real. But no, I don't find out till literally the end of the route that no, the baby was real. So yeah, I had to read about a baby dying, getting shot. And that, along with Takami's insistence that, again, like, you need, like, to Senna, who is cradling this dead baby and is sobbing her eyes out to use the cheat code. Believe me when I say, that route is the absolute worst I've ever read in a fucking visual novel. Legitimately, again, I was miserable. I was angry. And I was like, I do not ever want to play this route again. Ever. I will get someone else to play through this shit because I will not. That route pissed me off. So yeah, if you want to play Chaos Head and you want to get all the endings and you have to go through the center route, just be aware of the fact that you're going to have to read about a baby getting shot and dying. You know, if you can handle that, that's cool. That's great. If you can't, find someone else that can play through that scene for you. Jesus Christ. Sorry, my Windows update just told me. Sorry, I had to do something about that. But, yeah, so that was Senna's route. And then I completed the last route, which I will say was my favorite. Mainly because the thing is, I will say that throughout all six of these routes, they tried to insert romance. Like, basically trying to make Takami, like, have a romance option for these girls. And I will say, 5 of them did not work. 5 of these romance options for the girls did not work. I mean, obviously one of them was the incest. And I'm like, why would I ever go for that? It's worse, and the problem is, it's worse than it was in Canon. Because, hey, at least in Canon, the incest is between you and your cousin. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but you tell me which is better. The one with your cousin or the one with your sister in Chaos Head? I would take the one with the cousin any day, as opposed to the one with the sister. But this last route, funnily enough, the reason I feel like it works is because that girl is the canon love interest. So yeah, the romance feels organic in that route. But I will say too, I also just really like the ending. I mean, it's bittersweet, unfortunately, but I actually really like the ending. And you do find out about the girl's backstory in that. And the funny thing is that, when you're going through her backstory, there's a lot of repetition involved. Like, basically, like, you're gonna be reading a lot of the same lines over and over again. But in that instance, it works because it just really hammers in, like, just how much of, basically, like, the same torture scene is happening over and over again. Like, yeah, the torture method is different every time, but it effectively begins and ends the same way, which I thought was actually a really good writing technique. Like, I really love the writing in that part. But honestly, that route was really good overall. And then I got to the true ending, and I was like, okay, cool, I don't mind this ending. But yeah, Chaos Head took me 70 hours to finish. And that's crazy, because they say usually like the average playthrough is like 8 to 9 hours. It took me 70 hours to play through this entire game. But I'm happy I did. I actually managed to get all the trophies for it from Steam as well. And I could show that off too. But yeah, I've completed all that game. Cool. And of course, as I said last time as well, after I was done playing Chaos Head, I would move on to Clannad, and I did. I think about a week later. No, a few days later. And I've been having a fun time with that game. God, I love Clannad so much. Like, it's such a... it's so weird, because I remember talking to Gary that it's like, that, like, I'm playing a game that is known to be, like, a tear fest to help my mental health throughout the winter. And but even then, like, I still really like it. It's so good. I love it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the opening monologue for Tomoya, like, when I was a teenager, I didn't initially understand it. But now that I'm older and have gone through a lot of shit, it's like, oh no, I get this. Like, this is really understandable. And it's like, you really get the idea that, like, Tomoya's just going through depression. You know, and there's a point, and there's a part where he's talking about his relationship with his father. And if you watch the anime or play through the visual novel yourself, you'll know what I'm talking about. But for those who are not aware, Tomoya, or Okazaki Tomoya, is the protagonist of Clannad, and the thing is, right, is that he is a delinquent in his third year of high school, so his final year of school overall. And the reason he's considered a delinquent is because of the fact that he doesn't really go to school all that often, and even when he does, it's usually very late. Like, basically, he just does whatever, right? And in Japan, and the thing is, while that may not seem like such a big deal in America, in Japan, Japan is known to be a country where you have to pay respect to your elders, to whatever, you know? You have to, in a calm formation. And Tomoya, not necessarily following along with that calm formation, definitely sets him apart from everybody, and he's considered a delinquent. However, part of the reason why he is a delinquent is because I don't think the game ever states this, but I believe he genuinely has depression. Because, partly due to the fact that, unfortunately, Tomoya is a child that is living in, or has at the very least lived in, an abusive home. Because the backstory is that he was once a happy child, with a mother and father that loved him very much. However, his mother died when he was young, and this absolutely wrecked his father. So much so to the point that the father took to some self-destructive methods, such as drinking and gambling, and, because he lost the love of his life, and he now had to raise their son by himself. And obviously being a single parent is not easy. But because of this, because of his alcoholism and his gambling, this led to Tomoya and his father having a lot of fights. One of which, it all came to a boiling point. It all culminated in Tomoya's father getting into a fight with Tomoya. Now, admittedly, it's not much of a fight. I mean, the most that happened is that his father shoved Tomoya against a wall pretty hard, to the point that his shoulder got injured from it. I don't remember if it was just injured or if it actually got dislocated. But regardless, this very much put a strain on Tomoya and his father's relationship. And this clearly affected his father, because obviously, I imagine when he got his wits about him, he realized that he had really hurt his son, and he felt guilty about that. But regardless, ever since that incident, this basically left Tomoya with a permanent shoulder injury. But the reason that this really affected him is because of the fact that, like, up until that fight, he was what you would call I would imagine the path for him at that point was that he was going to be on a scholarship to college, because he turned out to be a star basketball player. However, the shoulder injury basically ended that career. He was no longer able to play after that. And this happened in middle school. So he went on to high school, and well, what do? I imagine your whole reason for potentially getting out of the place that you couldn't call home just went up in flames. And obviously this would give you a lot of depression, especially considering the fact that unfortunately in Japan, abuse like that doesn't necessarily get reported it doesn't get reported a lot in America, but in Japan especially, it's pretty bad. Especially if it's from your own father or mother or whoever, your parental figures. And Tomoya fell into a depression after that. And how his father responded to that was that essentially, the way that Tomoya puts it, it's that his father treats him as little more than a stranger, trying to make small talk with him. And I honestly really felt that a little bit when I was reading through it for the first time, because it's like, why is this reminding me of my mother so much? I mean, obviously my mother didn't lose the love of her life, but as I've talked before, like she suffered a lot. She struggled with alcoholism for a good portion of her life, and obviously I had to see some of that at least. And unfortunately, unlike what happens later with Tomoya and his father, I never got a chance to reconcile with my mother. But regardless, I could understand how Tomoya felt in that, how he feels towards his father, because he straight up says, like, I would rather have my father hate me and hit me than have him treat me like I'm nothing more than a stranger. And I'm like, oof. I mean, granted, my mother never treated me like a stranger, but I relate to the idea of, like, thinking, I wish my mother was more terrible to me, because at least I would know where we stand with each other. It's like, oh god, I hate that. But then, of course, the thing that just got to me the most was, like, the meeting with Nagisa, and it's like, oh god. It brought back all these... The moment I heard her theme song, it just brought back all these memories I had of her. And watching the anime, it's like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking cry. I love this anime too much. I love Clannad. What can I say? But yeah, oh my god. I love Clannad so much. I love the beginning. But yeah, I will say I'm not super far into it. Like, I know Steam says I've played like 30-something hours on it, but trust me when I say that, like, I've only gotten through like 3 routes at this point. I'm on my 4th. But even then, I should express, 2 of those 3 routes were short routes that featured side characters, whereas the one long route was one of the main girls. I'm on another short route. Because apparently there is a guide there's a guide to follow in regards to which routes you should do, so I'm on the 4th one. So, but regardless, I've been having a lot of fun with it. I'm so happy. It's really helped me a lot, just getting through the nights. Especially during the last month, where it's like, holy shit, I can't stop thinking about other things. And then last but not least, as I said in the beginning, I bought 4 books for Christmas, and I'm a little more than halfway through this, the first book I got, and I'm really enjoying where it's going so far. I don't want to spoil anything, because I think this is a book where, it's really good to read. But, actually, let me go get my, I've ordered 4 books. I only have 3 of them. The last one's coming tomorrow. But I don't think you want to hear my thoughts on that. But let me get the other 2 real quick. They're up in the closet, because I have no room I have no room whatsoever in my bookshelf. Okay. Okay, so I have 3 books with me that I bought for varying points of $17 to $14. And I will say that I am really happy with my book selection this time because one, with the exception of the 4th book, these are all standalone, meaning they are not part of a series, which is great for me because I don't know how many more series I can read books of without, like, you know, getting just burnt out of it, you know what I mean? Secondly, these are actually relatively short for me. And I say relatively short for me because obviously y'all know how much of a reader I am. I love to brag about the idea that I've read, like, you know, a 600-page book in like a week and a half. And don't get me wrong, I love 600-page books. I do. There's a reason why I love the Rook and the Rose trilogy. But I also understand that sometimes, you know, not everybody can either write that many pages in a book or read that many pages in a book. So instead, all the books I got were smaller than 500 pages. I think 2 of these in hand are like 300 something, and the one here is 400. And the last one I got, I think, is a 300, 400 page book. But yeah, they're all less than 500 pages long. I mean, listen to that. But I will say, it is interesting. Because, like, the funny thing is, though, too, like, these 3 books I got now, they're all queer as fuck. Like, I got a queer sapphic horror tale. I got a historical retelling of the Selkie wife that turns out to be queer. And then, of course, I got another horror novel, but this time featuring a gay, an MM pairing, a main MM pairing, but this one is of a merman. And the last one I got and the last one that has not gotten here yet, I don't imagine there's gonna be much of a story with that, because that's another erotica, but this time of a merman, because I'm fucking crazy for fish, I guess. Speaking of which, do not read that if you're below 18. Or at the very least, if you do not brag about it. I mean, obviously you should be 18, but I was a teenager once. That didn't stop me. But yeah, like, honestly, I would say that, like, all of these books are probably, like, above 18. They're just not classified as smut. But yeah, like, I'm really happy with my selection of books here. Because, you know, I mean, granted, it is taking me a little bit to get through the one book I have read. But a lot of that's just due to the fact that, like, I've been kind of busy lately. And not necessarily because I haven't been enjoying it. It's just, you know, busy and wanting to do other things in the meanwhile. But yeah, I'm really happy with my book selection. I mean, I will say this, like, all 4 of these books came out to a total of $65, which is the most I've ever spent for books, but unfortunately, I think I bought these too close to the holiday season, because, unfortunately, I want to buy books from, like, other sellers that aren't Amazon, but unfortunately, I didn't get to have that option this time. 3 of the 4 books ended up having to be from Amazon directly, whereas the Selkie Wife queer retelling was from a different seller altogether. Although, to be fair, I don't know if this book in particular is like because it says here on the back it's an ARC, which usually means advanced reader copy, and I'm like, I don't know if I should have this. I don't know, maybe it means, I don't know, maybe when I read it, it's like, if there's a bunch of typos, it's like, oh, I definitely shouldn't have this then, I'm not a proofreader, but fuck it. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. Like, I will say, too, like, there is some nice art. The cover art and all that. Like, I mean, this one book I got, that's like the queer sapphic horror romance. Oh, I say it's not a romance, it's a horror book. There's just romance elements in it. This one actually really intrigued me. Like, the funny thing is, it wasn't the synopsis that drew me in, it was more so like the cover and the title. So that was fun. The Selkie Wife retelling. That one was just because, like, I don't read a lot of romance stories involving Selkies, and the fact that it was a sapphic retelling of the Selkie Wife too, it's like, oh, that's cool, I'll get this book. And then of course the Merman horror book drew me in because of the synopsis. But honestly, looking at the cover art, it's really pretty. And you know what's funny? I opened up the book just to see like what content warnings that it had, and to see like who the cover artist is. And it turns out that there's a sentence specifically in this book. Like, let me find it. Yeah, there's a sentence here that says, "This book is entirely human-made. No part of the interior or exterior was created or aided by AI." And I thought, cool. I love you already, author. I love you already, author. We appreciate that. But yeah, I will say the cover art is fantastic. It's great. It's really pretty. However, I don't know if I would recommend it, obviously just because I haven't read it. But when I get around to reading it, I'll see. Yeah, and even in terms of this first book that I got, like, I will say, like, it does have me because the thing is, right, with this sapphic horror book, it is there is a murder mystery-esque framing device. Like, the way that the story is told, it's basically told via the protagonist essentially retelling, like, of the events leading up to this supposed mystery to a psychiatrist who is basically asking her to, you know, tell her story to see if she is fit to stand trial. You know, and the funny thing is, I will say this too, this book is set in the 1950s. So yeah, this is a little bit of, so yeah, you definitely, like, if you're, like, if I do finish this book and I find that it's really good, I'll recommend it, obviously. But, if you already know what book I'm talking about here, you should definitely be careful, because there is some stuff in here that's gonna be a little, like, ooh. And not necessarily because it wasn't written well, it's just because, like, again, this is a book that is set in the 1950s in our modern world with some fantastical elements thrown into it. So basically, I mean, even the author herself says, you know, that that this book contains discussions and instances of trauma, the stigmatization of those considered mentally ill, child abuse, sexual violence, racism, misogyny, and homophobia. I will say this, dude, this bitch does not, like, there's a lot of racism in this book. And not even towards, like, and it's not your typical racism. Like, basically, remember when I did my Genshin Impact tier list stream a long time ago, and I had to really emphasize that, like, listen, I know there's a problem with how the Sumeru Nation, the characters are depicted. Do not ask me why, just go to the many people that made threads about this, that were, I think, Swana people. Yeah, we're talking racism towards, Swana people here. But I will say this, the author does say, because the thing is, right, I say this, because the author is, white. Or at the very least, she is, let me see here. Yeah, she is, I would say she's white, but she's Dutch. And, she did say here that she has done her best to handle these issues with the sensitivity they deserve, and she has, for example, and she has done a lot of research, and she's made good use of sensitivity readers. So, Now, obviously, I have not experienced a lot of these, issues that this book contains, so I can't really say as to whether or not they were handled respectfully or not. I mean, I could say they were, but who knows? But still, I do think when I get around to finishing that, I hope that the, I am curious to see how the murder mystery pans out, because I'm like, well, I know who the victim is. I don't know what the motive is. I obviously don't know how it could have been done. I mean, they've been, honestly, the funny thing is that it feels like for a long time you don't really find out anything about this. Like, it even takes you a while to find out who the victim is. Like, I think you have to get 100-something pages in before you find out who the victim is, and it's like, oh, okay. I guess then again, with the minimal cast in that book has, it's kind of obvious to know who the victim is if you think about it, but I still don't know, the method in which she was killed, or why she was killed. I mean, obviously, the thing with murder mysteries is well, who could have done it? But I'm more, but with the way this book is written, it's I don't even know how the fuck it happened, so, or why it happened. I mean, I got a vague reason, but I don't know what to really make of it. But regardless, I've really been enjoying my time with that book and all that, and I hope that, the ending doesn't piss me off, because the thing with murder mysteries is that you're almost, I feel like you have to be afraid of, how the mystery is, because obviously with murder mystery books, I think the biggest appeal to them is, you read them through the first time, and you're trying to figure out how the mystery could have happened, who, not only, who, what, when, where, and why, and all that, those questions, right? Your first time through, and then you get to the climax, you find out everything, all's well and happy, right? And then the second time through, that's when now that you know the truth, it's always fun to see, oh, I see how this could, okay, I see why this happened, okay, okay, so that's what this is, you know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of the thing with murder mystery books, and I really fucking hope that this book is able to deliver on the truth, because you've got me intrigued, but I'll be damned if you ruined it. Especially because this is also her debut novel, this author. This is her debut novel. She's got another one in the wings next year that I'm hoping to buy. Anyway. But yeah, that's all that's been going on with me. I think now would be a good time to get back into the game, because it has almost been 5 hours, and we've still got a couple more days to go. So I will say, I think I have been getting... I will say, I think my throat has been getting a little better. I mean, unfortunately, my nose hasn't, obviously. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. Before I get the games set up here, I obviously need to look at the guide. Because, yeah, I need to see, what do I need to do in order to get the game? The ending I want for this first runabout. Excuse me. Steam. Come on. Jesus. Why'd you take so long, babe? Okay. Is this the... No, it's not actually. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Alright, so it's not that game. Is it this game? Yes. I keep saying game. Okay, that's good. There's only 3 choices I gotta do. And both of these are related to each other. Good to know. Okay. Well, actually, well, Okay. Alrighty, let's say goodbye. Let's say goodbye to Firefox. We'll be back on it when it's time for the break. Not break. You know what I mean. The ending. But yeah, we still got a ways to go. Still got a ways to go. I will say, I hope my internet holds out, because I remember last time I was playing a night in the woods, and it's like, oh, we had a big issue. I really hope we could get through this game without that happening. I mean, we were able to do that with Undertale Yellow, so I don't know why it was like that. Although, to be fair, I wonder if it's because of the fact that, like, I wonder if it's because, like, I mean, because the thing with Night in the Woods is that it's like, bro, I mean, y'all saw that shit. Like, that took that bit rate was awful. I mean, y'all were basically in PowerPoint City for, I think, most of those games. For most of those streams. I don't know. Yeah, but the thing with A Date with Death is that we didn't really have any issues with that, so. I don't know. Alrighty. Get the game back up here. Okay. Alrighty. Get back into it. Has sleep ever come so easily to you? No, you think. It hasn't. How did you survive so long without this warmth, without the weight of a person beside you? Your dreams that night were peaceful, like sunlight poking out after a rainy day. You open your eyes, blinking as sunlight streams in from your window. And there, laying next to you, is Casper, his hair strewn about the pillow, his body tangled in the blankets, and his chest rising and falling with his soft breaths. A smile spreads across your face, and a warm fuzzy feeling settles in your chest. Casper is really there, right next to you. It feels like a dream almost. A crazy one at that. Honestly, if this were all a dream, it would make much more sense. An immortal Grim Reaper in the soul he just couldn't take. It sounds like the plot to a bad novel. But here you are. And here Casper is, in the flesh. Gently, you reach out and stroke his hair. He shifts, eyes fluttering open. Sunshine. Moonlight. I will say this. When I first saw that, I was like, whoa, what? Because I was like, did they watch my stream? Because remember, I called Casper Moonlight when we got that reveal of Sunshine. What? It's cute, right? If I'm supposed to be like Sunshine, you're definitely more like Moonlight. It's cute, I suppose. You're still here. I'm still here. Work doesn't need you? Work always needs me.
But there is something more important than that to me at the moment.
Sorry. Man, I imagine this just makes all the single people feel really sad.
Sorry.
Aw, Casper.
Who said I meant you? Did you mean me? You are. You've become precious to me.
I half thought you'd wake up and regret it.
Regret. It is not a feeling I am accustomed to. There's been no room for regret in my long life. There's only been following commands. Day in and day out, more of the same. I feel I only learned regret once I met you.
What exactly do you regret?
Had I not told you the truth of how I felt, then I would have felt regret. And if I do not do all in my power to keep you safe throughout the difficult days to come, then I will feel something far worse than regret.
What are we gonna do?
Well, I must return to work. Being gone for too long will raise suspicions.
I wish you'd stay.
I wish I could stay. But I feel that running away from my responsibilities will just end in heartbreak. I will not see you hurt. Even if you are a complete idiot.
Hey! Where'd that come from?
Only an idiot would get involved with someone like me. Therefore, you must be an idiot.
Takes one to know one.
You may be right. But at least I am a very handsome, charming, and overall perfect idiot.
It hurts to know you can't lie sometimes.
You really think all that's true, huh? Obviously.
So, you go back, and then... Tomorrow is day 10 of our bet.
I am acutely aware. I need some time. Perhaps something like this has happened before. Maybe there's a way to clear your name.
To clear my name of death?
It does sound unlikely. But you are a special case. They will have to understand that. Give me time, Sunshine. I will try to work something out.
All right, but... Please stay safe, Casper.
There's nothing to worry about.
You said they could kill you for not getting my soul.
Okay. There is something to worry about then.
You're not really good at this consoling thing, are you?
But I do not expect them to act that quickly. I have been a model Grim Reaper for the majority of my lifetime. I would hope that means something.
Are you going right away?
Well...
He looks at you with eyes that say he doesn't want to go. It breaks your heart, just a little bit.
How about breakfast first?
I'd like that. Why don't we cook together? I'm not sick now, so I can help.
It is not necessary, but I will allow it.
Now I know it won't burn down.
Let's be honest here. Even if it burnt down, you would be completely unharmed.
Well, it wouldn't be my first house fire like that.
I know.
And what will we make, Chef Casper?
Any suggestions?
I've got something perfect. Vegemite on toast. This is how I know this game is set in Australia. Because it's like, there's no fucking way you've got Vegemites that you would suggest for fucking toast.
I have not heard of this Vegemite. What is it?
Oh man. You're gonna hate this. Wait, before we eat, you didn't bring a change of clothes, did you?
No, I hadn't expected to...
Stay the night?
Right.
I might have something that fits you. I seriously doubt that.
No, I really might. Can I pick something? Come on, babe, please.
Should I be scared?
Oh, you should always be a little scared when it comes to me, Casper.
Fine. Dress me as you will. I will return whatever you give me the next time I see you.
Yay! You run off to search through your wardrobe. There must be something that'll fit Casper in here, right? You pick.
Okay, so I have to talk about this. This right here! The comfy sheep. I'm sorry, I have to talk about this. When I first played through this and I saw this, I was like, motherfucker, no, that cannot. Y'all, it can't. Don't tell me this is a reference to Mayoshi. Do not be doing this to me. Like, this is way too specific to not, like, look at all these fucking outfits and then you get this one. I did pick it at first. I did pick it, like, here's the thing. This was the first thing I picked because I was just curious and it's a reference. It's a reference because I don't know if I ever said this, but the reason I found A Date with Death to begin with was because I saw Fulgur play it on his channel. And and he's always, and I think he was one of the I feel like he was one of the major backers for this shit. I don't know, obviously, but like, this has to be a reference to him! You can't tell me it's not! It's so obvious! I will be shocked if this just turned out to be a fucking coincidence. Ugh, fuck. Sorry. Okay. I'm like thinking to myself, like, which outfit I want to go for, because it's like, this isn't one of the choices, obviously. It's just like, whatever. I did look at, I think this was the only one I didn't look at, but I was like, I don't know if I want to see Crew Casper in a onesie. Honestly, this one was really nice, so. Look at this. Listen. I like a man. You know, this game, you know, the funny thing is about this DLC was that, like, it had me questioning. Oh, fuck, I forgot to get the chat up. Is that it had me questioning. Not questioning per se, but, like, it definitely had me, how should I put this? I was basically, like, I always have these moments where I question whether or not, like, am I really pan, or am I just a lesbian? This DLC made me fucking realize, nah, you're still pan, you're still into men. Excuse me. Because it's like, I saw this fucking outfit, I saw the fireworks CG, I saw those smiles and blah 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 blah. I was like, I'm into men still. I'm into men. I love it so much. I'm into men. I'm into men. Men can be hot. I may be a sapphic, but men can be hot too. Anyway, I gotta cut the mic real quick. Alright, sorry about that. Had to get chat up. Alright. Okay, if the Grim Reaper thing doesn't work out, I seriously think you should consider being a vampire. I doubt I'd fit in. Vampires are very vain. Is that a joke? Did it sound like a joke? No, you said it totally seriously. But that has to be a joke. Why? You're the most vain person I know! What makes me vain? You're always going on about your looks! Well, obviously, I'm the I'm the most handsome man in history.
And you're addicted to the sound of your own voice.
If you had my voice, I'm sure you would never stop talking to yourself.
Case in point.
Fine. Maybe I'm a touch vain. But who could blame me, really?
To be honest, I like it. Who's my handsome little guy? You are!
Okay, now I just feel like a pet.
Who wants scratchies?
Me?
After breakfast. Come on, boy, to the kitchen.
He is into pet play. He is into pet play.
You shall be my precious pup. You take Casper by the hand and pull him into the kitchen. What should be an incredibly simple cooking experience becomes a journey. One filled with peril and excitement and a healthy dose of chaos. But by the end of it, you have 2 slices of Vegemite on toast. Casper doesn't look awfully impressed by the meal.
Is it supposed to look like that?
To tell you the truth, I've never had it before.
Then why are we making it for breakfast?
I thought it'd be fun to try it together for the first time.
Then let us commence the meal.
Casper picks up his slice, you pick up yours. You stare each other in the eye. Who will draw first? Casper, apparently. He brings the toast to his lips and takes a large bite. You do the same. It's fine, you suppose. It's not terrible. It's a little strong, but unique. You look towards Casper. Oh boy. Yeah, he's not a fan. I just noticed he's not wearing his gloves. Look at these fucking... Fuck. Not the game! He stares back down at the toast as if it had just said something offensive about his mother. What do you think?
It's...
You could see the conflict in his eyes. He wants to lie so badly.
It is... The taste is...
You can say it.
This is the worst thing I've ever eaten.
Somehow I knew you'd hate it. You're so cute.
Why? Why is it like that? Who enjoys it?
I have no clue. It's terrible.
Right? You don't know how happy I am that you agree, Sunshine. We can share in this misery together.
Amen.
Anyway, it is about time I made my way home, before I draw further ire from my employers. But we will talk soon, okay? I will figure something out. Just, perhaps it would be a good idea to stay inside your home today.
Why?
I have a bad feeling, I suppose.
I was planning on it anyway. A day of relaxing is in order, methinks.
I will return these clothing items to you soon enough.
But it all looks so good on you!
Yes, well, maybe. Maybe you will see me in formal clothes again one day.
Are you asking me to marry you or something?
No! I mean, not yet. Ugh. Funnily enough, you can marry him in the base game, and he looks handsome AF. He is in a fucking tux, and his hair is tied back. That was me slapping my facial cheeks.
Yes, Casper?
Nine hells, I think I'm going to die if this godforsaken fluttering in my stomach does not cease. I love you, Sunshine. Be well.
I love you too, Casper. Don't die, alright?
That is the goal.
He gives you a gentle kiss before he turns towards your window. Once again, I have a door. Okay, it's too late. He's gone out the window again. What a weirdo. With a happy sigh, you turn back to your room. Time to entertain yourself for a little while, you suppose. You spend the day with Sushi, clean up your apartment, and play around on your computer. It's a little boring now that Casper isn't here, but you manage. You've spent years without knowing Casper. Why should you be bored now? But you come to realize that you are indeed feeling a little lonely with him gone. As the moon rises high in the sky, you finish washing your dishes, then turn back to your room. Alrighty. By the way, this is going to be the last time you get to interact in your room with this. Just a little heads up, so. Your bed. You sit on the edge of your bed, then look down at your pillows. They're the same as always, but they seem different too. Just this morning, Casper was laying there, right beside you. A grim reaper. But more than that, a man you have come to feel for deeply. You hope you'll get plenty of nights like that. You want to sleep beside him every night. You stand up, smiling down at your bed once more. Hopefully you'll spend another night with him soon. What about my kitty? Contemplate your time with Sushi. You look down at Sushi, a mix of pride, happiness, and love in your heart. Really, it's quite amazing. In all the years of the universe, you and Sushi happen to be born close enough to know each other. It's a special feeling. You hope this very special feeling will continue for a long time into the future. Then we gotta sit with her. You sit down beside Sushi and pull out your diary. You don't usually use a diary, but today you think it might be nice to do a little writing. Pen in hand, Sushi rests against your legs as you write. You write about Casper, you write about Sushi, you write about your little corner of the world. It's freeing. Alright, gotta check on my plant. Your little sprout has grown up happily and healthily, all because of you, and today, it rewards you with 4 beautiful flowers. You water your plant and feel a sense of accomplishment. Well, I already did that, so. You put your ear to the door, but find it quiet. With your mysterious neighbors moving out a couple of days ago, eavesdropping has become a lot more boring. Maybe it's a sign you should actually go out there and meet some of your neighbors, instead of just eavesdropping all the time. You're just thinking of doing that when you hear footsteps approach your door, then stop. Before you have the chance to open your door, a letter slips in your mail slot. The footsteps retreat. Curious, you pick up the letter. Dear neighbor, sorry if this letter comes as a surprise, but I promise I'm not a scammer, or a con artist, or a thief. My intentions are pure. Anyway, this is your neighbor, kinda. Room 4 on the 9th floor. You probably don't know me, but I've passed you in the halls a few times. I should probably have clarified, this isn't a confession of my love either. Excuse me. God, should I start this letter again? Ahem. I'm moving to a small town called Willowmist soon, just for a few months. You probably haven't heard of it. It's in the complete middle of nowhere. I just wanted to tell you that you've seemed very bright lately. We don't know each other, but I think I felt inspired to do this move because of you. Which is, again, kinda crazy, seeing as we don't know each other. Isn't it strange how someone you only pass sometimes can make such a difference? Whatever it is that's changed for you, I hope it continues. Happiness can be so sparse these days, but you seem to radiate with it. Wherever life takes you, I hope you can enjoy it, even when something challenges your brightness. This ended up kinda poetic. My bad. See you around. The weirdo from the 9th floor. You put the letter down and spend some time thinking over the contents. Alrighty, last book. Positives and negatives. The rain will fall and the sun will rise. The thunder will crash and the flowers will bloom. A positive and a negative. With strength will come an eventual exhaustion. A boulder at first, but a pebble soon after. With courage, fear will arise, but the darkened clouds will lighten with colors in its wake. Then why, oh why, did the universe place
two negatives to match with the red string. The crimson cord, as simple as it may be. Binding, pulling, stretching, catching on every corner, tugging on every imbalance. Tensions rise and fall back down. Whether wishful or not, they come and go like waves. And yet, despite all of my faults, and all of yours as well, the cord remains almost unbothered, as if nothing happened. Why is that? Why is it despite everything that happens in this waking world, that the cord has not split? Because, love, while we may not be positives in our own eyes, the things we do together are. We're there for each other, despite any negativity that comes our way. The positives we create with each other will be the equivalent to the negatives we will face. AMLR. I will say this, the last two things I read, those were completely new to me. The Blossoms poem that was by Mika Akatsuka, that was the one I read in my personal playthrough. But their poem appeared in the last day, in this day, not in the first day. So interesting. Oh, whoops, I accidentally saved. Alrighty. Check your computer. Alrighty, let me see. Oh, but yeah, you can actually see the sketches for the fireworks CG. Yeah, this was where I was like, oh my god, I'm in love with him. And then there's the, like, look at this. It's so pretty. And then there's this. Yeah, like, this was pretty, but this was the moment I was like, oh, fuck. That was the moment I'm like, oh, no, I'm down bad. But yeah, it's so nice. I love it. Obviously, I can't show you the rest. But yeah. What's on the internet? Random color. Alright, I can't do that for too much because it's gonna kill everybody. Anyway, let's start on the second to last day. That game froze. Look at this! Grim with Aswheel, skin so soft. Oh my god. Alrighty. Sunshine, are you safe? Well, are you at home? Did you eat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just here, babe. Slow down. Okay. Sunshine! Alright, you asshole. Not that slow. I will take it to mean you are well. I'm fine, yeah. Just been hanging out with Sushi. No one's come to steal away my soul or anything. That is good. Good. How's everything going? That depends on what you are referring to. In regards to Asriel, he is well. In regards to me, I believe soon I may go crazy from our current predicament. You sound a little stressed. A little? That is an understatement. The understatement of the decade. Or perhaps even the century. What part is making you so stressed then? The whole forbidden relationship thing? The way you downplay that is astounding. I wish I had your nonchalance. Life's easier when you stop giving so much of a shit, you know? That is surprisingly good advice. Yeah, you basically after a while you just stop giving a shit. I'm full of good advice. Then give me another piece of it. Time to pull out Blythe's sage advice. He who chases two rabbits catches neither. Huh. That is indeed wise. Thanks, I read it on the side of a cereal box.
Come on, listen, I know I may be good at writing novels, but I am not good at poetry, babe.
When did cereal become so deep?
Oh, it's always been deep, Casper. Cereal is no joke. You need to try some. I need to give you some Special K.
I feel you are, as I heard a mortal say once, taking the piss.
Jeez. What Australians have you been talking to? This is what I mean! This game has to be set in Aussie! There's no fucking reason! Why do we keep bringing up Australia?
I take souls from all over the world. I hear many strange sayings.
To be fair, though, I also hear, are you taking the piss, mate? From, like, the UK. I hope you'll tell me all about them one day. I need to pick up a lot of swear words.
When everything calms down, I hope to tell you lots of things.
Hey, Casper!
Yes, Blythe?
Did you make any progress today on the whole, have to take my soul thing? That's really pressing!
Very little. I was sent on another mission as soon as I returned, and have only just come back to the underworld. I'm hoping I can convince them that your soul is not supposed to be taken yet, but... I cannot think of a single case in history where a Reaper has managed to save a mortal.
Not fantastic odds, then.
No, not at all fantastic. There are other avenues for me to investigate. A way for me to give up being a Reaper. Equally unlikely, though worth pursuing, perhaps. Maybe a way to secretly remove you from our systems.
Whoa, I'd be going underground? Whoops.
In the eyes of the Grim Reapers, yes. And if none of that works, then I hope to find a way to protect you after I am terminated.
Casper. No one's getting terminated.
I cannot see an ending that does not have one or both of us dead. But your optimism is infectious, like a disease. And as such, I will investigate whatever avenues I can.
Good boy.
Again with the good boy. If anything, I'm a bad boy.
Oh my god, I cringed. Do you want me to call you bad boy, baby girl?
Somehow that's worse. Anyway, so Casper has a praise king. Who knew? Makes sense. I've made no progress yet, but I have ideas. I believe you should be safe for some time. My superiors know your soul is difficult, and as such, they should give me a little more leeway.
What about the whole, weird memory thing you had?
I honestly do not know who to talk to or ask about such a thing. If I speak to the wrong person, the consequences could be dire. I do have an idea.
You're just full of ideas today.
Well, in the underworld there is a grand... what would you call it? A library, I suppose. The Library of the Lost.
An apt name.
All of our history is in there. Thousands of years of Grim Reapers. And more. But I would never be able to get clearance to the place.
Who would?
I do not know. Not my boss, nor my boss's boss. The secrets that are held there are immense. I would imagine. I've never been there, nor met anyone that has either. But if any place holds the answer to what we can do, and the truth of my creation, it would be there.
Is it heist time?
Huh?
It could be like a spy movie. We'll get onto the roof, then you lower me down with a rope. And then I'll do some cool-ass flips all over all the lasers.
You watch too many movies. Forget the lasers. I would be more worried about the gargoyles.
Gargoyles? What do you mean?
Yes, they make excellent security guards.
Foiled once again. Damn it.
I tire of typing.
He is so bad!
Sorry, babe, I gotta check the chat real quick. What the fuck?
Excuse me.
I guess that's it. Alright, yes. Hi, babe. There you are. That's much better.
Aw, did you miss me?
Chat box. Are you sure you're not a witch or a warlock or something similar?
What? Why?
I reply. Then back to the video. More than I care to admit. Seeing you safe gives me an odd relief. Chat box. Perhaps you've put a spell on me and that is why I miss you so.
I wish. You just love me.
Alright, back to video.
I feel the same about you. I was a little worried you'd be in trouble for staying at my apartment last night.
Fortunately, no one has noticed. I think. I hope. I pray.
I was wondering something. What's your biggest fear?
That's a little out of nowhere.
I was just thinking, you seem a little scared of your organization.
Yes, well, I wasn't afraid of it in the past. I saw countless terrible things happen, and yet I never feared. What they did was of little concern to me. I suppose I now have a reason to fear them.
Is there anything else you're scared of?
Well, I suppose I am scared of myself in a way. Lately, I feel as though I do not truly know who I am, nor where I came from. Things I did not even think of before I met you. Really, it's all your fault and you should feel terrible about it. Chatbox. You are the Reaper version of a homewrecker. A Reaper wrecker.
Guilty as charged.
Back to the video.
Sorry, I'm allergic to guilt. You're cute. Wait, why are you sneezing?
Good question. Maybe I'm allergic to bullshit.
Damn. That's an unfortunate allergy to have around me.
You don't say. What about you then?
Me? Well, you went and said something so serious, I was gonna say... centipedes. No thing should have that many legs. But something more serious.
Alrighty. If you want to get the different endings, this is where you start. So I'm making a save file here so that when we go to get the second ending I want to get, we don't have to go through day 9. Alrighty, so if you want to go for the ending I want, at least according to the guide, who knows, it might be a little outdated, take this one.
I'm scared of not taking enough risks. I think I'm too risk-averse. But sometimes, a risk is what you need to take to make things better. Don't you think?
You're adding another fear to my pile, sunshine. I kid. In all honesty, I think you take plenty of risks. Just look at the mess we've stuck ourselves in.
Thanks, Casper. What are you sighing about now?
I'm annoyed.
About?
It's time. You also gotta do with this.
Soul baby time?
No, you fool. No matter how many times you bring it up, it's still not possible. There is no way to have a soul baby. They don't exist.
Those are the words of someone who's giving up. A giver-upperer.
That sounds stupid.
Yeah, it is. Then time for what?
Time is what is annoying me. It goes by so quickly. What feels like the blink of an eye to someone like me is a lifetime to someone like you. It is frustrating. There's so much I still do not know about you. Things I wish to know.
Well, we have some time now. What did you want to know?
Where would I even begin when I desire everything from you?
Well, we gotta start somewhere.
How about your favorite food? No, your favorite guilty pleasure food.
Excuse me. Ooh, that's a good question. A tough one, too. I think it has to be chocolate. It seems a little obvious, I know. But that would be because it's the right answer.
What sort of chocolate?
Can I just have all?
All chocolate?
Yes.
Every single one?
Yes.
That's a lot of chocolate.
Gosh, I hope so. Anyway, what about you, Casper? You can't say noodles. Anything else?
I like bread.
Just bread?
Just plain bread. However, it does taste better when folded in half. Chatbox. I feel myself growing hungry just thinking about it.
And then I reply with, okay, white bread boy.
And then back to the video.
Folded bread?
Indeed. It is still inferior to noodles, but it has its perks.
This is the cheap college kid diet. A sandwich with nothing in it?
Correct.
A nothing sandwich.
How many times do I have to say yes?
Surely it tastes the same, folded or not. Grimmy, that's very strange. When we move in together, I am going to introduce you to so much food.
When, and not if.
I feel like I have a moral obligation to get you to eat better. But, going back to noodles, what flavors do you like anyway?
The age-old question.
What makes that an age-old question?
It is a question as old as time.
I feel like it's only as old as noodles existing.
If I were not so busy and important, perhaps I would write an essay on this topic. There are many good flavors, but only some may claim to be great.
And?
Sitting in third place, sweet chili.
Ooh, Grimmy is getting a little spicy.
And second, seafood. The milky broth, chewy calamari, and plum vinegar flavor. My mouth is alight just thinking of it.
How can a mouth be alight?
It is a figure of speech.
Not one I've ever heard before.
And in first place, drum roll please.
Give Casper a drum roll because we're adorable like that.
Original.
Original? Of course it's original. Original is pretty good though.
There is a reason it is the best selling. Nothing can beat the original.
We can name our Soul Baby Original. By the way, those three choices, not taking enough risks, Soul Baby and Soul Baby, that's the three choices you need to get to this ending. It's a little unconventional, but it is original. Ba-dum-ts.
That is a terrible joke and you should feel awful about it. I won't even mention that, once again, we are not having soul babies.
You're starting to sound like you agree they exist.
They do not. I swear, you...
By the way, this is where okay, so... the moment this shit happened, I felt my stomach drop. Because I was like, oh no! What the?
But look, nobody.
Casper, the call disconnected. Something is wrong with your app, Grimmy. Wait, did you hang up on me? Hello? Casper?
Hello, sunshine.
Casper?
Unfortunately, Casper couldn't make it. What a shame. Instead, it's just you and me.
Who are you?
Who I am is not important. I'm far more interested in you. Blythe Lovely, the keeper of an incredibly rare soul. Sadly, that soul no longer belongs to you. My organization doesn't appreciate those who withhold their property.
You're a Grim Reaper?
I am Death. The one you call Casper has been infected with mortal desires, and now must face the consequences. As will you.
Why are you doing this?
Because I take my role in this world seriously. Perhaps you think me unkind? Then you would be correct. We are not kind, but we are just. I will give you one final chance to reconsider. Come with me, and I promise you will face a quick end.
If I do, will you let Casper go?
Perhaps. That will depend on you.
I won't do anything for a perhaps. I needed to sneeze. Chotto matte. Ugh. Excuse me. Wow, I'm surprised I haven't sneezed more often.
You will see in time just how ill thought out your decision is, sunshine. Lock your door and your windows if you'd like, but I'll be there soon enough. Goodbye.
Wait! Please, just leave Casper alone! Uh-oh! Spaghetti! Spaghetti! Spaghetti!
You shut down your computer, then back away from your desk before noticing an envelope sitting right next to your now closed laptop. When did that get there? It's black with a red seal on it, which you carefully open. You find two things inside, a letter and a key card. Dearest Blythe, would you like to know the truth? Then come, alone. There's no name at the bottom of the letter. Your eyes go to your door, and you lock it anyway, despite what the stranger told you. You've moved to your window when you hear a knock at the door. Get down low. The knocking continues. And again, a little louder. Oi, sunshine!
Huh? Casper?
Who else has such a handsome, unforgettable voice?
What's your axolotl called?
What?
Answer the question, then I'll open the door.
Asriel, of course. Lord Asriel the Great, if you want to get technical.
Huh? I've never heard the rest of his name.
You open the door, and there, looking slightly windswept, is the one and only Casper. Sorry, my app was playing up, so I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
Shh!
You grab him by the arm and pull him inside, then lock the door behind the both of you.
Someone else messaged me.
Someone else? Show Casper the messages. It is not safe to be here. I was right to come.
I don't want anything bad to happen to you.
We have to leave. I must take you somewhere safe.
You always find me so easily. Where could be safe?
Reapers can track anyone easily throughout your realm, but...
But?
I have a terrible idea.
Hit me with it.
I can take you to my place.
Your place? Grimmy.
What? No, I don't mean it like... Ugh. You will not be tracked so easily there, and I imagine it is the last place they would expect you.
What about sushi?
I can take you first, then come back for your beast.
Let me pack a few things. You grab a duffel bag and stuff it with some essentials, including the letter and key card you were somehow given. Every now and then you hear a strange sound and jump, but nothing is there. Okay, I'm good to go. I can't believe I'm going to the underworld. I can't even imagine what it'll look like.
Were the circumstances different, I would rather never take you to such a place, but... Well, we should go. Quickly.
How do we actually get there?
We fly, obviously.
We what? You watch as Casper pulls open the window, then steps out as if there were something to step out onto. He reaches his hand back in your window. Watching you scramble over my desk is hilarious, you know?
Shut up.
Take his hand. You take his hand and step out onto the tops of his shoes.
So funnily enough, I actually found out what Casper's canon height is. It's 5'7", so he's a bit of a short king. And technically, if Blythe is supposed to be based off of me, I'm 5'5". So technically I would be looking down at him. I thought he was a little taller, so I always chose this option. But yeah, no, I'm looking down.
You're so short.
Maybe you're just freakishly tall.
Didn't you say you'd never take me flying, by the way?
Things change.
You nearly cry out when Casper moves, shifting you into his arms as the two of you start drifting through the night sky, like a pair of shooting stars. It's a strangely freeing feeling, flying. You'd think you feel fear, or trepidation, but instead you just feel an awe. The world goes on below you. Lights, and buildings, and streets, and cars. It all seems so small. This is amazing. Wait, can people see us?
Us? No, not at all.
I don't like the way you're saying that.
They would see you hanging onto a bird.
Casper! If I'm on the morning news, it'll be all your fault.
True, but it will be hilarious.
Babe! Whatever response you're about to call out to Casper is lost to the void as darkness consumes the two of you. Your stomach drops as if you were falling. Then, it's gone, and you're standing in a place you've only ever seen on your laptop screen. Look at us, we're at home! A word of warning would have been nice! Casper gently settles your feet to the floor, but you can't help but notice his arms stay around you almost protectively.
I would say welcome, but I hardly think it would be appropriate considering the circumstances. I have to admit, seeing you standing here, in my space, I find myself enjoying the sight, while simultaneously wishing you were anywhere else.
You watch Casper fiddle with his hair, worry on his face. Only when your eyes meet does he smile again, strained as it is. We'll figure it out.
I hope so. But there will always come a time when where things cannot be figured out, Sunshine. Everything comes to an end eventually. I feel like I'm falling. Even now, with my feet on solid ground.
You know, Casper, there's one thing I'm really good at.
Making jokes at inappropriate moments?
Well, yes. But that wasn't what I was going for. It's avoiding death. You know, it's kind of my thing. Since we're so wrapped up together now, maybe you'll get a bit of my good luck.
Perhaps that stubborn streak of yours I despised for so long is a good thing after all.
You've always loved it.
It has grown on me.
I keep you on your toes, huh?
Like nothing else.
Putting that aside, though, what's the plan here? Pack some bags and hide out somewhere in super hell?
What, run away?
There's nothing wrong with running away. But yes.
It may come to that. But it would be setting us up for a lifetime of being chased. I hope to find something more permanent. But putting aside anything else, you should rest. Your body is likely tired after traveling across realms.
What about you?
I will be back.
Don't go. Stay? Just for a little while?
Well, how could I say no to that?
You pull Casper by the hand towards his bed, your eyes sleepy. It really did take a lot out of you. You wonder for a moment how Casper can do it so much. You lay back and then pull him towards you. His hands wrap around your waist and you nestle into the crook of his neck. It's warm and comfortable. Being held by him just feels right. Feeling his chest rise and fall, his heart beating. The warmth of his skin and the softness of his hair. His fingers stroking gently against your cheek. Time goes by as you simply hold each other, afraid to let go. It's sometime later when you decide to speak up. Be safe, okay? I can't lose you now.
For once, death has no appeal to me. Look what you've gone and done. You've corrupted a model Grim Reaper.
We both know you don't mind.
I'll be back soon, Sunshine. Don't go anywhere, and don't open the door.
I won't. He leans in and kisses you. Gentle, tender.
I will see you later, my love. That my love bit, that got me really bad.
He stands, then stops to look down at you. His eyes filled with a sort of affection you never thought could be aimed at you. And then he turns and walks out the door. As it closes, a cold feeling settles in the room. You look towards your bag, where the letter from the mysterious Reaper is hidden. But your body feels heavy, and your eyelids droop. Time to sleep, you think. Just a nap, and then you'll wake up and everything will be fine. With a yawn, you close your eyes, and let yourself drift off to sleep.
Okay.
You dream of connection.
Okay, so you'll know if you got that, if you got my ending, if you get this connection.
You dream of connection. It's a funny thing to dream about, really. Connections don't usually have forms, and yet you can see it. It's bright and fuzzy around the edges. You reach your hand out and find it warm and comfortable. You feel the warmth all throughout your body, like a hug. It feels like Casper. It feels like home. It suddenly speeds away from you. You look to the horizon, searching for that connection. And there you see Casper. Your eyes meet. And once again, you feel that warmth. You blink open your eyes, still tired from the night before. For a moment, you feel disoriented. This isn't your room. Where are you? Ah, you think. Right. It's Casper's room. With Asriel! It's still strange to actually be here. Sure, you saw it on your video calls, but now you're really here. In Casper's room, which is full of Casper's silly little things. All of his posters, his jars of what look to be skincare, his scythe leaning up against the wall. These are the things that Casper chose out. Special things to him. It's a nice feeling to be amongst those special things. And there he is, you see, sitting at his desk. A warm feeling settles over your chest. Yeah, this is definitely a nice feeling. He hasn't yet noticed that you're awake, but that's okay. It's nice just to watch him for a moment. It also feels a little lonely.
He's been alone in this room. Forever? With no one to lean on. No one to look after him when he was sick with that soul sickness of his. If you can be that person for him, well, that would make you very happy. You wonder for a moment when Casper got back. Did he see you sleeping, look down at you with content, then let you sleep just a little bit longer? Did he tiptoe around the room, careful not to wake you up? You sigh, happy. He really is cute. His head turns in your direction, and his gaze is soft. Lately, it's always soft when he looks at you. When did that happen? Working hard, Casper? How long have I been asleep?
It's been but a few hours.
When did you get back?
Not long ago. I dislike the idea of you being here alone. It is beyond frustrating. If I take you with me, you're in danger. If I leave you here, you're also in danger. And I will admit, I do like seeing you in my bed. It's almost annoying how much I like it.
I got to snuggle up with Azrael. Best sleep ever.
Huh. So Azrael is not content with being the best Reaper. He also wants to steal you away from me. I respect that, though I will not allow it. I respect the plushie taking you away from me.
You're silly. He's just being a good boy. Give Azrael a squeeze. My heart belongs to one person only, Azrael. Sorry.
And that one person would be...
You stupid. Oh my god, you're jealous of your fucking plushie?
Oh my god, I want to kiss that pout off your face.
You see a small smile tug at the corner of his mouth. He does look slightly tired, actually. Tired, but also determined. How did it go, anyway? Any leads?
Nothing I did not already know. It is beyond frustrating. There are so many questions I need answered, and I am certain others would have the same questions, but there is no one to ask. Everyone else who cared is long gone.
What do you mean?
I knew some people who questioned our way of doing things in the past. They were all terminated. My organization does not suffer questions.
I'm sorry, Casper.
I am the one who is more sorry. I watched a lot of people go to their death, and I did nothing about it. Perhaps there is not so much fairness in death after all.
I'm sad for them, but I'm glad you're here. And maybe if you'd helped them, you wouldn't be anymore.
Maybe. Anyway, I can find no one I can speak to in confidence. And if I were to say the wrong thing to the wrong person...
It's just the two of us against the world, then. Well, the two of us against a buttload of Reapers. You know, I might have an idea or two up my sleeves. And I own plenty of sleeves. So, here's the thing. I have this thing.
How lovely. I so do love things. Are you going to elaborate?
Yeah. Show Casper the lettering keycard.
Where did you get this?
It was on my desk. After that other Reaper spoke to me yesterday.
Well, you cannot go off on your own. There's no chance I could let you make that choice.
Wait. What if I did go alone?
Are you crazy?
Maybe, but that's beside the point. Whoever this is, they're obviously trying to trick me. It's such an obvious trap. Maybe they think I'm stupid or something?
I mean...
Hey! But can't we use this to our advantage? What if they do know something that could help?
What if they just kill you?
You should know that I'm famously hard to kill. but not impossible to kill.
How do you know? I haven't died even once.
It's too much of a risk.
Trust in me, Casper.
You are my only weakness, Sunshine.
That, and you also type incorrectly a lot.
I do not.
You really do.
Gods, this is such a stupid idea.
Stupid ideas are my forte, you know that. You Reapers have a lot of rules and laws and stuff, right?
More than you would be able to count.
Ouch. But is there anything I could use there to give me some more time?
I think there could be something.
You watch Casper cross the room, then pull out a thick leather-bound book from his shelf. That thing is at least 2,000 pages long. It's no longer a book. That thing is a murder weapon.
Here. We have a lot of old antiqued laws that are technically... Okay. We have a lot of old antiqued laws that technically are followed, but they're forgotten. If the one hunting you strictly follows the rules, then this may help.
The law of final service?
It's ancient, and rarely invoked as humans do not know it exists. When a Reaper arrives to take a soul, a human may call upon this law to be aided by the Reaper in a specific final task. They must help you for exactly 1 hour before being allowed to take your soul.
Hey, this is actually kinda nice.
Yes, well, there's a reason it is mostly lost to time. I myself only learned of it recently while trying to find some solution to our problem.
So they just have to do whatever I say?
Within reason. It must be something you can reasonably accomplish, and they have to help however they can. But once the hour is up, there is no extending it. You will be forfeiting your soul by using this law.
What if, in that hour, I can work out how to fix things?
I really should just come with you.
Let me try, Casper. Let me show you how serious I am about you. About us. Together.
Fine. Fine, alright, you win. But you must message me if anything goes wrong, and I will be there in an instant.
I promise. You stand to pick up Casper's jacket that sits by the door, and then turn back to him. His expression is concerned, and his eyebrows are knitted together. I'm gonna borrow this, alright? If anyone asks, I'm just a Reaper wearing a normal Reaper jacket, doing a normal walk through the normal underworld. Nothing suspicious here.
You're the bane of my existence, you know. And yet I desire you above all else. How frustrating.
I like frustrating you.
Stay safe, Sunshine. I shall await your message, and then I will be there. Don't do anything stupid.
Aye, aye, Captain. You leave a gentle kiss against Casper's lips, then open the door. I love you.
What the fuck was that noise? Alrighty, gotta check the chat, obviously. Six hours ago, huh? Alrighty, let me take a sip of water. Alrighty. You step outside and keep your head down.
Even though you expected it, it's strange for your body to tell you it's morning, but see only darkness outside. A small reminder that you're not home. Your hand clasps around the key card and you keep walking. People pass you by, and you can't help but feel like they're watching you. Are you being too suspicious? Is this just a terrible idea? Well, yes, it's a terrible idea, but that's to be expected. It was your idea. Terrible ideas are usually the best ones anyway. You continue onwards, following the surprisingly well-made signage. Whoever designs those in the underworld needs a raise. Soon enough, you arrive at the building from the description on the keycard. The Library of the Lost. There's no one else around. You walk up to the door and scan your keycard. With a click, the door opens for you, and you go inside.
Oh man, I saw this for the first time and I was like, holy shit, I would love to be here.
The huge library spreads out before you.
Oh yeah, this is the guy! This is the guy I was talking about before when I was talking about like the webtoon spoiler cover. This guy. I'll get into him when we get into the endings, but my god. Man, I can't even talk about what, like, my impressions when I first saw him, because it's like, it's gonna be too spoilery, but,
You're smarter than I gave you credit for, sunshine. Who are you? Very eloquent. A command of your language that Shakespeare would envy. You're him! The creepy hacker! And you are the mortal that 8394 has abandoned his station to protect. A disappointing end for an otherwise remarkable Grim Reaper. I cannot help but wonder what he finds so interesting about you. From my point of view, you're just another human. I'm a mortal who makes annoying people my full-time job. And baby, I've never missed a day. Right. Somehow I am not surprised. In any manner, I would absolutely hate to stand here chatting with you all day, so let's get down to business, shall we? You are supposed to be dead. I understand that it can be difficult for a mortal to move on. But it is the natural order of things. Screw your natural order. If I was supposed to be dead, I'd be dead. So, you think you are above the rules? Why should you live where many others have died? Maybe they shouldn't have died either. So you would disturb the cycle of life and death. If no one died, do you think your realm would survive? Perhaps I seem unfair to you, but... The only fairness is in death. Yada yada yada. It's not my first rodeo, buckaroo. You will give up your soul. I will teach you that there are consequences for your actions. I am the consequences. Hi, consequences. I'm Blythe. How do you do? That is not my name. I think it is. It is not. I think you're wrong. I do not have a name. Oh. Are you taking suggestions? Reapers do not have names. How about... Jeremy? Why 8394 would give up everything for someone so aggravating, I will never understand. I tire of this. It is about time we finished up here. He walks towards you, scythe in hand. It's a big scythe, actually. Ooh, that thing looks a little dangerous. He continues towards you. You know what? I have a much better idea than me dying, actually. How about you help me search this library for a way to get my name off your stupid list? Excuse me? Even better, something that gets both me and Casper off your radar. You must be stupid to even suggest I would. Have you heard of the law of final service? That law is greatly outdated. You seem like someone who likes following the rules, even if they are old. Am I wrong? Damn it all. Fine, I will play your game. From this moment, I will be in your service for 1 hour only. At the end of this hour, your soul will rightfully belong to me. Are you going to call me master? No. What if I say please? No. Dang it. Fine. Then what I actually want you to do is search this place for anything that could possibly help Casper and I. And you would like me to determine what would help you. Because I believe that, I should be more clear. It has to be something that will help us not be hunted anymore. I want to be able to go home, and I want Casper to go with me. So be it. He turns towards the numerous bookshelves. Now that you're having a proper look at the room, there really are way too many books in here. How can an hour be enough? It has to be... Talking to yourself? Get back to work, Reaper Boy! That is not my name. You haven't told me what to call you. If you must refer to me, I am 50112. 5012. Can I call you 5 for short? No. You're no fun. He turns back to begin searching the room. In the meantime, you open up your bag, where your laptop is still slipped in. You boot it up. Hey, sweetheart! Guess who got a bitch? Guess who got a bitch? The sunflowers, look! You make me worry. My beloved Casper, where art thou? Exactly where you left me, stewing in my own inability to do anything to keep you safe. That was a little more serious than I was going for. Where are you? Did you make it there safely? Are you hurt? Whoa, 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 slow down, hun. I'm fine. I got here safely, and now I'm making my new servant search the shelves. It worked then. Thank the gods. It was really pretty easy, not gonna lie. This guy is kind of a prick, though. Like, really a big prick. He won't even play along with me. Did you get his number? Oh yeah, 5012. I asked if I could give him a nickname, but he said no. He's such a prick. 5012. You know him? He trained me for some time. Well, perhaps disciplined is the right word. You disciplined? If anything, if you're gonna be disciplined by anybody, it should be me. The high and mighty Casper? I am the best Grim Reaper now, but I was not always this way. And here I thought you were born perfect. Maybe this was supposed to be foreshadowing here about the webtoon. An easy mistake to make when it comes to me. I am an ideal specimen. Near faultless. Huh. Maybe you and this guy are pretty similar, actually. What do you mean by that? He is a cold, wow. He is a cold, pompous, cocky, conceited prick. Pot me kettle. Except I love you. Anyway, I'm going to help search. I will come and assist you. I also want to keep an eye on 5012. I do not trust him. You jealous I'm spending time with someone else? No. The fact that the only Reaper who should be by your side is me is beside the point. Of course. That has nothing to do with anything. Casper, my love. My most dearest. My beloved. You are so jealous. My love, my most dearest, my beloved. You're the only Reaper for me. Do not ever doubt that. But don't come yet. I need you to be a surprise. What, do you expect me to jump out of a cake or something? Wait, is that an option? Damn, we need to try that. Okay, no, I was not being serious about that. A shame, really. Would have loved to see that. Let's workshop the cake idea later. We will not be doing that. We're putting a pin in it. No, we are not. At our wedding! But... What I actually meant was, he's probably expecting you to turn up now. If you wait until the hour's up, he's gonna think he's won. I want to wipe the smug look off his face.
All of that, risking your life, because you want to bully him?
I want to keep you safe. If I get to be a little mean to him along the way, I think it was meant to be.
Because he's a rightful cunt. Excuse me. Fine. Gods, this is infuriating. All I can do is pace around and worry.
Aw, Casper.
If you find anything, or the hour has just come to a close, call for me. I will be there.
I'll message you.
No, I believe that is not needed.
Huh?
Our connection. Even now, part of my soul still resides within you. The smallest part, but if you call for me, I will be there.
I'll be counting on you then. See you soon, okay?
Stay safe, Blythe. My stray ray of sunshine.
Love you too.
You found anything, Reaper Boy? Many things, human. Books, mostly.
Ha ha ha. You're such a comedian. Anything useful, doofus?
Anything to save you from your inevitable demise? No.
Keep looking.
You have exactly 45 minutes and 17 seconds left of my service. Perhaps you should consider using me for something more meaningful. To say goodbye to your family, or your friends, or whoever has the displeasure of knowing you.
Or we could just spend it chatting. That would be fun.
I will continue searching.
Thank you.
Prick. Start searching. Don't worry, I don't necessarily think he's a prick. I think he's just got a major stick up his ass.
45 minutes becomes 30 minutes. Then 20. Then 10. When 5 minutes are left, you look up from the book in your hands. All of these books suck!
Why is there so much... This is not just a library. It is a collection of our past. Of course the books are heavy with history, politics, and whatnot. Did you really think a book would miraculously appear that would solve all of your problems? Life is not often that convenient. It is best to give up now and accept what is to come. It will make passing on easier for your frail human body.
Keep looking. There has to be something.
If it pleases you.
You keep looking, flinging books from the shelves and scanning them as fast as possible. 3 minutes left. So many words. You're not sure if you're even really reading them anymore. You're just searching. Searching for something. Anything. 2 minutes. And then, the smallest glimmer. A scruffy old book. There's not even a title. You don't know what drew you to it, but you pull it from the shelf. Your fingers run over the cover, and you pull open the book. Handwritten and old. Very old. You flick through the pages, and you can feel yourself shaking. There's no time. You scan the pages as fast as you can, your eyes flicking over the words. 1 minute. There exists a middle between life and death, between a mortal and a grim reaper. This middle has been studied little, though I hope to change that. It is difficult to consider. Studying it properly would require 2 people, a grim reaper and a mortal with an incredibly strong soul. We have yet to find a set of people like this. So, this entry will focus on the theoretical side of this, how the bond could work, how the souls could merge, and how a being like this could exist. The idea is that 2 souls with a connection beyond the ordinary could combine the exceptional parts of their souls. The being that is created from the fusion would hold the weight of both their souls and provide some kind of protection for them.
Reapers would no longer experience the soul sickness. In fact, they would not really be Grim Reapers any longer. And the human would no longer age. They would not be a part of the cycle of rebirth any longer. But this is all theory. In practice, it would take a very special connection for a bond like this to exist, and I believe the consequences would be immense. To be so connected that one could no longer live without the other. I'm not sure if that is a blessing or a curse. It would be a bond unlike any other. Though again, it is all theory. You look up from the book just as 5012's eyes find yours. I hope you enjoyed your final hour, sunshine. A shame that your wishes did not come to fruition. Now, I will take what is owed to me.
Casper!
You feel a pull on something inside of you. Your very soul. That pull pulls something to you. Someone.
Hey, babe! Please don't become a PowerPoint presentation.
You blink your eyes against the feeling, and when they reopen, you see Casper.
You came.
You called. Welcome, Casper. It's been some time. A shame our reunion couldn't be under better circumstances. I suppose I shall always be cleaning up your mess. Say your final goodbyes. Just try it. I won't let you touch my mortal. The fact you think you can stand against me is hysterical.
Casper, do you trust me?
Unfortunately.
Meet me on the bridge.
On the...
Whatever else he says is lost as you close your eyes and concentrate. You picture that bridge as you try to calm your mind. One step, and then another. You hold on to the handrails and you walk. It's funny being back here. It somehow feels like years since you and Casper did this for the first time. But it was only a few days ago now. You look up with eyes shut tight. But you see him. Casper.
What are we doing?
I found something that might help. A way to make me something other than human, and you something other than a Grim Reaper. They might stop hunting us if they're such sticklers for rules.
What do you mean?
We'll combine a part of each of our souls.
Is this really what you want?
What I really want is to be with you. If it's what you want too.
Sunshine, I want nothing else except for you.
Reach out with your soul.
What in the...
You open your eyes. Floating between you and Casper is... a sunflower. It's slightly see-through. Barely there, really. But it is there. A part of you and a part of Casper.
You two are... no longer the same. What is this?
A part of us. And you're right. We're not the same anymore. So... You watch 5012 pull out a piece of paper from his pocket. He goes between staring at it and then you incredulously.
If this were up to me, both of you would be tried for this. But it is not up to me. I am not a judge. I am simply a follower of the rules. Human, Casper. The two of you are neither human nor Grim Reaper, and thus I have no hold over you. You will be sent back to the mortal realm. But let it be known, if the two of you ever go back to the way you were, I will be there.
We'll invite you to the wedding.
Even listening to you makes me lose brain cells.
You watch him raise his hand, and before you know it, you're falling. Falling, 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 until you aren't. Sunlight cascades in from the window. You blink, unused to the sunlight. Looking around, you see your room. You see Sushi, returned somehow. Azrael sits next to Sushi on the bed. Your bag is here, your laptop, and there's Casper too. It worked.
It worked.
It worked! Welcome home, Casper. The sun, my stupid plant, everything's still here. But now it's even better, because you're here too.
I never thought this could be possible. Thank you, Sunshine. What now?
Well, I feel like we're gonna have to work out the whole no proof you were ever born thing. Without any legal documents, it might be hard. But we'll work something out, right?
We have a little choice, really. I intend to stay with you forever, so...
Aw, Casper. I really do love you.
And I you.
I really can't believe that worked.
Where did it go, anyway?
I don't know. I only saw it for a split second, then it disappeared. I guess it's quietly keeping us safe. Hey, would you say I won our bet? You didn't take my soul.
You want my soul now?
No. Can I pick something else?
Should I be worried?
Oh, absolutely!
Fine. You, my troublesome little piece of sunshine, can have whatever piece of me you wish.
Ending 8, Interwoven. So yeah, this was an ending that, I got my final night playing this. Alrighty, we're not gonna look at the credits because there's a lot here. So we're gonna skip ahead. By the way, this was surprising to wake back up to. The sound of water splashing, lapping against the tub as someone steps in. You've noticed that a lot lately. Little sounds you didn't hear when you lived alone. The sound of sheets shifting as you lay still. Pans clattering in the kitchen as you sit at your desk. All those little sounds have become special to you. The sound of someone else sharing your space. It's enough to make you smile. So this was fucking... This made me also realize I am too straight. I'm too into men.
Is this really what you want?
It is!
This is more a reward for myself than you.
Then stop wiggling! There. Does it feel nice?
Yeah, you're running your fingers through his hair!
Casper?
Yes, it feels nice.
What are you so distracted with,
I am in a bathtub, and you are right there.
Well, I can't wash your hair from the next room over. Seriously, from the first second I saw your hair, I knew I had to touch it properly one day. It's so soft. So long.
Are we still talking about my hair?
What else would I be talking about? If you don't like it, I can stop.
No. Please continue.
Yes, sir.
But next time we should...
Yes, Casper?
Forget about it.
Do you want me to pull your hair?
Next time we should share the bath.
Oh. Someone is getting very confident over here.
If you don't want to, then forget it.
Did I say that? In fact, why don't I just hop in now?
Huh?
You're going red.
I am not.
You are!
I never go red.
I love how bad you are at lying now that you can do it. He smiled down at Casper. Life is good. Better than good, actually. It's pretty much perfect. You and Casper. Yeah, you like the sound of that, you think. So yay!
That was one of my favorite endings, because it's like, listen, I will admit, I do like I do like the idea of, like, us both becoming immortal, but not Reapers. But obviously, we've got another ending to, get. And this one was easily my favorite, I still think. Like, the one I actually prefer over this one. Despite how good it was, obviously. I have to go to the guide, though, so chotomate. 6.5 hours. God, I played this game for 22 hours. It's great. Alrighty. So what do you say? How to kiss Grim. Well, we can kiss him. Alrighty. Alrighty. I have the guide up. Boop. Alrighty. So, in regards to this ending, which is ending 6, if you want to get it, at least according to the guide, you want to pick, this, right? Yeah. I'm scared of missing the little things in life. Seeing my breath on a cold winter morning. Smelling the flowers that you bring me. Staying up late playing my favorite games. I want to enjoy the little things for as long as I can. And you will. Thanks, Casper. Alrighty, now we gotta start skipping shit, because we've already read this. Unfortunately, I don't think there is a skip button. Oh yeah. Time for... No, it's not time for anything. I think it's time for plenty. Breathing, for one. It's always time for breathing. Time is what is annoying me. It goes by so quickly. Blah, blah, blah. You know what's funny is, like, because there's no skip button, I actually remembered all my dialogue choices despite everything. But yeah, do not worry. But do not worry, you're not missing anything. Believe me. I feel like I memorized this particular day because I had to play through it like 4 times to get the different endings. I say to get the... yeah. Sorry if I'm gonna be a little bit quiet. Obviously, it's getting a little bit late into the evening. And I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. It's probably gonna be 7 hours by the time I get through with this. But I will say, this was fun replaying through. But I think y'all understand what I meant when I said, like, I think they really upped the ante in regards to, the romance. But yeah, I think you'll see why I love ending 6. That CG is fucking gorgeous. Okay. Second choice for the bloom ending, you have to answer this. When we live together, I'll get the shelves stocked with original noodles. Got it. Well, that would depend on what flavor you like. For you, I would eat an inferior flavor. Aww. It's almost romantic, but then I remember we're talking about noodles. Noodles are inherently romantic. Have you ever seen Lady and the Tramp? You actually watched that movie? I'm surprised! Okay, I gotta hear the explanation for this one. You see. Okay. Okay. I mean, I think the reason why there's not much of a skip button is because, like, because of the fact that you, like, you know, enter in all of your dialogue, it's like, that would be really difficult to basically integrate a skip button for. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when I first got the red chat room, that, like, my stomach dropped. I had to go grab my pillow because I was so anxious. Alrighty. Alright, so for the third choice, for the bloom ending, you have to say this. I won't let you take our future. You have no future. You delude yourself into thinking otherwise. Let me see. Okay. We have final choice coming up in a little bit. Also, who the fuck says oi? No American says oi. Like, for real though, what American says oi? Seriously, I cannot believe I remember all these dialogue choices. Like, it's easy for me to remember them, like, you know, for the stream because I already have the muscle memory, you know what I mean? But during my personal playthrough, it's like, how the fuck do I remember all these? I will say, something I remember reading on the DLC page as well, is that apparently there's also more new music that is original. I think this is one of them. And that piano piece that you always hear, that's also original, but that shows up, God, that shows up in all the endings, but it traumatized me for ending 7. I cannot wait to explain ending 7, because again, I need to tell y'all, just like, because, like, again, like, I'm not lying when I say that fucking ending destroyed me. Like, I straight up was crying at 3, 4 in the morning. Because it just killed me. But yeah, this piece that's playing right now, that's an original. And I guess, like, while there, I could also talk about, like, because I remember when I was looking up the guide for the Beyond the Bet endings, I also took a look at the at a guide for the base game endings as well. Because I was curious about, like, what the other endings entailed. Alrighty, final choice here. So if you want to get ending 6, you have to click this. I'd really just like to go home. Alrighty, now we don't need the guide up. With you. I mean, being here is kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. But I still want to show you more of human life. I would like that. Let me sort this out, I'll find a solution. I wonder if someone did decide to draw that. There's probably fan art of that scene with Casper and that person's sunshine. The two of you laid in bed together, comforting each other.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. So, you will know if you got ending 6 if you dream of flowers.
You dream of flowers. Fields and fields of them, as far as the eye can see. Red, orange, yellow, pink, purple. The colors are endless. And in between them all is him. Casper. You smile and then run towards him. The flowers part like the sea, clearing your path towards the one you love. And you embrace him. All is right with the world. You wake up, eyes fluttering open. For a moment, the room around you is unfamiliar, and your heart begins to race. Then you remember. This is Casper's house. In the underworld. Right. You feel a weight against your chest, and for a second you expect to see Casper. But he doesn't seem to be back yet. Instead, you see a fluffy orange cat with round green eyes. Aren't you the cutest little thing in the world? Except for Sushi, of course.
Speaking of which, where is she? She has not dropped in at all tonight.
But you're a close second. The cat stares back at you, eyes wide. Then, in a sudden puff of smoke, goes up in flames. You jump away and out of bed as it runs off, ducking under a shelf and finding its way out of the house.
How the fuck did it find its way in? Damn, I was not expecting that. Maybe I need to take...
Alrighty. What just happened? This place is wild. You stretch out your shoulders, yawning as you look around the room. It's strange to be standing here after seeing it over video calls so much. You glance towards Casper's computer. You're not sure why, but a sense of nostalgia wells in your chest. How amazing it is to know that man sits right there and spends his free time chatting to you. There's a deep fondness for Casper that wells within your chest, but for now, you force it away. Where is Casper? You can't keep that question from your mind. He said he'd be back, but judging from the lack of baby girl energy in the room, he hasn't returned at all yet. You sit down on the edge of Casper's bed and pull out the letter that the mysterious Reaper sent to you. The letter is short and sweet. Come alone and learn the truth. You flip over the key card, looking for any clues you missed yesterday. There's a number of some kind and a name, Library of the Lost. I thought as much. Sitting there, alone in a place, no, a world, where you don't belong, you wonder if you can truly do anything that will help Casper. Can a mere mortal really save an immortal Reaper? But in the end, you decide on one thing. Dangerous or not, Casper is worth taking risks for. If he can break the rules, so can you. You dress, finding your discarded clothes, before pausing next to a dresser. You open it to find Casper's clothes. Cloaks, gloves, hats, there's all kinds of things in here. But overall, you can't help but notice. Everything has so many belts. You pull out one of the cloaks. It seems to match the one Casper usually wears, and pull it over your shoulders and head. Maybe this will make navigating the underworld a little easier. You grab your bag, emptying most of the contents out and just taking the essentials, the letter, the key card, and your laptop. Just in case. Your bag in hand, you go towards the door, then stop. You turn to where Azrael is sitting, then go back over and... Give him a kiss on the head. Mwah! Hold down the fort, alright? You turn back towards the door, then finally head outside.
Well, yeah, so I will say that day 10 is completely different depending on the ending you get. Even if it does sound all the same in the beginning, it's actually not.
Your journey through the city that encompasses all of the underworld is both overwhelming and a little confusing. There's far more people than you first thought. People who don't look so different to any normal mortal. But there's also people who look far different to what you've seen before. People with wings and tails and horns, or skin in shades of pinks and blues and purples. You walk along, your head down, trying to ignore the eyes that watch you. Are they watching you? You're not sure, but it certainly feels like it.
Excuse me.
Despite being morning time, there's no sun in the sky. Above you is just blackness, without a single star. You find it a little sad, honestly. Eventually, you find your way to the place you're searching for, the library. Thankfully, whoever is in charge of the signage in the underworld is earning their keep. From the outside, the library is a large and imposing building, with wide steps and tall columns. It's also strangely empty. There are no people here at all. Just silence. Slowly, you walk up the steps. At the front door, you scan your key card, waiting for it to alert security that you're there. Nothing happens. You try the door. It swings open easily, and you step inside. This inside is vast. The ceiling is impossibly high, and alcoves lead to shelves that are full to bursting with books. You feel as if a single person could spend their whole life in here and still not find everything they were looking for. But still, you'll try. Start on the shelves on the right. You head over to the shelves on the right of the room and start perusing. A lot of the books here are handwritten journals, rather than printed books. Seconds become minutes, minutes become hours as you search through the vast collection of the Library of the Lost. Despite liking reading, it's slow going. You find books and journals about all kinds of things related to being a Grim Reaper, or one of the other inhabitants of the underworld. History, culture, politics. A lot of it is above your head. There must be something here. A way to help Casper. And myself, of course. You keep looking, pensively. As the hours tick by, you begin to lose hope. But in a small section towards the back of the library, you find a book. It's dusty and faded, and the pages are brittle and yellowed. You open it, then cough a little. Very musty. In washed-out ink, you read the title, The Laws of Life and Death. Inside is pages upon pages of laws, rules, and regulations that all Reapers are required to follow. Some of them are easy enough to understand. Do not tell humans the secrets of the afterlife, for example. But others are a little vague. The Grim Reaper shall not fall in love. The Grim Reaper does not age. They will live as long as the world does, and will cease only when the world ceases. The Grim Reaper is not a god. They have no power to judge those who die, nor do they have any power over life and death. They can only take the souls of those who are set to die, and are bound by the rules of their masters. The Grim Reaper may not interfere with the lives of mortals. On and on and on, the rules are never ending. And you're certain you and Casper broke a lot of these. Whoops. Anyway, you're sure there's something in here you could use, but there's only so much time. Eventually, you flip to the back section of the book, and you find something. The Law of Equal Souls. The Grim Reaper may not become mortal. However, should they be willingly gifted the entirety of a soul's life essence by one of equal but opposite nature, the Reaper will become afflicted with what is known as soul sickness. This condition erodes their immortal existence and causes them to gradually regain mortality.
The process is irreversible. The exchange, once completed, leaves both souls mortal, severing their connection to the forces of life and death. If one with such a soul sacrifices for the Grim Reaper, they will be allowed a mortal life once again. This is it! I gotta talk to Casper. You turn and rush towards the door, book in hand, but stop dead. The door is sealed tight, and no matter how much you pull and push, you can't get it to open. What the? All around you is silence. Pull out your laptop. Fine, you think. You don't need to leave the building to talk to Casper. You can leave him a message, so he knows where to find you. Look at this. Grim, my greatest treasure! Alrighty. Casper! It's me. Blythe Lovely, in case you somehow forgot. To be honest, I think that would be impossible. Anyway. Sunshine! Whoa, no need to yell! Go back to all lowercase, please. Where are you? Big library? Your what? Yeah, I know. Sorry, Grimmy. I know I shouldn't have left. What are you doing there? I wanted to help you. And so you went? All by yourself? Stay right there. I'm coming. Wait! I found something. Then tell me about it in person. I might do something stupid. Like, really stupid. You are always doing something stupid. It is a problem of yours. You have no regard for your own life. You're worth risking it for. Sunshine, I could not handle it if something happened to you because of me. No matter what, I need you to be safe. What comes of me is secondary. No. Are you back at your house now? Yes. I just arrived back to find you gone. I thought... That's my bad. I know I shouldn't be wandering about here, but... Look, accept this, okay? Sunshine, there's no time for this. I must come and get you. Grim, do you want to be mortal? Why do you ask? That doesn't matter. Just say you have a way to become mortal in front of you right now. Would you take it? If you had asked me 6 months ago, I would have said no. I've always been this job. It was always enough. But now, I would give anything for that. To be able to be by your side without putting you in danger. To experience the fleeting beauty of life. But that is not possible. What if I said it is? What do you mean? I'll tell you when I can. I demand you tell me now. Oh, now he's getting bossy. My bossy little Reaper. You are an idiot, you know that? Yeah, I'm very aware. I'm an idiot who loves you. You'll be a dead idiot if you keep this up. Excuse me. Isn't that what you kind of wanted, though? I do not want that in the slightest anymore. Do not depart that building. I'm leaving now. Fine. I'll be a good person and wait right here. Gods, I'm an idiot for getting involved with you. My special little idiot. Love you. You smile towards your laptop. You really are just a pair of idiots.
With a shake of your head, you close the lid and almost jump out of your skin as you see someone standing on the other side. Who the... And so the little stray piece of sunshine finally decides to pay attention to their surroundings. You're that asshole, aren't you? That's not a very polite way to talk to someone you've just met. Well, if you gave me your name, I could use that. You didn't, so you're that asshole. Names aren't important for my kind, except to those that stray. I believe you know someone like that, don't you?
Okay, look at this. This guy. So yeah, we finally get to... I was wondering when we were gonna get to see him, like, you know, like this. Why is he hot? I have to question. Why is he hot?
Let's cut to the chase, shall we? You're supposed to be dead. Reaper 8394 of the 13th station, the one you call Casper, has gone against the natural order of the world in order to keep you alive. It's not like I'm trying to stay alive here! And Casper, bless his heart, did actually try his best to kill me. Maybe if I'm not dying like I'm supposed to, then I'm not meant to be dead. That's not possible. But I believe you know why you're still here already. You have a very special soul. A soul that belongs to our organization. Who says it's yours? I do. As much as I would love to stand here and chat to you, I really don't. You will hand over your soul as instructed. If you do so quickly, then perhaps we will show some leniency to your Casper. Would you really? I believe you know my kind to be incapable of lies. You're perfectly capable of bending the truth, though. That is true, yes. Look around the room. You look around the room. It's empty, save for the two of you. Casper hasn't arrived yet. You need time. Fortunately, if you're good at anything, it's stalling for time with bullshit. Okay, let's hypothetically say we have a deal. Good, then. Whoa there, cowboy. I said hypothetically. You get it? I want to know some more about you before I agree. What is there you could possibly want to know? Your name. I do not have one. Favorite color? None. Lucky number? 666. I feel like I should have guessed that one. You're so edgy, though. Favorite vowel? Who has a favorite vowel? I don't know. You, maybe? You seem like a vowel kind of guy. I do not feel any special connections to any vowel in particular. Are you sure? Really think about it. No rush, this is an important question. Enough. I grow tired of your silly little games. Vowels and colors and numbers and names do not matter. All that matters is your soul. Sunshine! Casper! The door slams open, and there, standing in the doorway, is none other than Casper. He looks to you with relief, before his eyes find the mysterious Reaper standing in front of you. 5012. Hello, Casper. You two know each other? Indeed. I would say we know each other quite well. Wouldn't you agree? Unfortunately. I hadn't realized our relationship was so terrible that it would be unfortunate to know me. Yeah, well, things change. Mortals change. It is their way. You do not change, Casper. So you're... friends? I trained Casper for some time. If you cannot even do your role correctly after being trained by me, then you have no hope. There's more to life than just death. That's something I've learned recently. Not for people like us. You're wrong. It's almost hilarious that you can't tell how wrong you are. You've become so wrapped up in what you are, you cannot see who you are. The individual is hardly important. Wrong again. You really are good at being wrong, you know that? I tire of this nonsense, A394. I had hoped to be able to make you understand, but it seems I was mistaken. Perhaps after you see your sunshine finally go to their resting place, you will see the error of your ways. Death is such a beautiful thing. Through my dead body, no one else can touch my mortal but me. They are not your mortal. Not any longer. You have abandoned your station. Sunshine, get behind me. I'm not scared of this loser. 5012, you'll stay away from them or you'll answer to me. Threatening another Reaper breaks Protocol 3027, but I see that no longer matters to you. Unfortunately for you, Casper, you have become soft. Your threats carry no weight. Better soft than an unfeeling bastard like you. Better alive than gone, as you'll soon be. I won't let you hurt him. What you want does not matter, mortal. You could do nothing to stop me, even if you tried. Oh? I believe this has gone on far too long. This mortal will hand over their soul immediately, and you will be dealt with after. Sorry, but I'd much rather just go home with my boyfriend. Your husband? We are not married. Then boyfriend will have to do. You close your eyes and concentrate. You can feel your connection to Casper. Like a long string that winds and turns, but connects you directly to him. With a furrowed brow, you picture that bridge again, and you start walking. You feel a great weight on your shoulders, the weight of your entire soul. Despite your eyes being closed, it's almost light. Casper was right. Your soul is incredibly bright. You cross, one foot in front of the other. On the other side is pitch darkness. A pitch darkness your light begins to envelop. You stare into the darkness for just a moment, and then you run. With all of your energy, all of your love, all of your strength, you fling the light of your soul into Casper's darkness, and then you open your eyes. And there you see Casper, half kneeling on the ground, enveloped by a bright white light. You put your hand to your chest. You feel a little strange. Lighter, maybe? Like a part of you is missing. But then again, when you look at Casper, that feeling seems to subside. Run towards Casper. What? What have you done? The law of equal souls. Maybe you've heard of it? Sunshine? I found out about it here. That's what the soul sickness is, Casper. That's why you can't stay in the mortal world for too long. It makes you human. Slowly, though. The soul sickness makes us human. It's not a sickness at all. The law of equal souls says that if a Grim Reaper is gifted a soul of light, they'll become mortal and get to live as one. It's a more concentrated soul sickness. You would give that up for me? Yes. No matter what, I'd always choose this. You can't just... Do you feel any different? Tired, I think. Get used to sleeping 8+ hours a night, buddy. Turn towards the mysterious Reaper. He's human now. You have to follow your rules. Send him back. Wait, what? I'm not going anywhere without you. You two have messed up everything. It's my soul you want. Let me go. Your soul? The part of your soul we want is gone. Now you're just a regular human, like everyone else. Look. He holds up a piece of paper. At the bottom, you see your name, and then it vanishes. You are no longer marked for death. I am no judge. As much as I would like to see the two of you punished for this, that is not for me to decide. Unlike someone else here, I take my role seriously. Fine. I shall send you back to the mortal world. And one day, when your time comes, I will be there to take your souls. Sounds fair to me. Goodbye, mortals. Darkness surrounds you, and then you feel as if you're falling. Your stomach almost jumps up into your mouth. You flip and tumble through the air for what feels like an eternity before it all fades away, and you're back in your apartment. Sushi is sitting on your bed. Your laptop is on your desk. Your bag is sitting on the floor. Azrael's head sticks out from the top of it somehow. And standing across from you is the kindest, stupidest, most lovely man in the entire world. You. He rushes forward and hugs you, holding your body close to his. You hold on to him tight and finally notice your hand shaking, ever so slightly. You actually pulled that off. It really worked. And now you're holding your most important person so tight he might pop. Sunshine, you gave up too much for me. It was my pleasure. Thank you. I don't know how I could ever thank you enough. Do you still like me without the whole soul connection thing? He pulls back from you, then looks you in the eyes. I don't know. Do you still like me without the sexy Grim Reaper thing going on? Yeah, probably. He cracks a smile at that. God, what a foolish mortal I've become intertwined with. Hey, hold on a second. You're a foolish mortal now, too. Damn, I hadn't considered that. I'll need to come up with some new insults. But what now? Well, the rest of our lives? The rest of our lives sounds good. He kisses you, gently. Your souls no longer vibrate when you touch, but there's something else there now. Something you find hard to describe. It feels a little like fireworks, you think. A special kind of firework, just for you and Casper. Ending 6, Bloom. Alright, we're gonna actually sit through the credits this time, because y'all need to be looking at these people who funded this shit. Alrighty. I wonder if I should talk about the other endings in this. I mean, these credits go on for a long time. Like, I am not joking. Like, let's just say it started, like, at 7 hours, 10 minutes. Let's keep an eye out. So yeah, here are all the Kickstarter backers. So let's keep an eye out on all, at the time, while this goes. I will say though, I did recognize a few of these names because I'm like, oh, I know some of these people are in the Nietzsche VTuber chats often. So it's like, yay, I know who you are. Anyway, so I guess we could speak about this. He isn't there! I didn't notice his name! Oh shit! He wasn't there! You know what? I'm happy about that. I got to see that. I did not see that my first time. I think it's because my eyes just glazed over at all the names. Damn, I didn't know that. Oh, I really need to not be like shouting like that because my throat. Anyway, so obviously there's 2 more endings that I'm not going to show off.
But, so we could start off with the bad ending. So, the Cassidy! Okay, so the people in the side there, when you're in the chat, are Kickstarter backers. Cool! I like that. Anyway, as I was saying, I keep getting distracted. Yeah, so ending 7 is God, it's the bad ending. And I got it my first time, and basically what ends up happening is that you wake up to Casper gone, but then you look at the chat, and basically Casper is telling you goodbye. And you don't know exactly why yet, but then you go outside to try and find him, and it turns out he's mortally wounded. And that's because he got into a fight with 5012, I believe. And what ended up happening is that, is that basically during that, he managed to give you a piece of his soul. Like, I think his whole, I don't know if it was his whole soul, or if it was just like another piece of him. At the very least, he ended up making it so that your soul can no longer be reaped. But unfortunately, he ends up dying. And if that wasn't bad enough, when you drag him inside the home, you meet 5012, and he sends you back to the mortal world. He sends you back to the mortal world after realizing that he can't reap your soul anymore. But he erases your memory of Casper. And I mean all of your memory. Like, everything you shared with him, he erases it. To the point that you don't even remember his name. And you're wondering, who is Casper? And then the scene you get after these credits roll, it's so fucked up because it's like you're back in your room and you look at a firework that looks somewhat like a sunflower. You feel a pain in your chest, and you feel as if like, what's the word? And you feel as if like a part of you is missing, but then you just brush it off and go back to work. That fucked me up. Like, it's bad enough, right, that I had to see Casper literally die. Right? It's bad enough that I had to see him die. But now you hit me with the fact that I can't even remember him. I have no memories of him. What the fuck, game? Like,
2.5 Studios, what the fuck was ending 7 of this, huh? What the fuck?
So yeah, obviously, that hurt. That destroyed me. Catch me crying at like 6, as I said, catch me crying at 3, 4 in the morning. But, so yeah, obviously because that was my first ending, that's where you can meet, that's how I met 5012. And literally my first thought as I'm crying my eyes out is like, why is he hot? Like, for real though, I was like, why is he hot? Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a funny moment amidst sorrow and grief. Okay, now we got patrons. Anyway, as I was saying, so that's ending 7. Then you have ending 9. I don't remember what the name is called. Oh, ending 7 is called, Forget Me Not. Yeah, what an ironic title, I know. But I think, ending 9 is called Revolution. And what ends up happening in that is that you and Casper actually both go to the library at the same time. And you're basically trying to look for anything that could potentially, save you, right? However, you come across a book. And essentially, if you can recall back, remember that moment where Casper talked about how he was good at hitting the piñata, but yet we couldn't figure out why he had a memory of that, when it's like, wait a minute, you were created, you weren't born, so how do you have a memory of that? Turns out that the Reapers of the underworld are made when, basically, I imagine like when Reapers come to take human souls, basically if they find a human, or mortal, I guess, like that is worthy enough of becoming a Reaper, they basically force them into a Reaper. Okay, I'll continue. Okay, I want you guys to look at this. This is why it's my favorite ending. Look at the CG. Everywhere you look, you see bright flowers in bloom. A brilliant blue sky greets you from just outside the window, beyond the green outstretched arms of the many potted plants that are displayed there. The scent of freshly cut flowers and dirt is strong, but not overwhelming. Your shoes tap against the smooth hardwood floors as you make your way behind the counter. Here it is, your little slice of heaven, on the bottom floor of your apartment building. And there he is. So this fucking CG was like, this is gorgeous. This was why it made me my favorite ending. Your other little slice of heaven, wearing his silly little apron. You love that silly little apron. You know, those top shelves in the back room aren't gonna restock themselves. No, I suppose they will not. I also suppose someone will have to do something about that. Yeah. You. It would be a lot easier if I could float up to it. Gotta do things the mortal way now, Casper. Well, I think the mortal way of doing things is inferior. If you want, you can stand on my shoulders. When I woke up this morning, I was thinking I'd like to break my neck today, so that sounds wonderful. Ha! You're getting good at lying now, Casper. That's your fault. You're a bad influence on me. A bad influence you love. Very much. You quit your job not long after coming back to your apartment with Casper. He had nothing. No birth certificate, no identification, nothing. Starting over for him would be tough. Tough, but not impossible. You ended up here, with your savings spent on a small store below your apartment. It's something both you and Casper loved. Something that connected you. Flowers. Almost every day you get to see Casper experiencing something new. Sometimes it's nice things, like the first snowfall, or the spicy noodles from the noodle place around the corner. Other times it's the more annoying parts of mortality, like paying bills or not being able to float up to the top shelf. But no matter what he's experiencing, you're there too. You get to see it all, and you couldn't be happier. You sit on the edge of the counter and smile towards Casper. The sunlight hits him just right, making his red eyes sparkle like gems. Life really is good. Hey, Casper? Yeah? He always said that sunflowers suited me. I think they suit you just fine, too. That's your fault, you know. You went and ruined a perfectly good Grim Reaper soul with your terrible, terrible light. That's why they call me the Corrupter of Souls. No one calls you that. They should. You're insufferable. But I'm glad to be stuck suffering you. A simple I love you would suffice. I love you, sunshine. More than anything. I love you too, Casper. Now get off the counter and come help me. Yes, sir. You hop off the counter and step towards Casper. Every step one more towards your shared future. Life really is just perfect. God, 7.5 hours. Alright, so let me finish off the ending 9 thing real quick. So yeah, Reapers are essentially former mortals that had their memories erased. And basically gaslit into believing they were created instead of, human, right? Eventually 5012 comes into the library and he initially starts trying to do some shit, but then Casper tells him like, dude, we're actually not created. We were all humans. Like, look at this. 5012 reads the book and he's like, what the fuck?
And basically what ends up happening is that you, Casper, and 5012 start a revolution to change the way of underworld society. And it ends with you and Casper still in the underworld, trying to change it one step at a time. So, I am not going to show you spoilers. Alrighty, so, obviously, we got this ending, ending 6, Bloom. We got ending 7, not 7, 8, Interwoven. Huh? Alrighty, so now, this is ending 9. So yeah, look at this. This is pretty. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this would be a really good desktop background. Along with that. And then you see this, and it's like, god damn it, why am I fucking straight? Alright, this one is ending 7. Because look at this. He's bloody AF. And you actually see the color drain from him if you notice, like, if you can look subtly. But yeah, so that's... But yeah, so CG Goodbyes, The Underworld, Bath Time, and Florist. Oh yeah, this was... So yeah, this is also the piece of art they had to celebrate the Kickstarter. Look at that. Nice. But yeah, and obviously these other things, they're from the other endings, which I'm not gonna fucking play, because fuck you. I already played through this game enough. And by the way, I don't know how you can tell there's new pieces of music. I don't know, honestly. Well, actually, maybe there is a way. I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, that was A Date with Death Beyond the Bet DLC. I got to play through my two favorite endings of this DLC. And there's a reason why I call it, like, remember how I said at the beginning of this that there's a reason I called this the without a voice endings? And that's mainly because I like both Interwoven and Bloom, but for different reasons. And I'll get into that when we when I get to Firefox, because it's, god, I can't believe it's been almost 7.5 hours. As the game freezes. By the way, it is almost 3:30, by the way. I've been streaming for a long time. Alright, let me get the Firefox window up. But, yeah, in terms of the base game's endings, like, so I was right that there were 2 bad endings and 2 good endings, technically. I mean, okay, so, the 2 bad endings, turns out I was right, in a way, that, yeah, one of the bad endings, at least, is, like, you have to basically be an asshole to Casper. And it's, you know, and it's like, no wonder I never saw it, because it's like, why would you be mean to Casper? Like, the whole point of the game is to be, you know, is to romance the Reaper. Why would you be mean to him? And basically I don't know exactly what ends up happening, but I assume that, like, he ends up taking your soul, and he's pretty sad about it, which, fair, but I think that's pretty much it. And the other bad ending, turns out it's an ending that you can get pretty early. It's an ending, because, okay, so you know how in day 3, when you and Casper are constructing the Soul Bridge, basically, if you want to get that bad ending, you have to, I think you just basically have to be really panicky, and I guess distract Casper to where basically the worst thing that he told you would happen happens, and you become a husk, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so those are the 2 bad endings, and I'm like, okay, cool to know. And as I said earlier, you can get a ending where you can get married to Casper, and as I said, like, I saw the CG of that because, I watched a lot of, Niji Livers play this game, and only one of them got the wedding ending. I'm not gonna say who, because you gotta figure it out yourself. But yeah, only one of them got the wedding ending. I mean,
Two of them got the neutral ending that well, I say the neutral, but I got the ending I got, which was, the mine ending. And then my Oshi, obviously, got the other ending, which was which is the, ending you can exclusively get with the expansion DLC, called the Reaper ending, where you and Casper become Reapers. I obviously didn't go for that ending, because I was like, I kind of like the idea of living together with him more than just being Reapers. But yeah. Anyway, so... I forgot to check the time when the credits were over. Fuck! Anyway, so... there's a reason... So yeah, like, as I said... I consider endings 6 and 8 to be the without a voice endings for A Date with Death. Because if you remember way back when, I stated before that... I stated before, but when I did my without a voice playthrough, I got the two good endings. One in which Cassidy and Elowen become demons, I think, in a way, together. And then I got the other one where they're both human and they get married and have a domestic life together. And I remember saying that I like both of those endings, but for different reasons. Because obviously there's a part of me that very much loves, like, the two demon wives coming together and defeating their enemies and such, and living together in the forest and just, being super lovey-dovey and all that. Like, I love that. But I also, but there's also a part of me that loves the domestic lifestyle. These two women who love each other being wives and cooking and cleaning, and I love it, right? And that's kind of the thing with, Bloom and Interwoven. Like, I like Interwoven because I do like, the idea of getting to live forever with Casper. I mean, obviously, it sucks being in a immortal ship, and so obviously you always want to try your best. You always want to find something that, like, will help you in some way, right? In regards to that. And so the idea that, like, the two of you become not entirely human, but not entirely Grim Reaper, but something new, and obviously you both get to live together forever for who knows how long. I like that. But I also really like Bloom because of the fact that I love the idea of... honestly, I will say this. I love the subversion of these kinds of stories where, again, mortal and immortal. You gotta find a way to resolve that lifespan difference, right? If that's the point. And ending 8 is the common ending that you get to those stories. Whereas ending 6, I feel like, honestly subverts those. Instead of you becoming immortal with Casper, Casper becomes immortal with you. And you get to experience life together. You get to experience the beauty that is that is fleeting of life. And I honestly feel like ending 6, in a way, speaks more to the game, I say the game, Beyond the Bet overall than any of the other endings. Again, that's just my personal opinion, you're allowed to disagree, but... but, obviously, I love ending 6, and that was the ending I got after ending 7, because I just needed something to help me feel better, and that really made me feel better. And seeing Casper just surrounded with flowers, and becoming a florist, it's just like, it's oddly wholesome. It's wholesome, and it's so domestic. The idea of you and him working together in a little floral shop below, like, it's so cute. It's so nice, and it reminds me so much of, like, Cassidy and Elowen just in that kitchen together, cooking, and they're just having some banter, and it's like, ah! Sorry. I'm not getting emotional, I swear. It's just, I love that ending so much. But that's not to say, of course, Interwoven doesn't have my heart as well. But I think Bloom overall really just... I think it's just the perfect ending to that kind of story. I love it so much. But yeah, I will say I don't know what else you can do with A Date with Death. I mean, initially, the funny thing is, I initially said this when I got through playing Beyond the Bet for the final time, and then the Origin comic came out, and it's like, oh, okay. But then again, that's not really continuing on with the series, it's more so just adding more to the world building, and obviously showing, I assume showing you how Casper came to be who he is now. Along with obviously seeing, like, you know, his and 5012's relationship. I will say, I know people may think I hate 5012 with how often I was calling him a jerk in Ending 8, but I don't. Honestly, like, listen, he's gotta stick up his ass. I will give you that. He is really uptight. But I think it's just because of the fact that, like, I mean, he's not cruel for the sake of it. Like, he just believes that he's doing what is necessary. I mean, keep in mind, he is not like Casper. He has not gotten to experience, you know, the little pieces of humanity. And I think if anything, you know, I imagine that he is basically what Casper was before Casper was, I don't want to say reprogrammed, but before Casper learned or experienced, like, the little pieces of life he did get before us. You know what I mean? You know, and I think if 5012 got to let himself go, right? Or at the very least didn't follow the rules so much, or even met someone like Blythe on his own, someone that showed him what life really is like, I think he could become similar to Casper. But again, I mean, the funny thing is, I remember saying, like, it would be nice if we got a spin-off game of him, but then the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, well, then again, that's probably gonna be just, like, A Date with Death all over again. It's basically, I feel like it would be a similar copy-paste to Casper's story. And that wouldn't necessarily be fun. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could make something out of that, but I'm not a professional writer like that. But yeah, like, but as I said before, like, I definitely loved playing Beyond the Bet. It was so good, and it just, again, it made me sad to have to put it down because I basically played all of it. I didn't have anything else to, you know, do outside of the base game, which I wasn't gonna go back on. And as I said, like, I highly recommend this. Like, if you play through A Date with Death, but you're not sure about the Beyond the Bet, I recommend it. Again, it's $10. Like, I think it's fine you can spare $10 for 5 days worth of content and 4 new endings. And all that. Like, I think it's fine. But, and I guess with that, you can also check out the I don't know what it's called, the webtoon. I think they're calling it a webtoon anyway, that is going to be shedding light on Casper's origins. I don't know if I'm going to read that, honestly, because, like, again, I don't read web comics. Like, y'all, it's hard enough for me to get caught up on modern day lingo. You all really think I can, you know, and read, like, anything that's, like, do you realize that part of the reason I haven't watched anime in years is because I have to go to a different site for it, and my brain just cannot force me to do that? Like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to read the web comic. It would be interesting, but I don't think I'm gonna do it. But yeah, like, honestly, I do wonder, like, if there is anything more to add to A Date with Death outside of supplemental material. You know? I just don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love for there to be more media and all that, whether it be games, comics, etc. But I think I'm also fine with where it is now, because, again, I think we basically just, at least in terms of Casper's story, I think we're done. I mean, where can you go after Beyond the Bed or even the base game? So, yeah. I'm happy that I got to play through this again, especially with 2 of my favorite endings. And God, I really hope... I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I really knocked it out of the park with my voice acting this time around. Yeah, I know, despite the throat problem and my mild congestion, I think I really, like, knocked it out of the park. Like, that whole fireworks scene, I really hope I made it as... Because, obviously, I have my own experience with it, but obviously it's gonna... Who knows how different it's gonna sound on the VOD. But yeah, I really hope I knocked it out of the park. I hope I did really well. Because, like, I really was not sure how I was going to be able to do the voice acting, knowing with these problems, but I think I did really well despite it. And I hope, and again, I'm really sorry that I was coughing throughout pretty much all of this stream. There you are! Where were you? You were missing all night! Where are you? Come here. Sushi, over here. Over here. Where are you going? You don't want to be picked up? Well, either way, you heard her, right? She's in here. As I was saying. Yeah, I'm sorry that I was coughing throughout all this stream. Like, I seriously do not know why. It feels like there is something in my throat, something that's tickling it, but I don't know what it is. But, hopefully, by the next time I stream, this will be gone. And all that. I hope so, anyway. Speaking of which, when is the next stream? Well, obviously it's gonna be, sometime next year. I think I mentioned this before, but I think I'm honestly gonna take a break next month from streaming. Like, just completely not stream at all in January. Because I kind of just want to take a break and just, like, I mean, I do need to figure out what I'm gonna do for this upcoming year in terms of streams. And all that. But I do know at the very least that the next game I'm gonna be streaming, we're gonna be going back to Katawa Shoujo. We're gonna be doing Shizune's route. And I think, honestly, depending on where this day lands, checking my calendar right now. That's actually a pretty good day. I was thinking that maybe I could stream Katawa Shoujo on Valentine's Day next year. Because I'm looking, the 14th is on a Friday, the next 2025. I think what's gonna suck, though, about doing Shizune's route is the fact that, like, I'm gonna have to figure out a voice for Shizune, because there are moments where she talks, quote-unquote, and I'm gonna need to figure that out. And then, of course, we got Misha, with her, ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, and I'm like, oh god, my ear. But, yeah, so I think Katawa Shoujo with Shizune's route will be good to go for Valentine's Day. And maybe we'll use that Sunday to finish off Shizune's route. Because I think if I remember right, we finished Emi's route within 2 streams. 2 long streams, but 2 streams regardless. I mean, I could be wrong, but... I mean, I think the reason why it took the Hanako route so long was because, like, we were doing all of Act 1 from the start, all the way up to her ending. Whereas with Emi, we managed to skip through a good portion of Act 1. I will say, though, there is a part of me that is a little curious about how long the original Date with Death VOD is. I'm curious, because we're at 7.5 hours. Where am I? Here it is. Alrighty, let's see. Here we go. It was 8.5 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, 8.5 hours. The original date with Death VOD. It was close to being 9 hours, actually. Actually, no. I misread that. Sorry. It's 8 hours and 39 minutes. Holy. That is a lot. Like, damn. But, yeah, so, God, we beat this. Yeah, so Beyond the Bed is just an hour shorter. I don't know about that. But, yeah, so, I don't think there's anything much else to say other than, you know, starting to wrap this up, so, thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. I know this is a long VOD, but, you know, I mean, I don't think we can ever get enough of our Casper, huh? But, yeah, as I said, we'll be, starting on the Shizune route of Katawa Shoujo up in February, on Valentine's Day. At the time of probably 9 o'clock. I mean, it's weekdays that... If I'm streaming on a weekday, I usually start at 9. So yeah, 9 o'clock CST. When the waiting room goes up, you'll know what time it is. But until then, have a good night, a good rest of 2024, a good New Year's. Stay safe, because New Year's Eve brings a lot of drunkards, a lot of crazy drivers, a lot of just weird people. And I hope to see you all again, not only for the next stream, but also for the year 2025. Until then, actually, no, not until then. I forgot my outro. But yeah, see you all next time.